gon' give them what they came for. We gon' take it up from last year. Shoot 'em my shot, boy, I'm long range. Me and the team on the same thing. Stayed down, never switched up. Only thing changed was the game. I'm in the zone now. Nothing can change what we on now. When I pull up, know it's going down. Foot on the gas, ain't no slowing down. Aiming for greatness, no settling. Kick down the doors, they won't let me in.
What up, what up, what up? It's your boy Phil Porto, a.k.a. Phil All Caps, a.k.a. That's the Spirit, a.k.a. the guy with too many Knicks hats. And I am here with my guys, Mr. Al from Harlem and Mr. Guard Up Knicks himself, Mr. Apollo Reed. And we have so much to talk about, guys. Like, this is the craziest time probably in my Knick fandom. Like, because in the 90s, you know, I kind of knew what we had, you know, from the start of the season to the end of the season. Like, it seemed like that lineup of the Starks, Ewing, Mason, Oakley, you know, they were just contenders from the get-go, you know, and there was times in this season where we looked like contenders and then times where we had to go, are we deceiving ourselves? Like, I know we think we're contenders, but everyone else thinks we're pretenders. Like, are we delusional? Like, what is going on? And then parts in the season that were like, yeah, I told you we were contenders. And then we would get our butts whooped and look poor. And we'd be like, maybe not. You know, we're not on the level of this team or that team. And I know people want to take receipts, but if you are a Knicks content creator, there's receipts on you this year. Like, don't front and act like it's not, you know, like every single person from the most followed Knick content creator to the guy that's been doing it to like 5 streamers weekly. Like, all of us have takes that have been like straight booty. And, you know, shout out to Al and Ra, because they had a section on their show with like, here's your moment to come up. This is like your confessional where you can come and like confess. And we'll do a little of that at the end too, because I think that was a good take. Not necessarily that you have to confess that you were wrong, but maybe some things that you were like, I didn't leave room for this to be a real thing. And we'll talk about that. But first, how you feeling, Apollo? Because like right now, since that, you know, that win, I feel like everywhere I go, I got Knick gear on. I'm walking around like, hey, what's up? Hey, you're like, basketball? No, well, you should, because the Knicks, you know, like that's my motto and, you know, approach to life right now. So how are you feeling as a Knicks fan? Because we're all kind of from that same generation of we were good, then we were horrible, then we were decent, then we were horrible again, and now we're in the finals.
It's surreal, bro. It's almost unbelievable. You know what I mean? It's honestly, shout out to you, Sonny. Honestly, man, it's the first time in my life that as a Knick fan that I'm supremely confident that this team can win a championship. Like, not just saying, yeah, we're gonna win a chip this year. Like, yeah, Knicks fans, we're a little crazy. We say it all the time. You know what I mean? So, but this time I'm dead serious, man. Like, I'm not playing. Like, I think we're winning this championship, man. It's also frustrating at the same time because, you know, listening to all of these different shows and different people, you know, because you want to hear everybody's opinions and takes, especially in like mainstream media.
Yeah.
And, you know, a lot of them are like, oh my gosh, this is the best team we've seen in the playoffs in NBA history. And for them to be throwing their necks out on national television, it's kind of like, well, maybe I'm not tripping for feeling the way I'm feeling. You know what I mean? Because all of these years, people are like, all right, you're a Knicks fan, relax, you're doing too much, you're being ridiculous. But you got the people in mainstream media believing it as well. And then you got some other people like, oh, is the East just that bad? And you know, so you know, it's really frustrating at certain points because you feel like you got to convince other people of how good this team really is. But then again, I really truly don't care. I'm already planning for the parade. You know, my wife already knows we're going up to New York for the parade. So, you know, I'm just at a point where I want to get the ball rolling. Like, whoever we're going to play next, like, let's hurry up and get this over with so we can start with the finals, man. I'm as you can see, I'm getting ready. I got my Emirates Cup.
Yeah, I saw that.
Hat, you know what I'm saying? I already ordered my finals hat, so I'm ready, man. I'm ready for this.
So we're going to talk a little bit about what you mentioned about, people talking about the East and all that, because there's a lot for us to talk about in that in a little bit. But the first thing I wanted to talk about before I throw it to Al is I want to tackle what you talked about, where it's national media is starting to eat their words. If someone can find me while I play this video, the Shaq apology video, if you guys have seen that, that is a great, great video. But this is one that this person was pretty much anti giving the Knicks any kind of credit in any way, shape, or form. And he would go back and forth, acting like we were contenders, then pretenders. But he's had a lot of negative things to say about the Knicks, especially over this past year when we had some slumps. So let's hear this real quick by Brian Windhorst. A lot of Knick fans came at his throat many times this season, but these words were kind of interesting. Here we go.
Joins us now from Cleveland. Brian, I thought maybe professional pride, something would summon itself tonight for Cleveland and they'd win a game. They got outscored by double digits in every single quarter except the second and the third, they got outscored by 7 and 8. But anyway, they get run by 37. This Knicks team isn't just winning, they're obliterating people. Has it changed your calculus for you on how you view them vis-a-vis NBA championship worthy?
So since the second half was irrelevant, I spent the second half texting with coaches and executives and scouts saying, hey, can this Knicks team do it? Like, we've seen them now for a month. Can this Knicks team do it? And the answer resoundingly is yes, they can. I mean, can they win 4 more games? They will probably be the underdog, but we don't know who's going to be standing upright in 2 or 3 more games coming out of the West. There's already guys banged up in that series. And look, the Cavaliers are not a great team. Okay, they went 8-10 in the postseason. Okay, if they were in the Western Conference, they would not be in the conference finals. You could debate about whether this team would have made it out of the first round, but it wasn't like they won these games, as you said, by 1 or 2 points. They were smashing these teams. I was just talking to members of the Knicks front office, and when they came here a few years ago, Scott, they had no players. Okay, look at this team now. Everybody they put on the court can play, and so. Like, they are going to face a monster next week when this final starts, but they absolutely can win it. This is a team that is very talented and is playing its absolute highest level of basketball.
So what I loved about that immediately was, at first I thought he was backpedaling, when he was talking about the Cavs. And I was like, here we go again with the backhanded compliment, But then he said, but it's not like they just beat these teams. They dismantled them, So he's saying, regardless of what you think of this team, it was an obliteration, which just shows that the Knicks are leaps and bounds better than these other teams. And so when I heard that, I was like, that's what I like to hear. And so I'm going to play this Shaq one real quick, and then I'm going to allow my guy Al to give his takes on how he's feeling after that performance, and then we'll talk a little bit about the game and break it down a little bit. So here's that Shaq interview right here. Let me try to make it larger. Where is it at? Why does this happen to me? I never know where things are.
I'm still
all right. Here we go.
Yeah, too.
How good is this team? Is it about?
They are so good. I already know what your answer. They are so good. I owe the state and all 5 boroughs of New York an apology.
Wow.
Oh.
Yeah, so I want to apologize to Spike Lee, Tracy Morgan, Al Palagonia, all the superstars. They are really good. They have it. It reminds me of that Detroit team that beat us my last year there.
With Rashid?
With Rashid. They just got a bunch of guys that are just together. Mm-hmm. Because we look at that, Detroit team, no disrespect to all the guys, but they didn't really have any really big name players that you talked about all the time. A big shot, Chauncey was there, Rashid was there, the Hall of Famer Ben Wallace was there, but they were a collective group, and they just played together, and they fought hard, and they never gave up. And when I look at this Knicks team, it reminds me so much of that team.
So I don't want to play the whole thing so I don't get like copyrighted or anything like that. So I'll put the link in the description. But what I loved about that one as well is not only is he giving props and pretty much apologizing for all the smack talk he's talked for years, especially this year about the Knicks, but he's then comparing them to the team that shut him down, like the team that actually like made him go out in a losing, fashion. And so he's giving that kind of credit, which is like, I see in this team, it's not about a one shot big star like thing, which is what you heard for years, that you need that one top, 5 player in the league to win a championship. And he's like, no, it's like this team, that they had a conglomerate of just really, really awesome players that knew how to play a game of basketball together and made them unbeatable. And so I love that. So shout out to everyone that's in the chat right now. Everyone's kind of sprinkling. There's 126 plus of you right now joining us. So we thank you so much. You guys are kind of scattered throughout different places. If you guys can, head on over to the Nick of Time YouTube channel. That's where we guarantee we can see all of your comments. We see some of them on Twitter. Sometimes Twitter and StreamYard don't play nice, and we don't want to miss what you guys are having to say. But I appreciate all of you guys. Sonny's in the building. Michael Cambria's in the building. We got Bogus Macaroni in the building. We're going to talk about Mitch in a little bit. And we got more and more of you guys coming in. So head on over to the YouTube, hit that like and subscribe button if you haven't. And we are going to have open panel a little bit later because we feel like this might be a good time to let people speak because there's a lot going on. So Al, how are you feeling? I know because I was there, but how are you feeling this week as a Knicks fan?
Man, feeling great, man. Just absolutely euphoric. Like you said earlier, the 93, 94 Knicks, like you kind of knew what kind of team you had, right? And you knew that they could make a run to the finals. Like you knew those things were possible.
Yeah.
With this team, we knew that they had a high ceiling, but this season was such a roller coaster. They had so many highs and lows. The 93, 94 team, they had their coach in place. We had a brand new coach this year, right? And we had a lot of question marks. I think in the 93, 94 team, like you didn't really have question marks because you knew what everyone was going to give. You knew everyone's skill set. It was just a matter of, can we finally get over the hump? And so for this team, it was different. There was a point in time where I kind of lost faith and I didn't think that we would be here. But man, to watch what they've done in this playoffs is extremely impressive. And, don't worry about the naysayers because they're always going to be out there. Ever since, that 27-year stretch we had that was just, basketball futility, and it became, the Knicks were the butt of everyone's jokes. Those naysayers just are holding on to that. They keep moving the goalposts. At first, Atlanta was going to, eliminate us. Then it was like, yo, y'all not going to stop Maxey and Embiid. And then it was like, oh, the Cavs, James Harden, and they keep moving the goalposts. Everyone's going to beat us. When we go line up against somebody before game one, they're going to beat us. That's what they always say. And so when we figure out who we're going to play in the West, guess what? They're going to beat us. That's what everyone's going to be saying. And that is okay because the New York Knicks have put BTA to everybody. And I don't think that is just because the East is trash. I don't agree with that. I think the Knicks are just playing that level of basketball. So put some respect on their name.
Yeah. And, that's such a great point. The goalpost for the Knicks is always going to be moved. Let's be
always.
There's always going to be an excuse on why this, that, whatever. But it's finally to the point that moving the goalpost, if you're in national media and a national basketball player covering the game of basketball, you lose your credibility if you move the goalpost too far. And I think guys like Shaq and Brian Windhorst realized if we don't give credit now, it's going to show that we're haters. They're like,
Phil, did you see that post on X where it had all the Knicks and Celtics jerseys? And they were like, if this was the team doing this, y'all will be saying that they are going to boat race whoever comes out of the West and they're going to win the championship. But because it's the Knicks, they still want to say that we're going to lose. But if it was the Celtics, they would be saying, yo, give them the trophy now. These guys look unstoppable. But it is what it is.
And we're going to talk about that because Apollo has a segment that I'm going to let him run through. And I have a very big, breakdown on that because I think it's a little crazy how some of people are acting a fool on that.
My bad, Apollo. I didn't mean to blow up your stuff.
No, you good.
Good. Good. So shout out.
I got more to tank. Don't worry.
All right. We got over 160 of you in the chat right now. So we appreciate all you guys. Please hit that like button, hit that retweet button, invite a Knicks fan. Let's pack this place out. Open panel will happen shortly. Let you guys up, have your takes. Tell us how you feel about being a Knicks fan and going to the finals. But before I do, I'm going to let Apollo sneak out to grab something real quick. And I'm going to play this video because this kind of sums up how I feel. Because this was the actual moments that I experienced with my good friend, Al from Harlem, my beautiful wife, my amazing children, Al's beautiful lady, his beautiful daughter, like our friend Chris, and the whole, like his amazing family, and all of our community at the Tampa Bay area Knicks fans as we put on a watch party for Game 4. I put on the flyer, bring your broom, sweet party. And everyone brought their brooms, and we actually enjoyed the predicted sweep. So here's that video of that watch party. So here you go.
This drum was lit. So lit.
Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger. I'm a threat. I'm a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, it's a promise and a threat. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger. I'm a threat. I'm a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, it's a promise and a threat. I ain't never really wanna flex my gifts, but I think it's my time. Let me check my wrist. You can never get my shine, I'ma keep on grinding till I reach the top. When it's just in my jeans and I ain't looking back, cause I'm feeling like Chris, bro. They can never slow me down, but they need to hate me, now I'm feeling like Chris. Rock with the team, cause you know that we winning, we with it, we going, we flowing again. I might just go by a Benz, I might just blow my advance, whoa. I did it all for the feeling, alive but I'm making a killing. I'm gonna break every ceiling, cause I need $1 million, but I don't need your money, you can pay me in respect. Cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat. Oh yeah. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. I'm a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, it's a promise and a threat. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. It's a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, it's a promise and a threat. I ain't been feeling spectacular, flow so sick it's hazardous. Y'all still suck like Dracula. Sip this beat, let's back it up. And I don't care about critics cause they talk too much, and I know that I gotta keep on grinding, finding myself. I ain't gonna stop until I know I had enough. Mama, I made it, I know that they see me. I'm popping these bottles just like I'm a genie. I'm glad that you made me. It's all in my DNA. I'm at my chips like I'm working for Frito-Lay and bet it bag on myself. I don't do this for my health. Every threat is a champion. Got the title, need a belt. I don't need your money, you can pay me in respect. Once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat. Oh yeah. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. It's a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, it's a promise and a threat. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. Gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, it's a promise and a threat.
Feel the energy, man. You can feel the energy through that video. You're on mute, bro. You're on mute.
Rookie. It was crazy. Like, seriously, we are now calling Tampa the sixth borough because it is packed with Knicks fans that just want to enjoy hanging out, enjoying each other's company. And Apollo, bro, I wish you were there. Like, it was so crazy in freaking the fourth quarter, since we had already beat them and they waved the white flag. We decided as a watch party, cut the sound. It's music time. And we just started playing music. Everyone started dancing, singing along to old like New York hip hop. Like, it was absolutely crazy. And so like we are, so pumped to get ready to do the first game of the finals party once again on the 3rd. So we're looking forward to that. But that was exactly how I felt, man. I'm there with my wife, and she's in her jersey dress, her Ewing jersey dress. And that's my favorite thing. Like, she wear that Ewing jersey dress. I'm like, whatever, girl, what you want? Like, what you want? The whole house clean. Okay, let's do it. Like, I'm good. It's like that. And then my boys are there, and they're celebrating, they're enjoying. Like, it was just such a vibe. So shout out to all of our sponsors that helped out, such as Bacher Back Pages, NBA Economy, North 30 for putting on the event. It was so much fun. But in that moment, I'm there. I'm with Al. We're chopping it up. Me and my big bro, Celso, we're on a chat with my uncle, and we're freaking out. Like, we're just going for it. Like, my uncle is always texting me and my brother through the good and the bad of the season. And so we're chopping it up. My dad's in another text with me and my brother. And I just got thread after thread after thread of like people, even Cav fans, that I'm friends with, that were like, dang, that was a whooping, bro. You were right. Like, it was just such a cool feeling to go, that's my Knicks. That's my team. Like, all these years of frustration, anger, and disappointment, and now this. And so I was ecstatic. I was so happy. At the end of the day, people can deny all they want, but this team are contenders. Like, they are contenders. And so I want to play this video. This is actually my Run That Back. We're going to start this early. All right. We're just going to go straight for the Run It Back. And it's a little series of my
No, come back. No. We need you in here, Phil.
What I meant by run that back is I'm going to leave and then I'm going to come back. That's my run that back. So with Apple, it's so crazy because, like, if you swipe with, the wrong amount of fingers, it takes you right out of StreamYard. And I'm like, oh,
that's
crap.
crazy.
Yeah. So, all right, this is my run that back moment. And I want to get everybody's takes on this, but I thought it was hilarious. All right, this is one of my favorite interviews ever in the NBA.
How much better, if they're better, are the Knicks than you guys?
I mean, I can't even answer that question, honestly. Yeah, it was 4-0, but I don't think we had a chance as far as our best shot. From a standpoint of the circumstances. Obviously they dominated us 4-0, but I don't know if I can necessarily answer that question, just because genuinely I do feel like we are the better team, but series wise, it didn't show it, so it's a tough question to answer.
How much?
So I love that, but then you also have to look.
Can I say that was a terrible question to ask somebody?
Oh yeah,
that's just he set him up.
Oh yeah, that was
totally
like,
set him up.
It was definitely like a kick them while they're down moment.
Right.
But I love this. Doug said circumstantially, analytically, got packed the frig up. And so that was a great quote. But then it follows up with this. Have you guys seen this video?
No.
All right. This is probably the greatest thing I saw
this
all week. All right. So let me read the caption first. All right. This says, James Harden arrives at Madison Square Garden for a pivotal Game 5, with the series analytically being tied at 2-2. And so it has James Harden
He's working on his moves
for Game 5, like getting ready to play. And so I just thought that was hilarious. Like James Harden analytically tied 2-2 coming to play against the New York Knicks. Because it has to be Mom run that back because that's just delusional. It's just delusional. Him and Kenny Atkinson, how many people could say, well, I know I retired without a ring, but analytically speaking, like Charles Barkley comes out and is like, I know people said that I'm not the greatest because I didn't win, but analytically speaking, I'm a champion. I got a ring. It's like, no, you don't, bro. That's a weird, perspective. So what do you guys think of that performance? Before we break down some of the stats and stuff that we're seeing, what do you guys think about the Knicks' performance? Because honestly, it still feels surreal to me that we went in, we swept the 76ers, then we came in and swept the team that they were then thinking would be the team that would beat us. And so it's like, oh, I got to find this while you guys talk. But talk about it. Let me know your guys' thoughts on that series. I'll go for you first, Al. Let me know how you think we did. Well, obviously, you know how we did, but what were your thoughts on how we performed in that series?
Well, it's the same for the whole playoffs. And that's what makes me so happy and proud is we didn't sneak into the finals by any means. We kicked that door open and bulldozed our way in there. We grabbed it by the horns. The way we came into the finals is pure dominance. Nobody can take anything away from us. What we're doing is historical. We're up there with some of the top teams in NBA history. I saw a stat, and I saw a stat that compared us to the Golden State Warriors. And I think, Phil, you're probably gonna talk about that stat later, right? So I won't mess up your
No, go for it.
But our point differential is insane. It's the 2017 Warriors point differential was plus 191 or something like that, and 196 point differential, and our point differential is 271. We're 80 points better than that team. And that team is a Hall of Fame team. That's a historic team. The way the Knicks got into the finals is crazy. I'm so happy because, bro, imagine if we got in on some fluke, people got injured, we barely snuck in, we would hear so much more crap than we're hearing now. It's relatively quiet. There's still some people that are trying to chirp, like Cameron, but they're gonna shut up soon. But yeah, that's what I like the most, man. Just straight dominance. Can't nobody take nothing away from us.
Yep. And here's the thing is, like we said, there's going to be chirping no matter what, especially because it's Knicks for clicks. Let's be real about it.
Mm-hmm.
They want the clicks. They want the
it's rage baiting. They know the Knicks fans are gonna retweet it and talk crap. Personally, I just ignore those things because I know they want us to repost it.
Oh, yeah.
They want us to click on it. They want a rage baiter. So I don't give them any attention.
Yep. I saw this video and it reminds me of that. The maces out there that are like, oh, it's every single time there's another reason why the Knicks, aren't actual contenders.
Mm-hmm.
Even though we've proved a million times we are, they always have a reason why we're not. So I saw this video on Instagram. There's this barber who's a huge Knicks fan, and I saw this video and I was dying. So
that was a good one.
Here we go.
That one too.
Oh, hold on. Let me refresh it real quick. But I saw this and I was like, yo, it's so true.
Playoffs. Yo, how about them Hawks last night? Y'all down 2-1 now. Here you go. Long series, dog. We'll be all right. Nah, see, we're calling about to pack y'all up. Y'all going home first round. We gonna see, bro. Yo, y'all about to have your hands full with the Sixers. You see what they just did to Boston. Yeah, I ain't think they were gonna come back like that against the Celtics. We got them though. I don't know, man. The way they've been playing, I gotta go Sixers. They sending y'all home. You said that last series too. We good. Yo, I gotta admit, bro, your Knicks have had a nice run. But it's stopped with the Cavs. Y'all ain't got nobody for Harden or Mitchell. They sending y'all home. Here we go again. And you say that about the last 2 rounds? Cavs are different, bro. You see they just beat the Pistons. Y'all wouldn't have beat the Pistons. It's a wrap, man. Y'all ain't got nobody for Harden or Mitchell. Yeah. I know. That's what they're all saying. We'll see, though. Yo, congrats on making the finals, bro. For real. But y'all gotta admit, y'all had an easy path to get there. Easy path. Weren't you the one saying we were going to get every round? Bro, you really think y'all got a chance of beating OKC or the Spurs? Y'all gonna get swept.
What every Knicks
Yo,
fan
that
has
is
heard-
perfect. That's perfect. That's exactly how it's been going.
Yeah,
Exactly.
it's exactly how it's been. Like even when like the only people that have actually like given us credit, like in my friend group, are people from the teams that we beat. Like, dang, we were wrong, but it's like the people that just are spectators, their teams aren't even in the playoffs, and it's like, oh, the Knicks are overrated, this, that, whatever. Like, and we're going to talk about all that. But Apollo, what are your thoughts seeing how the Knicks performed that incredible performance in the semifinals? Like, it wasn't even close. That's the craziest part, is it wasn't even close. So what are your thoughts, Apollo?
I mean, if there's one thing that I wasn't surprised about is when we get hot offensively, you know what I mean, and we just turn it on. It's really hard to stop us once we get hot. You know what I mean? And that's even when we weren't playing well. If we got hot, you were gonna have to worry about us that game. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But the defense is really what took it over the top for me, man. Like, I'm just watching these guys not only lock these guys up, but now they're getting out in transition. Like that last game, Jalen Brunson had like basically a breakaway dunk. Like, these guys are just tearing it apart. It's like they walked into the Cavs locker room and grabbed their whole game plan and just started ripping it up and just throwing it all over the locker room. And then the Cavs players are trying to pick it up and figure out what they were supposed to do with this matchup and that matchup. Because it's just like, what happened to y'all? That's the team that just beat the who they beat? Who they beat? The Celtics? Did they beat the Celtics?
Pistons.
The Pistons. The first year, the first seed. Like, are you kidding me?
Yeah. They just
So
knocked up the first seed.
I'm like, it's just crazy because people usually have these excuses, like you said. Like, there was no injuries. They didn't have any injuries. They were fully healthy as far as I'm concerned.
Yep.
They tried to sprinkle in the Donovan Mitchell isn't really 100% thing here, and I'm like, Doug, nobody's 100% at this point in the playoffs. Like, cut it out. Like, I'm not going with that. So, I'm just watching that game, and they went on a run, and it's so crazy. I've gotten to the point in my confidence in this team that when I see them start to score, I'm like, basketball is a game of runs. I'll wait, and then all of a sudden, the run starts, and it's like when they go on a run, it's like they turn the water on in the sink or something like that.
Yeah.
And when we went on the run, it was like turning the pool water on. It's like all of that extra water, gallons and
New York
gallons
City
of water.
fire hydrant.
Fire
New York City fire hydrant
out here. So it was just like, yo, like this team is the fact that they went up by 29 in the second quarter of that last game is just ridiculous. By the second quarter, they were up by 29. You know what I mean? And they brought it back to what, 16 or 14, and then they just turned the water right back on. Like it's just like, I have so much confidence that this team is going to figure it out, because if there's one thing I realized, I'm gonna go into a little spiel real quick.
Yeah, do it.
I think last year, a very important moment in this team's growth, just the players, because obviously Mike Brown wasn't here last year. A very important moment was game 1 last year, right? Of the Eastern Conference Finals, when we played against the Pacers. And we all remember. I don't really want to remind you guys, but let's go there. You know what I mean? We were up with 12 or 14 points with like 2-3 minutes left to go in that game. And the lead just dwindled and dwindled and dwindled to the point where a lucky kiss from the gods shot from Tyrese Halliburton is what won the game for them that game. You know what I mean? But I don't think that's really what turned the tables. What people don't realize, what turned the table is, if you remember, Cat and OG, they got into it over Mr. Simon on the defense. And then they went to the huddle, and then they were barking back and forth at each other. And ever since that moment, they didn't play the same again. Ever since that moment. And I was frustrated. I remember being frustrated watching it, like, why isn't Tibbs stepping in and trying to get these guys under control? Like, why isn't he stepping in and trying to help these guys keep the momentum? You know what I mean? And that's what stuck out to me. So I think at that point they said, you know what? This is never going to happen to us again. And I think you're starting to see, like, they fight together, man. It's so crazy how much these guys love each other. It's kind of, it's like night and day from last year. So just to see them come together and fight through any adversity. If there's a Mr. Simon on defense here, it's like, you know what? Turn the page. Let's keep it going. We good. Don't worry about it. And that's the sign of a team that is focused and they want to win a championship. And that's what I'm looking for. I'm not looking to see, oh, how much did we win by? I want to see how you guys are playing together. And it on both sides of the floor. It's like they're giving each other energy. Every single one of these guys is just helping each other work through this process. And I'm sorry, man. I don't know who we're going to play in the finals. But personally, I think whoever it is in trouble. I think they think whoever it is, especially OKC, I think they believe, no, whenever we get there, we'll be good. And I think that's going to be something that will haunt them because, you know, this team is not the same team that they played all year. It's really hard. We don't even know the offense, the expanding offense that these guys have and all of the extra plays that they're working on to not have to rely on Jalen Brunson to play ISO basketball. So, man, I'm just excited because I'm really confident that this team has figured something out. I'm still praying that Mike Brown is our Steve Kerr. You know what I mean? So I think we got something going here, man. I think we're in for something big this in a couple weeks.
Yeah. You know, I want to touch on a few things you said, but first I want to read a few stats. You know, I wanted this to be a time where I pulled out what actually happened, because sometimes in the excitement of watching what we watch, we miss some of the things. So a few of the things that I gathered were, first, yes, back-to-back sweeps. That we know that, but it's the first time since 1999 that we've been to the finals. But the way that we did it, okay, we won 11 straight playoff games, so we're tied for the third longest winning streak in the NBA ever. Like, we're tied with like two other teams that in all of the existence of the NBA, like there's two tiers that are higher, but then the third highest amount of wins in a playoff run is 11 in a row. And we have achieved that. This New York team has achieved that. Our numbers against Philadelphia, we averaged 124 points per game, which was great, but we also limited them to 102 points per game. So we outscored them by 22 points a game. And that was after we, you know, ended up throwing our bench in for multiple games, where it was kind of just like, hey, let's just have some fun and shoot around, you know, see what happens. Let's see if Dadier wants to take 6 threes in, you know, the next 4 minutes. Let's do it. Okay, so the Knicks out-rebounded the 76ers by 10.5 rebounds per game.
That's insane.
10.5 rebounds per game. With a guy like Joel Embiid that people have considered one of the best centers to enter the league in a long time. Like, and 10.5 rebounds more per game is what we average. Jalen Brunson has averaged 29 points per game and 6 assists per game in that series against the 76ers. And that's with him missing multiple fourth quarters because the game was already done. So that's like in 3 quarters of basketball, that was his averages. And then we go to oh yeah, and also that was crazy. We shot 44.8% from 3 as a team. Like, that is incredible to see in a playoff game. So our defense was impeccable. Then we move on to Cleveland. Okay. We won by 37 points in game 4, like 37 points. Like it wasn't just a, can we get the sweep? It was a literal beatdown for the sweep. Like it was them looking 10 times more disheartened than in the first game where we blew them out. And Jared Allen looked like he was about to cry on the bench. Like now it's even more of a beating. We dominated the glass in the closeout game, 60 rebounds to 33 rebounds. Like that's crazy. Like that is insane to think. And then game 2, everything changed in that 18-0 run. That was important. But also a big thing to look at is Karl Anthony Towns and OG became the only teammates in NBA history to reach the finals, averaging 15 points per game on 70% shooting in the playoffs. So at least 15 points every single game and 70% shooting for those two combined, like each. So it's been just incredible. And so some of the teams to look at, the only other team that have had more than us were Golden State in that, era we were talking about. They had a 15 game win streak. The Cavaliers had a 13 game win streak. And then we had, and then we're tied with the Lakers for the 13 game win streak. So all of that was absolutely incredible. And we'll go through player by player by player in a little bit. But I wanted to talk about
you missed my favorite stat from the Cavs series.
Yeah, tell me.
We held them under 100 points per game. They only scored 99 points per game. And in today's NBA, to hold a team under 100 points per game is insane. Like that was like the benchmark in the 90s for the 90s Knicks.
Yeah.
And so to be doing that now in 2026 is absolutely crazy. And the reason why I harp on that and it really gets me excited is because I've always believed, always been ingrained in my head that defense wins championships. But on top of that, my biggest question mark with this team was never their offense. It was always their defense. And for them to answer the call the way that they have, and the way they've been playing defense is the way that they've elevated their defense to championship level defense is super impressive. Like I didn't even know we had that in us. And it's exciting because, again, defense wins championships, and I think that can carry us to the chip.
I agree.
And they had 130 points that last game, and not one person had 20 points. I think that's really, really important.
Crazy.
That's really, really important, man.
And one of the best stats of the whole playoffs was Jalen Brunson getting 14 assists.
Yes.
That was historical for Jalen Brunson. And so I love I love Prezzi's comment. I can't wait for us to raise our 3 banners. Word to Mike Kerr Popovich. I love that. So shout out to everyone in the chat. I see all of y'all that have come in. Rah, appreciate you being here. Tibbs ran his starters 96 minutes ago. Prezzi's in the building. The real Ham is in the building. We are going to do some apologies. I already saw yours and I flagged it. My guy, Carbon Intellect is in the building. Salute
Carbon
to
was
you.
Good, man.
All right. Bogus Macaroni lighting up the chat. The most optimistic Knicks fan. What up?
Joe.
Appreciate you.
We
got my guy right here, Fritzy Fritz. Appreciate you
father.
so much. And we're about to bring up a friend of ours who's a friend of the channel that, started coming on a few episodes at a time, our guy Tony Tone. But first, we're going to watch this because it's something that you touched on, Apollo, where you were talking about all the guys playing in unison and playing together and playing for one another. And I thought this was a really telling video for what we're seeing. And then I'll show the caption after because that's why it's so telling. So let me try to skip that caption real quick and let's listen to Josh Hart.
Speaking of eating, what do you think about Landry in the fourth quarter?
Oh man, he's that's my dog. Big shots. He amazing defense. He's a heck of a player. We need him down the stretch to continue to do what he's doing, but he's in a great rhythm right now, and we want to make sure he has all the opportunity, that he can.
So
That's
the
fine.
key words is he's clutch, he's my man, and we want to make sure we give him all the opportunities we can right now. And the reason that's so important is because whose minutes
He
does
took his
Shannon
minutes.
usually take when he's
Yeah.
lighting up? Josh
Took
Hart.
his minutes. Yeah.
Josh Hart is giving praise to the guy that has taken his playoff minutes.
Yep.
Yeah.
That is huge. That is absolutely incredible. And so we're going to bring up our guy, Tony Tone. And then even though Peerless, my guy, John, is going to be joining us at about 9:30, we're going to take one pour, share our thoughts on it so that we make sure we get all four in. And then we're going to talk to him about it. But I want to bring up my guy, Tone, because I know he's excited because he's from the era that we're all talking about, the era we're all in, that is so excited to be on this finals platform stage. So without further ado, my guy, Tony Tone is in the building.
Yo, Tone.
Yo. What's going on, guys? How's everyone tonight?
Good, bro. How are you?
Good. So far, so good. I'm doing wonderful, actually. Stupendous. Excellent. Great. I can't even, I ran out of words, man. I run out of energy from this excitement at this time, man, because it's been a long time coming. I remember the 90s Knicks, as you said. I remember the excitement around that time. And we were so close, man. We were so close every year. And then we had that lull for so long, man. For so long. Man, I've got dinged left and right for being a Knicks fan. This is the moment of redemption. So, yes, I'm feeling great, guys.
I love it. I love it. So we kind of gave our breakdown of the excitement we had when we won these games. Where were you at when you watched, that last game? What were your initial thoughts? How have you been walking through the city feeling bulletproof, just like we all have? Like, give us the rundown.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So as far as location and watching the game, I was at home with my son and my fiance, and we would just nestle around the table, around the TV rather, and the table and some snacks. And, I was just checking out all the action, recording a lot of my content because that's what I do during the games. I record the live action and then I post that during the game. So that's what I was doing in real time. And then you can hear me in my takes and my videos on Facebook. You can hear me cheering and chanting Knicks and all this other kind of good stuff, and my family in the background just going crazy with regard to the game. So we were going nuts, and yeah, it was just a great time, man.
I love it. I love it.
That's dope, man.
I know Apollo got his NBA Finals hat. Unfortunately, I did not.
You didn't get it. I thought you said you got it.
No, I went and it said it was available, and then it wouldn't let me actually buy it. So
you did say that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I've been, frustrated as can be about that. So if anybody sees them anywhere, let me know, because I need that. I'm the hat guy, and I can't not have the finals hat. Like, that's gonna freak me out.
Don't worry, we're gonna get the championship hat, bro. Don't even
let me see that one, Apollo.
This one?
The Emirates Cup.
That's the
All
Emirates
right,
Cup.
all right.
Yep. I'm feeling the vibes tonight. I'm feeling the vibes, man.
We're gonna get the champions hat, Phil. Don't worry about it.
I know. But I just found a new era snapback. It's not the same thing because it doesn't have the thing on the
finals
side.
patch.
Well, it does. It says finals on the front, but it doesn't have the side patch.
I want to get the one with the patch on the side. That one.
Yeah, that's what I want. The one that says conference champions. That's what I'm looking for. So if anybody knows any legit store, I see some of these like ghetto little companies that are like Alter Baby, and I'm like, what? I ain't.
Yeah, they're making fake merch.
Fake.
You haven't seen the all blue one that has the finals patch right here, the NBA finals patch?
Nah, I ain't
that one is fire, and it's available. I'm gonna send it to you. I'm gonna send it to you, Phil.
Please send it to me. Send it to me.
But it's not. But it won't get here until like the 11th or something.
I don't give a crap.
Stupid.
Yeah,
I don't give a crap. I'm wearing it all summer, so it don't matter. But shout out to everybody that was putting out merch. Like some really, really dope pieces. Probably my favorite was by my homie at Heat Check. Yeah, he put out this really, really dope Jalen Brunson and the squad all behind him. He's got the Emirites and, you know, the Larry O'Brien, you know, like both trophies. He's holding them. Like, it's just hard. And so shout out to him. Shout out to all the brands that have been putting in that work, because y'all designed those before it happened. You know, you knew it was going to happen. Y'all went live immediately. So shout out to you guys all for that hard work and everything that you guys put in, because those pieces are incredible. Those pieces are quality. And I definitely got to make sure that I add some of those to my collection. But guys, let's real quick have a little quick pour while we talk about this next topic. And then after we have that pour, or while we're having it, we'll break down the next topic. And we're going to go player by player. And I want to talk about, you know, what we think so far. What have we seen that has shocked us? What have we seen that has proven us right or wrong? And we'll kind of go player by player by player. So first, we're going to go with this one right here. So I don't like to play favorites because it's not fair a lot of times. But sometimes you just got to play favorites, all right? And so one of my favorite craft distilleries right now, we actually had a few samples a few months back, but my guy John had something come up last minute, so we rescheduled. And so I was excited to now have him on. But one of my favorites is this right here, all right? This is a brand called Peerless, Kentucky Peerless, and putting out some of the best juice that you can find. They're distillery only releases, which, you know, we'll have in a little bit when John is on the episode, are absolutely incredible. And the one thing that, you know, I hate was, I love it and hate it, was they had such success on their tenure that they released that it was pretty much impossible to get one. And everybody, just like these Knicks hats and Knicks merch, instantly trying to make a 4-time profit off of it. And I'm like, dang, I love some Peerless juice, but I also love feeding my kids. Like, I just can't do it. So I'm on the trade market right now looking for it. But Al, I saw you try to send that. Just shoot me a text and I'll find it. But yeah, so I'm excited to have John on, kind of talk about some of their process. You guys saw me freak out live and in living color when we were when we tried their mulberry jam a few weeks back. That junk just blew my mind. So I'm excited for that one. But we're going to start right here with their Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey. This is their double oak, and it's 109 proof. And this is their batch 26 release. So let's give this a little pour. And as we enjoy it, we will talk about some of the players above. So cheers to you, gentlemen. This smells absolutely delicious, and I'm very ecstatic for this. Tone, cheers to you. If I knew you were on the episode, I would have sent you some, you know, but next time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All good.
All right. I see Prince in there. Prince, we're going to talk about that topic in a little bit. Don't get scared, bro. Don't get scared. All right? Hold your horses. We're good. We're good. Yeah, it smells awesome. All right. So as we have the first pour, let's kind of go down the list of some of our players, okay? Because I want to start maybe from the bottom up instead of like going straight for our main guys. And then we can kind of work our way to the guys that we obviously know and love. So let's go first with, I don't want to, and I feel bad because they are part of our team, but as of right now, I'm going to skip the guys like Kolek and Diawara, and Dadier and those guys, because they're just not getting shine. You know, like even my guy Sohan, you know, I'm a big Sohan fan, but he's not really getting much burn right now. So there's not really much that we need to talk about. But let's start with Landry Shamet. Okay. Landry Shamet went from being our guy with Tibbs at certain times and then not at certain times, to then Mike Brown absolutely loving what he was doing. And he was just getting minute after minute after minute. Then he kind of slacked. kind of fell off, but Mike Brown continued to talk about his positive attitude, continued to talk about how impactful he was in the locker room, encouraging the rest of the guys. And his whole mentality was always next man up. And I know we hear that a lot from players, like next man up, but Landry's proven that he is like, one of my favorite Bible verses is like talking about being ready in season and out of season. You know, like you always stay ready. And I feel like that's what Shamet is. He is a guy that no matter when you call his number, he is ready. And he has proven that. So I'm going to throw it to you first, Tone. What are your thoughts on what we're seeing from Landry Shamet right now?
Landry Shamet, absolute flamethrower. So he's been just knocking down threes from the corner. They double up on Brunson, and he's just standing there ready, as you just noted. I just took a look at some of the stats. In Game 3, he was 4 of 5 shooting from deep, and in Game 4, he was 4 of 4 in 19 minutes. So my guy really was shooting efficiently. He's playing at a high level, and he's providing the Knicks a punch off the bench that I don't see matched from any of their opponents so far through these playoffs.
Yeah. One thing you said was the 4 for 4, which in the conference finals versus Cleveland, he shot 92% from 3. 92%. Like, that is absurd. Like, absolutely absurd. And he's hit 17 of his last 21 threes. So in 21 threes, he's 81%. Like, that is absolutely insane, gentlemen. Like, it's absolutely insane. So, Al, what are your thoughts right now on what we're seeing?
Y'all know Shamet is my guy. I'll be saying every Nick Life Crisis episode, I say Shamet better than Jordan, man. That's how hype he be getting me. I just start saying crazy stuff like Shamet better than Jordan right now. You can't tell me. You can't.
He's
tell
not
me
lying.
nothing.
I don't see no lies. No lies told.
He pulled up to my watch party in a pair of Air Chamois. Like, it was crazy. Like, it was crazy. I was like, yo, what are those new Jordans? He's like, yeah, Air Chamois. And I was like, bro, those are fire.
I got a pair though. The logo is when he's going like this in the logo. That's
yeah. He's like,
yo, let me tell y'all some other crazy stats about Landry Shamet. In the first round, he shot 27% from 3. He had 11 points that whole series. After Game 4, I pulled up this clip on the Nick Life Crisis episode. After we won Game 4, they were interviewing Josh Hart. This was in Atlanta, and you can see Landry Shamet behind him running sprints. You just see him going back and forth, running sprints. Like, who does that? Like, that dude stayed ready. He knew, he had a hunch that his number was going to be called, and he didn't want to disappoint the team. And then since then, he's just been on absolute fire. You know what he shot from 3 against the Sixers? 58% from 3. That's insane. He said, hold on, hold my beer. I got one better for you. 91.7% from 3 in the Eastern Conference Finals. That is a record. He's forever going to be in the history books. Landry Shamet is here, and he's going to show up in the finals for us again. He's our flamethrower. We need him.
Yep. And, you know, so before I throw it to Apollo, that's where, and I'm probably going to do this a lot, and I hope Ra watches this episode, okay? This is where you have to tip your hat to Mike Brown. Because when a player plays as much of an atrocious as he did in that first round, and then you give him that opportunity again in the second round because you believe in their skill sets, you know the player that you have on your bench, and you think he just needs the opportunity, that shows a lot of confidence in your squad as a coach. And so there's a lot of those moments that you have to attribute to that. Like you were talking about that 76ers series, you know, in Game 4, he had 15 points, you know, like that was huge. But even more so in Game 2, he had 12 points, but he only played 11 minutes. And in those 12 points, it was 4 3-pointers, like 11 minutes, 4 3-pointers made. Like that is something that if we did not allow, if our coach did not allow his players to get their opportunities and to believe in them, that would have been an issue because Josh was struggling, and so being able to go, what are my resources? Who do I believe? Do I believe in my coaching and his skills more than what the numbers told me last series? And the answer was yes, and it paid off. So shout out to Mike Brown. Apollo, what are your thoughts on ShamWow?
So a few things. I didn't know Del Curry had 3 sons. And I didn't know, man.
Bro, you so stupid.
Went over my head for a half a second.
I didn't know Del Curry had 3 children, bro. I was like, yo, what is going on with this dude? Because you guys mentioned how he started that series off with Atlanta.
Yeah.
But what stood out to me is in game 1 of this past series, and like you guys mentioned earlier, this dude Josh is up there cheering for the guy who's taking his minutes, because how could you not? You know what I mean? Most important for me was how he played an incredible defense on Donovan.
Yeah, that too. Yep.
That was so important, because I'm sitting here like, all right, Shaman, I know he's going to shoot threes. Coach, what you doing? Tell me what you're doing. What you got going on? Because, if there's one thing that Shaman has shown all season is that he's going to play hard every single time, every minute that he's on the floor. And I'm sitting here like, okay, well, you're putting him on Donovan. I've never seen him lock up a star before. So, hopefully you can show me something. And man, Donovan just went quiet to the point where they're talking about, his hip or something. He might be hobbled or something. I'm like, bro, like, no, they put Shaman on him. You know what I mean? And it's, to me, when you put somebody in from your bench and he can give you that kind of spark, it's the kind of thing that it sets the tone for the rest of the team in a way. It's one thing if your starters are playing great. That's kind of why they're starters. You know what I mean? That's kind of what you expect. But when you sub out one of your starting players because he just wasn't hitting shots. Josh just wasn't hitting them that first game. And you put in Landry Curry, and not only does he start hitting these shots, but now he's locking up Donovan Mitchell on the other side of the floor. At the same time, you got Mikal Bridges over here doing the same thing, giving you offense and defense. So it's infectious when you have guys come off the bench and you can just rely on them to do exactly what you need them to do, and every single moment that they're in the game. So, man, I can't do anything but tip my hat to Landry Shamet. You guys saw me in the KOT chat last night. I'm over here looking up his ethnic background and all kinds of stuff. Like, I need to learn more about this dude. I'm like, where is he from? Who, I didn't know his dad was a former NBA player. Like, I'm learning a whole lot. And that's where I got the Del Curry thing from. But, I didn't know a lot about, what he could, that's a lie. We saw him on Phoenix and how he helped that team get to where they were going. And unfortunately, they didn't get the job done. Giannis went nuclear, had like 50-something points, and ended up winning that championship for them. But Landry Shamet was very, very important to that team as well. And I still don't know how he hasn't found like a home. Like, I don't know why it's that he's bouncing around the league. This guy does not deserve to be bouncing around the league, man. But I'm extremely happy that we got him. Salute to him. Hopefully he can give the team energy, kind of like Caruso gives energy to OKC in a way. So yeah, shout out to Shaman, man. Hopefully he can keep it going, man, for sure.
What's so awesome is this is a guy that wanted to be here before it was cool to be here. Like, he's wanted to be here. He's been bought in. This guy refused to sign with anybody else because he wanted to wait and see if the Knicks were going to choose him.
That's a fact.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He settled for a $3 million contract to be here. And that is the best $3 million the New York Knicks have spent in so long.
Yep.
Like, this guy is willing to come in and play 11 minutes knowing that his numbers are astronomical right now, but he just wants to play his part because he loves his team and he loves his city. Like, he loves New York. He's constantly got his little film camera, his little wifey, and they're always in the city just enjoying it because they love New York. So shout out to them. Shout out to Shamit. Shout out for everything that he's contributed. Shout out to my girl, Miss Nixonish in there. And I love it. You know, like, I don't see how it can make sense to not keep Landry Shamit again and again and again. Like, that's the kind of player you need on your bench. Like, that changes so many things for you as a contending team. So let's look at actually first, what are you guys' thoughts on the pour?
Yo, I was gonna say this is excellent, man. Holy crap, this is good. What's the other pour that they have? So they have the double oaked and then they have the toasted.
Yeah, they have the toasted. Yep.
And we're drinking the double oaked right now, right?
Yeah, we're drinking the double oak.
So, all right, the toasted oak, I don't see. I see another double oak rye, and then
No, he's asking like what they have in their lineup, not what we're doing. Yeah,
my bad.
My bad.
Yep.
Yeah.
So what are some of the things you guys are getting off of it?
I'm getting that leather note that you mentioned a lot. I'm definitely getting a leather note in there. And I'm also getting like a I can't think of, like a coffee, like a nice coffee kind of taste to it as well.
I think it's a little bit like, it's like buttery, like butterscotch. I think.
Yeah,
it's the note that I'm getting. It's really nice.
You know, so with this one, I get a lot of the spice, like, and I like it. Like, it drinks spicy, but like it's full with such sweetness that it's like spicy, burnt brown sugar, leather, caramel, all kind of like mixed into one. So it drinks hot, but not like hot, like, oh, it's unbearable, but like hot in a, ooh, that's got a little kick to it, you know? Like, not like, oh, it's the kind of Tabasco sauce that it like burns your mouth that you're like, hey, what else did I taste? But the kind that you're like, where is that spiciness coming from? That is delicious. You know, that's what I'm getting from this thing. A ton of those leather notes. Definitely has like a dry, what you were saying, Apollo, coffee bean type finish to it.
Yeah.
Like, definitely has that.
It's so crazy to me because like when I think the notes or like how things taste depend on like the sequence of how you drink things. And I started off with I always have a warm-up drink before I do the pod. So I started off with this bad boy. Takes.
Oh, the
takes. I don't know how much stronger. It's actually a little bit lower proof than this one. But going from takes to this one, I didn't get like the spices. I didn't really get the spices. I don't know. But then when you said it, I started noticing them. But it was drinking very balanced to me. Very balanced.
Yeah.
This is great. This is a great pour all around.
Yeah, like if this pour, you let it linger for a second, that spice kicks in.
It'll spice up.
Yeah. So instead of like sipping it and then getting it down quick, just leave it in there for a second, and you'll get a little more of that spice. So, yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, I just did that. Yeah, definitely did.
Yep.
Yeah, this is fantastic.
All right, cool. So let's move on to our next guy. Let's talk about Miles McBride. Okay. A player that's been a little bit under the radar, based off of the fact that like his minutes have not been great, but we've seen him come in for very clutch minutes, especially defensively. And there have been some games where his 3-point shooting has also helped us. So he's averaging 7.5, 1.2 rebounds per game, 1 assist per game, shooting 43.8% from the field, but also 42.9% from three. And that is clutch because he was struggling when he came back at towards the end of the season. We were like, man, this guy might not get much shine in the playoffs. Like if he keeps shooting like this, he might be a liability. We need him to like hit these shots. Once again, Mike Brown, I know what I got on my bench. I'm going to give him his opportunities. And what is he doing? He's knocking down the three at a tight clip of 42.9%. So I'll go to you first, Al. What are your thoughts on what you're seeing from Deuce?
So Deuce, for one, Deuce is a pit bull on defense, right? Like he may get picked on a little bit because of his height, but like when it comes to like guarding somebody that's like dribbling and trying to get to a spot, he will stop you from getting to that spot, right?
Yeah.
Now, whether that person just turns around and shoots over him, like that's different because he's a little bit on the smaller side. But you know what you're getting from Deuce on the defensive end. He's a ball hawk. He's always getting steals, and that's why he always plays, right? In the first round, he shot 42% from three. He played excellent. In the second round, he played excellent as well. He shot 47% from three. But in game 3, he struggled a little bit, and that was the game that Mike Brown put in Shamet, and Shamet went off. So in game 3 of the Philly series, Deuce played 21 minutes and Shamet played 26 minutes. And I'm okay with like I think Mike Brown is he's putting in Deuce first. I don't know if that changed in the Eastern Conference Finals. It may have, but he was till that point he was bringing Deuce in like first guard off the bench and giving him every opportunity. And yes, he came off an injury, so he struggled a bit. But what I like is like that Mike Brown can see if he's struggling and he will quickly pivot to Shamet. And so he did that in game 3. And then guess what happened in game 4 of the Philly series? Deuce went off 7 for 9 from 3. So put it this way. One of those two guys are going to light you up from 3 in any given game. So if one doesn't have it going, the next one's got it going for sure. Like they rarely both off. So that's the great part about having those two guys. And then Deuce didn't really have that great of a series. He was all right against Cleveland. He shot 35% from 3. He was 1 for 6 in game 2 and 0 for 1 in game 1. So he didn't have that great of a series. But at the end of the day, Shamet brought us home, and the rest of the guys played really well. So we didn't need him. But Deuce is going to play, and we need him to make those threes because when he's making them, we're winning. So,
you know what's crazy, bro, is we have to look at the fact that like we are so blessed that a player can have a bad few games on this roster, you know? Like, because if we just look at that and we look at where they, weren't great, we really miss out because we're going to miss the fact that that player actually made such an impact to even get us to that point. Like if we look at where McBride shot poorly in this series, we forget that the reason we could have that sweep is because he went 25 points in game 4 against the 76ers, like that helped us solidify the sweep was that he got those 25 points and he made those 7 threes. He went 4 for 4 to start that, that game. And that set the trajectory of what our team did in that 4th, game and set us in a position to win. So it's like, okay, you had a poor game. That's fine. You already did your work, in that last one. Shake it off. We know you'll have another one, but that's the beauty of having a deep roster, which kind of makes you a little frustrated when you look back and you watch games from last year because you see the lack of Shamet minutes in some of those games. You see the lack of, McBride minutes in some of those games. And you look at the 42 Jalen Brunsons, the 48 Josh Harts, and you're like, man, there's so many times we look winded. Our legs look like they were about to buckle under us. What would have happened if Tibbs did a substitution? What if Shamet got an extra 5 minutes? Would we have been in the finals last year? So
what about this one? What about this one? The finals last year, the Pacers took OKC to 7 games without Halliburton.
Yeah.
What if we could be on a 2-peat right now?
Exactly.
And we really want to jump out the window.
Yep.
Without that OG and Cat breakdown, I think that's where we are, honestly, man.
Yep. And so all I want to say to all my we should have brought Tibbs back. Mike Brown's the worst. Those guys, you can send me your Knicks gear and let's just retire you as a Knicks fan. All right. Send it all you a medium, you a 44, 42, send it my way. You a 6 7/8 fitted, or you got a snapback, send it my way. I will put the address there. You can come on. So, all right. So I'm going to go to the next player, and then I'm going to throw it to y'all. All right. Before we bring John up for a few pours in about 11 minutes. I want to talk now about Jordan Clarkson. Okay. Because each person has contributed in some way, shape, or form. So Clarkson averaging 6.5 points per game, 2.2 rebounds per game, 1 assist per game, shooting 48% from the field and 33.3% from three. So I want to point that out first. He's shooting 33.3%. The reason I want to point that out is how crazy is it that out of our top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 guys that are getting the most minutes, 33.3% from three is our lowest number. Like, that's crazy. The human torch that we talk about, like being able to light up whenever and get that bucket, his number is the lowest out of all of our guys shooting from 3-point, which shows how we've been shooting the basketball. So I'll go with you first, Apollo. What are your thoughts on what you've seen from Jordan Clarkson?
I mean, earlier in the season, you look at he got benched. You know what I mean? He wasn't really getting minutes. And you know, I know you were a big fan of him coming here for a while.
Yep.
You wanted him to come here, and me as well. You know, for a while I was saying we needed Jordan Clarkson on our team, and then there were certain games this year where I'm like, I can see why he was on Utah for so long, and people were kind of scared to touch that. You know, what he's got going on. But what started to happen is I think he dug deep into himself, and he was really selfless. And you know, that's the makings of a champion, man. That's the makings of someone who is not afraid to be accountable for what they're doing wrong. You know what I mean? And I think that was something that was the issue. People were talking about, oh, he's such a terrible defender. He's such a terrible defender. I don't really see that anymore. You know what I mean? I think he really focused on, all right, why wasn't I playing? And what was my goal when I was in the game that didn't match with the team's goal? And I think he found that perfect balance now. There's still times where he takes shots and it's like, but I'm gonna be honest with you, he's not taking a lot of those shots. He's swinging the ball around. He's playing defense. He's hustling. And that's something that when you have a guy who's only really cared about offense his entire career, and he comes into a series or in the playoffs, and you know, now that he's finally getting his minutes back, he understands his role, and his role is to just be an engine. He's not necessarily going to have a lot of those shots. He understands that he's not supposed to come in and take 5, 10 threes off the dribble. You know what I mean? He's swinging the ball. He's rotating. He's playing defense the right way. And honestly, you can tell he's happy. You know, a lot of times people sacrifice parts of their game and they just do it because they have to. Yeah. He's happy doing that. He's happy. This is a guy who's scored his whole career. That's what he's cared about. And right now he's saying, I don't really care about that. I want to be here with these guys. You know what I mean? We all know how close he is with Josh. And you know, that's what this team is filled with. This team is filled with a bunch of guys who've played with each other. Landry Shaman and Mikal Bridges, Josh and Jordan Clarkson, of course, Josh and Jalen Brunson and Mikal. These guys all have relationships built through playing and working through struggles. You know what I mean? And for him to come out of the slump that he was in and to earn the coach's trust once again to the point where he's playing consistent minutes and he's not necessarily a guy in there just looking for a shot all the time, it says a lot about, one, the coach, of course, but it says a lot about Jordan Clarkson and who he is and his maturity as a basketball player to be able to say, you know what, I need to change something to help this team. You know what I mean? I might not be getting minutes, but there's something that I can be doing better. And that's when you have a bunch of guys on the court, on your team, on your bench that are willing to give up parts of their game so that for the better good, you got a championship caliber team in your hands, man. And we're starting to see that.
Yeah. And one relationship you can't forget is Josh and Alvarado. You know,
Oh,
they
yes.
play together too. You know, so what I love about this team is like at the perfect time, including Jalen Brunson, including Karl Anthony Towns, egos have all been set aside. And everyone's saying, what can I actually do in this game to contribute? Like, what is needed? What is missing? What is someone else not doing? And I feel like Jordan Clarkson doesn't get enough credit for how flexible he's been. Like you said, his big thing has been scoring, but mostly his role has been being that facilitator and running an offense when Jalen Brunson is on the bench, trying to make sure that alongside of Shamet, they keep and actually extend the lead that's already there. You know, and so them two have worked really well together doing that, making sure that those Brunson minutes don't take a dip, which was always what we saw, especially last year. You know, was like Brunson sat, the lead went down, Brunson has to come back, and we have to get back up there. And we're not seeing that now. And that's a huge part of Jordan Clarkson, not just in like trying to score, but also doing what he has to do for his teammates and trying to find ways to contribute. And so a fun stat is that his usage rate among Knicks bench players is 22.8%. And so when he checks in, the offense immediately runs through him based off of that stat. Like they run the offense through him when Cat or Brunson are on the bench. And so that's great because we always said, can our bench score? Well, with Jordan Clarkson running the offense, yeah, they've proven they can because they've been incremental in these wins. And so this is a real cool stat that I want to point out. So in his career, where's that stat? Let me find it real quick. No, that's not it either. In his career, he has averaged 115 to, I think it was 124 defensive rating. Okay.
That's
so not good. Not good at all. In the playoffs, he has averaged 109.7 defensive rating.
That's pretty good.
Which shows massive growth in him as a player.
Yeah.
Like he started losing minutes in the regular season, if you remember, because of his defensive liability. He was actually scoring really well, but actually making it to where he hit a 2 and then cost us a 3 because he fouled someone on the bucket. Now he's got a 109.7 defensive rating, which is better than any numbers he's had historically as an NBA player. And you've got to give kudos to that. That is growth at one of the most important times that we need to see growth from him. So I'll throw it to Tony Tone real quick. Then we're going to bring John up for a little introduction into Kentucky Peerless, have our first pour with him, and then we can talk about the next few players. So what are you seeing, Tony Tone?
Yeah, and we still talking about
Clarkson. Yeah.
Clarkson. Yeah, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. So yes, what I like about Clarkson is he to me is, in case you have an emergency, you can crack the glass, and you have Jordan Clarkson. I mean, he's a sixth man of the year, former sixth man of the year, so he gets buckets. And to you guys' point from earlier, I did notice and noted previously that his defense has really improved on the Knicks. And I haven't looked at the stats, but just looking at his gameplay, I've seen that after that benching that Brown did early in the season, he came back what I feel like more fire and desire to play and to put his defensive mind and team first out there. So I do like what I see from Jordan Clarkson. It isn't flashy. However, he gives you what you need from the bench. And I think, he could really surprise in these finals, whether it be OKC or San Antonio. And the reason being, they're scouting for, the Knicks guards, the starting point guards, et cetera, et cetera. But then you have, again, a former sixth man of the year that is putting team first. He could explode in points. He can give you that pressure defense. He can give you literally whatever you need. So I really like Jordan Clarkson on the team, and I like how he has evolved throughout the season and what he's contributing throughout the playoffs.
You know, I think that's such a great, point that you made, because you finally get the spotlight, and you've always been a flashy player. You've always been a I got to get mine kind of player. And you're able to step back and say, I'm going to sacrifice who I've been my entire career because this means more. How many times have you seen in NBA history, like a player seemed to think that they were more important than the team or the growth of the franchise? Like, no shots taken here. One of the best players to ever, facilitate and have the ball in his hand is Allen Iverson. But case in point, when they're like, we need to practice, and he's like, practice? I don't practice. Like, he's not thinking about the rest of the team. Like, yes, you're Allen Iverson. You're one of the greatest point guards we've seen in our time. But maybe practice isn't about you needing to practice. Maybe it's about the rest of the guys that need you at practice so that they can be determined to practice and they can know how to be better because you're better. You not showing up to practice as the leader makes them have no clue where they're actually going because you're supposed to steer the ship. But instead of steering the ship, you're talking about how you don't need practice. So why do you go? And so a player like Clarkson to be like, hey, it's more important that me and my guys thrive as a unit than it is for me to get my bucket. How else can I contribute? He could be like, what you brought me here for. Yeah. You knew I was a scorer. But no, he's saying, came here as a scorer. I've been a liability defensively. I'm going to improve my defense and sacrifice my bucket making. Mm-hmm. That's a true veteran. That's someone who really cares about like being a veteran leadership presence and putting others before himself. And that's what makes this Knicks team so dangerous, is that has kind of been the MO for so many players in the last month of the season going into the playoffs. Is everyone saying, I can get mine in any given night, but let's get ours right now. And so I love to see that.
Another guy like that, you can elaborate a little bit more if you want to on that, is James Harden. Like, we just saw him do the exact opposite. You know what I mean? Yep. And to be looked at as a leader of that team, and they can't rely on you to be a leader. Like, just the other day, you see him, he's already at a strip club. Like, you guys just lost, dog. Like, what are you doing? Like, and if I'm in that locker room, I'm not showing him any respect. I'm sorry, I can't, and not on purpose. But if I wanted to win that bad, and I see you, the first thing you wanted to do the moment you step away from the team is go to a strip club, that's not somebody I want to put my trust in as a teammate.
Yeah, no, I agree. And the thing I will say, you said something earlier about like, injuries or whatever. Donovan Mitchell tried to spin this whole thing that James Harden wasn't healthy in the playoffs, and that James is such a high character player that he didn't even bring it up, and I'm like, basura, first of all. James Harden has been a flop in the playoffs his whole career. Don't start blaming it on anything but the fact that he probably was at a strip joint the night before the game. So let's just be real about it. Al, please send me that hat. I want to buy it right now. So shoot me a text. Okay. I'm going to buy it while we're on the air. But without further ado, before we go into the next player, I want to talk a little bit about this brand that I know and that I love. And I want to talk about them and their amazing products. Like I said, earlier in the season, I had my guy, John, and I don't say last names without them up here because there's always the possibility of messing it up. So I want to ask him how it's actually pronounced, because early in my Knicks Nightcap career and my Knicks content career, I would say something, with somebody's last name, and I'd be like, Vanansalo or whatever, and they'll be like, it's actually Vanansalo, and I'm like, okay, I feel like an idiot, so I'm not going to say his last name until he gets up because there's multiple ways that I've said it in my head. And I don't want to be the fool that says it wrong. And he comes up and he's like, "You're an idiot." So I'm excited though, because like I said earlier, Kentucky Peerless has become one of my favorite distilleries. There's a lot of distilleries that I like, but every once in a while I'll taste something and I'm like, "Oh, what? Why'd you guys put this out?" I've been drinking Kentucky Peerless for a very long time, and it's one of the few distilleries that I can say I've never popped a bottle of and been like, "This is not good." Like every single thing that I have drank of theirs is good, which makes me enjoy them even more, but hate them at the same time, because my wallet looks at another release and goes, "Ha ha, you idiot. You're going to spend money." And I'm like, "No." And my wife's like, "Don't you dare. I see that label show up way too much at our house." I'm like, "Sorry, wife." So without further ado, I want to bring up my guy, John from Kentucky Peerless, because they're absolutely incredible and I want to give them their shine. What up, John?
What up, man? How you doing?
I'm good, man. How are you?
I can't complain. Just sitting here, down here, having a couple pours, watching this OKC Spurs game.
What's the score right now?
50-58 Spurs.
Okay.
Minute left before that halftime.
So I know you've been watching, which makes me happy, because a lot of times in this whiskey industry, I'll be like, "We talk basketball," and they're like, "What's a basketball?" And I'm like, "Okay," and they're like, "Well, if you want to talk about horses or football, we can do that, but when it comes to basketball, we don't want to talk." And they're like, "We'll just send you some pours."
Well, I'll say here in Kentucky, it's definitely more about college than pro. You'll see a lot more pro football fans here than pro basketball, just because you're either blue or red here, man. Like there's no in between, right?
Yeah.
I mean, occasionally you have a couple fan base, but and down in it, you're either a UK or U of L fan here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you have any preference on who wins that series?
Man, it doesn't matter. Whoever wins is going to sweep the Knicks, probably. I'm just kidding.
Oh, God. No, he
All
didn't.
Right. So we had Kentucky Peerless
No, he
the
didn't.
episode. I don't know what happened to John's
Things
internet.
were going so good.
I will say, man, I hope the Knicks win it, man. I love Spike Lee. I love, I'll be in New York, in Brooklyn, Manhattan area, both the second week of June, man, for like 5 days. So excited to be there. But I'll say the thing about Kentucky is, man, we follow players, not necessarily teams, man. So, any Devin Booker,
Cat.
Cat, Anthony Davis, so I'm a mutt when it comes to basketball teams. Really, I love watching just a good game, man. I love seeing it go to 6-7 games, if all possible.
Yeah. So John, knowing your last name, tell me if I'm pronouncing this right after that last statement. I think it's John Douchebag. Is that what it is? John Douchebag?
Close. The W is silent. Yeah.
Is it, all right, no, for real. Is it Waddell or is it Waddle? What is it? Waddle. See, I was wrong both times.
I would have got it wrong. I would have got it wrong too. Yeah.
Here's the thing: everyone gets mad at me because, honestly, I think it's funny to never correct anybody, and then I love getting up and saying my name, I'm John Waddle, and this, and they're like, "Oh shit, I said it wrong." But honestly, no, no one. I mean, you're talking barely anyone ever gets it right because everyone's used to 2 D's, 1 L, not 1 D, 2 L's.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, that makes sense. So
makes sense.
John, I obviously know who you are and I know about the brand. But the reason I did this is similar to, how it is with the whiskey scene and finding very few people that actually pay attention to the NBA. It's also not the easiest thing to find NBA fans and, basketball fans, Knicks fans that know good whiskey. A lot of times it's simple Captain and Coke. It's, bottom tier Fireball and just nasty stuff. You go to any arena and it's just basura after basura, just trash everywhere. And so the reason I started this show was these are my 2 passions. I want to blend them. I want to educate the whiskey community and also the basketball community. So there's a lot of people when I bring a brand on, they're never heard of them, so let people know who you are and your role in Kentucky Peerless.
Yeah. So once again, my name is John Wadle. I'm one of the distillers there. I'm our head taster. I run our barrel program. A little bit of everything. But with that being said, we have a solid team there, right? Like it's not on just one person there. We have, about 5 of us that are distillers there. We got Nick batching. We got Gwen and Ellie that are our engineers and also distillers there. But I've been lucky enough to be with Kentucky Peerless since a little bit of late 2016, 2017 when I started there, man. So almost since the beginning there. Started off giving tours. At that point, we were still relatively small. No one knew us because, we don't source any product. So for 2 years, we did moonshine. We didn't buy anybody else's barrels or anything like that. Not that we're against that, but, Corky and Carson, we're family owned. So resurrecting the brand, we weren't going off a recipe, but Corky wanted to make sure that people knew that we made everything ourselves there. So, we did a little bit of moonshine, worked my way up from there. Product became ready in 2017. That's when our rye was coming out. And I was lucky enough at the master distiller, when we had one at the time, invited me in to taste some barrels. He's like, here, taste this. What do you taste? What do you taste here? What do you taste there? Gave him some notes, like right there on the spot. And he was like, I'm not kidding. He's like, perfect. You're coming back tomorrow. We're going to sit down and taste more barrels. Because at this point, we had over hundreds of barrels to go through to try to find. We had, we were launching our 2-year rye at $124, right? So we wanted to be on point with this. So, man, that was really, but I'm born and raised here in Louisville, Kentucky. From here, love it here. So I've always been around bourbon, was bartending at the time too. So, knew a little bit about that. So, man, it was like a dream come true to sit down and start tasting whiskey. Right now I was doing this, still giving tours and things like that. And was kind of just like setting up single barrel selections, cleaning them up after they were done with them, and just had a big interest, man. Was fortunate enough to never say no to anything they wanted to do, right? Like anything they asked, I was like, I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. And just kind of worked my way up from there, from doing distillation, working on doing the cooks, fermentation, working in the bottling room, mopping floors, rolling barrels, sweeping. We're family owned. There's only about 30 of us that work there.
Okay.
So I've been there, coming up almost on 10 years now, man. And just so glad to be a part of the ride, man, to be a part of something so big like that. And the Taylors having such a great family with Corky, he went from managing 2,000 employees, handling over $1 billion. He owned a financial service company, to selling that to a group in New York and retiring. And now he says, I have 30 employees and I get to wear blue jeans every day to work. Couldn't be happier. So yeah, just, love being a part of that. And like I said, just kind of immerse myself in a little bit of everything there.
That's awesome. So before Kentucky, was this your first experience working within a whiskey brand?
Yeah, 100%, man. It was one of those things, imagine someone coming to you and be like, hey, we're starting this cool bourbon company. We're family owned. We want you to come work for us, man. We think you'd be useful here. And you're like, okay. And then 10 years later, we're releasing a 10-year small batch. It's absolutely insane to think about how time flies in that situation until you're in the moment.
That's awesome. So before we go into a pour and then start talking a little more basketball, what was your intro into whiskey? How did you fall in love with the art of whiskey?
Well, it was when I was 5 years old. I'm just kidding. No, when I was younger.
I was about to say, hold on.
Yeah, he put his finger in the whiskey and put it on my tongue.
Well, it started there. Yeah, that could be a good point. But no, it's crazy. Literally, my first introduction with whiskey, and people laugh about this, was being kids. We had a big family. And when we got together for holidays, things like that. And obviously, this was before technically we were illegal to drink. But, it's just a cool story to think about. And I still think about to this day, because it's my family, my mom, my aunts, uncles, they all drank bourbon. That was just what we had. And the parents would sit around and play poker at these big family gatherings, right? And the kids would be the waiters. And that's back, if you remember the old school plastic cups that had the lines in them, and you could get art on the front of them or whatnot, patches in them. This is how the parents would call you over. They'd be like, all right, this much ice. And they would point to the line, that much whiskey, that much 7-Up. They drink highballs. And as a kid, you start drinking it. You're like, oh man, this isn't bad. This is actually pretty good. And, you go and take your cocktails. But yeah, just being around that, your whole life, growing up around distilleries, doing distillery tours with your parents when you were kids, and kind of seeing it. And like I said, I was a bartender here for some time, so I'm not a fancy bartender. I always tell people I was slinging beer and shots, like it was, buttery nipples, things like that. It wasn't crafting these cocktails you see today, man. So it was a little bit different experience. But like I said, always knew about bourbon, and truly, it's crazy to think about the price changes from, when I was in high school, think about this, or college. The big bourbon at the time, if you showed up at the party with this bottle, you were the big man on campus. That was Maker's Mark, right? You come with a fifth of Maker's, that was expensive back then. That was $50, $60, right? That people were spending on bourbon. That was considered like, oh man. And you still took shots with it. You weren't sipping it, right? You were mixing it, making drinks. So it's crazy to think about that too, just the shift in how bourbon has come about.
Yeah, that's crazy. What?
Young age here, man. Young age, right? You're around it. You learn to respect it, and it was never, because whenever we drank to get drunk back then, it was vodka, cheap stuff, right? Like but when you had bourbon at some point, young, what age, your parents gave it to you, your relatives gave it to you, like on a rocks or neat, like just try that,
You start growing up and realize there's a craft to it,
Yeah.
You know what's really funny? I was laughing because you said the whole buttery nipple thing. So that's like one of my like guilty, like just sweet fun drinks. I haven't had one since me and my wife went on a cruise with some friends like 13 years ago. So me and Al are at our watch party the other day for Game 4 of the Eastern Conference Finals. And my wife orders something and she laughs. And I'm like, what are you laughing about? She's like, I ordered you something. And so the bartender came and she brought me a buttery nipple. And I started like cracking up because I hadn't had one of those in like 13 years. And I'm here and I'm just like, are you serious? Like, that's the one drink that like, it's so sweet and delicious, but it's so awkward to order anytime like you have a female waitress that you've never like met before. And you're like, oh, let me get the, like I don't want to say it.
You make buttery nipples? Yeah. But it is. It's a good drink. But I also say it's good, man. After you drink so much barrel proof and you take these drinks, you're like, man, I can drink 20 of these now and be fine. Like compared to like sipping on some good bourbon or spirits.
Exactly. So awesome. So we tasted the double oak bourbon, which was insane. Like I've seriously never had a double oak bourbon that tasted like spicy food, cocoa, leather, and burnt sugar sweetness all at the same time. Like, and I've tasted so many double oak whiskeys. And that one, I've had your guys' double oak rye, which we're going to have now, but not the double oak bourbon. That one surprised the living daylights out of me. Like how much spice was on there for a bourbon.
Double oaks, man. I always like, and that's my own little fight. I always like to say they're the Bob Rosses of the distillery. They were happy accidents, right? Like, I think it's a mixture too of when you take all the great components and the right components and put them together, right? Like strictly sweet mash, man. I think there's just something different about sweet mash whiskey versus sour mash. Obviously, you take Kelvin Cooperage into play. They don't use any gas, infrared inside their barrels. It's all natural heat they use, all the leftover oak, low barrel entry proof, and no water added, right? Like no chill filtration, no charcoal, man. And the fact that we put it in 2 brand new charred oak barrels, and we don't have like a certain amount of time period, right? There's really no, and you can take this for good or bad, right? But we're a craft distillery, man. We're allowed to be a little different. So we don't really have a set process to it too, right? They could be double oak for a year, 2, 3, like it's just whenever we want to blend them and put them together. And like Nick Klee, he helps with and does he does the batching down there, right?
Okay.
Like when we're tasting through barrels and we're looking to put barrels in the batches, it's how can we put the best barrels in here? Like what's the most unique one we can find? And like we just got done putting together a double oak rye small batch today, and it was only a 10 barrel batch. It was super fun to do that few barrels to it.
That's awesome. I love that. Like to me, that double oaked was so different. Like, and I learned something the other day that all my years in the industry, I did not know that you guys all can only call it double oak and not double oaked, that without being hit with a John Foreman lawsuit. So I just learned that for the first time, with one of our recent guests. So that was pretty cool. But
it's funny to see all the different people. They'll put like aged in wood or aged in oak, like the different terminology that people use for it.
Yeah. And it's crazy because it's like I feel like there are so many brands that have gotten away with it, that do put double oaked and haven't faced anything. And then there's a few brands that have gotten hit with the George Foreman, like knock on the door, like surrender, or die, like we got more money than you. And so like, I didn't know that was a thing till recently. So let's have this pour and let's see what you think.
This is the double oak rye that you're sipping on.
Rye.
The rye. Okay.
So it's 110 proof. Smells absolutely delicious. It's crazy. Like ryes are typically the more spicy one. This one smells sweeter than the bourbon did.
I
so
feel like I need.
No, go ahead.
I wanted to ask maybe like a newbie kind of question. Can you talk to me about the difference between sour mash and sweet mash?
Yeah. I mean, the easiest way is I always like to explain it, man. Sour mash basically is think like sourdough bread. You're always going to have a starter. So after distillation, you get your alcohol, those leftover water and grains. They'll take a percentage of that and then maybe put it back in their cooker and start their next cook, another cook with it, right? And then add their water and grains. Whereas sweet mash, we start from scratch, right? It's basically, starting your first piece of bread every time, right? Fresh water, fresh grains, first generation yeast every time. So you're gonna spend a little bit more by using fresh grains, fresh water, but nothing crazy. But the real reason is just sanitation, right? That's really the big difference. In between every fermentation, distillation, things like that, we have to clean everything out. We have these big tarps will cover everything up. Use medical grade stainless steel, and you got to heat it up, 220 degrees for like 30 minutes, because the key is killing any leftover yeast, bacteria, anything that can kind of contaminate the next one that you're putting in there. But also, I'd say, with sour mash, you're really tasting history, right? Like you're tasting, generations of whiskey. Whereas sweet mash, we're a little bit riskier, right? Because we're letting you taste present day. You're tasting every different fermentation cook that we do. So, it's tougher to be a little bit more consistent that way. But with the setup and stuff we have now, we can really monitor and regulate those temperatures that we're fermenting, what proof are coming off the still. Because we do such small production, 10 to 12 barrels a day, we taste our still every 30 minutes. They keep a very consistent flavor profile. So you're tasting at the beginning, middle, and end of every single barrel that we're making that day as well.
Sweet. Thank you for that explanation. That was
yeah. Sorry, not to go too. Yeah, I know it kind of went off.
I love to geek out. I love to geek out on whiskey, so I'm perfect. So.
I love it. All right, let's give a little pour of this and then talk a little bit of Knicks and make John have to deal with Knicks talk since he talked trash.
Not to brag, but this just won double platinum at the Ascot Awards with the Fred Minnick Awards that he does, man. And almost everyone at the distillery, when you come in, you're going to tell them this is your favorite pour here. But you were mentioning about it being sweeter. It's because we use a very low rye mash bill. Most of the ryes that I really like are 95.5, 100, where this is going to sit still in that 50 range. Maybe even like, we don't release our mash bill, so I always like to be very vague. High 50s, maybe low 60s, right around in there is what we use in this with corn and malt. So it's definitely what I like to call a bourbon drinker's rye or, just a Kentucky style rye, maybe.
This is sweet.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. That's good. That is dang good. Yeah. And this batch is different than the last one I had. This is really good.
Wow.
Yeah, they're fun. Each and every batch has their own identity. We always like the quality's there. They may taste a little bit different, but, when we do our batching, we don't keep a retainer, right? Like we don't have some of the previous batch left over that we just add barrels to. We start fresh every time.
Yo, this is amazing. I love this.
Mm.
I'm going for
getting some-
That
I'm gonna
is
throw,
sweet.
I'm
That's
gonna
not,
throw it
that,
to you, Al.
this was definitely spicier than the bourbon. We get
Really?
those, those rye spices, obviously. Um, I get a taste of like sweet grass, and I smell that too on the like on the nose. Those are the like how ryes have that little bit more like that that minty or like earthy kind of taste. I'm not getting mint, but it's like grassy, like a sweet grass. Maybe it's a sweet mint. Let me taste it again. But that was the most prominent note that I got.
Yeah, I can see like one of those like really thin Andes mint you get from like those nice steakhouses, right? Your Buckheads, whatever you go to, the green wrapper.
There's a little chocolate in there too.
Yep.
Yep.
You know what's crazy is I've had 3 pours of it, and each time it's tasted different.
Well, I say with these double oaks too, when they open up, I mean, it's like a wave that comes to you from start to finish. From the time you pour that till you finish the glass, I feel like it changes the whole way.
it's it's weird. It's not as spicy. So Al, you said that it's a lot more spicier than a bourbon. I don't really taste too much spice as I would expect with the rye.
I felt like I tasted more spice on
with the bourbon.
On the
Yeah,
bourbon? Really?
right. And it's weird. So my wife used to tell me all the time about when her and her grandmother used to they used to eat like KFC or Popeyes. You get those biscuits with it. Because one time we did that, we got some biscuits, and she was like, "You got to try this with molasses." And I'm like, "What? Like a biscuit with molasses?" But I feel like I'm tasting a little bit of that.
Yeah,
biscuit with molasses.
Yeah,
it's kind of weird. Like I can taste the biscuit with it. It's almost weird, but
That's
I guess
crazy.
that's because that's the last time that I've had the molasses.
I'm curious, molasses. I bet that'd be good. I always do honey, but molasses makes sense once you say it. Now are you at Popeyes or KFC? Because that's a big difference, though.
I see. Now I'm more man. So I'm a city kid from Harlem. Shout out to you, Al. And I grew up on Popeyes. So I was really, really big on Popeyes. Eventually, as I grew older, when I moved upstate, there wasn't any Popeyes. It was just KFC. So I adapted to the KFC of it. So at this point, I don't have a pick between the two. It depends on what's closer. I
have an opinion. Popeyes has better chicken. Let's be real.
Mm-hmm.
But the biscuits. There's not a day in my life that if someone brings me a fresh, just delivered KFC biscuit, I'm gonna say no. Like I'm right now, like for the last 6 months of my life, I've been carnivore, and I only have like a cheat day. If it's like a watch party or like my kids are doing something special, like they had their end of season basketball game, or we're going to Universal for my birthday, those are cheat days. But no one's knocked on my door on a non-cheat day and said, I got this bag of 6 Kentucky Fried Chicken biscuits, because then that becomes a cheat day.
Yeah.
Automatically. All right? So
I could be dying of thirst and I will try to eat a Popeyes biscuit. It's superior, bro. Like it's just I could be full as hell and someone says I got these 3, I'm gonna try to shove them down my throat, dude. I don't know what they put in those things, man, but I can eat those all day, every day. The Popeyes.
I love their biscuits, man. I love
all right. So before we go into Knicks talks, this to me is crazy. Like this double oaked rye, because I definitely get that mint at the end. But it's like at the end, it's like freshness at the end. It's like, where did that come from? Like it just snuck up and punched me in the face. But before that, what I'm getting is, it's kind of weird. But I'm getting this like crap. It's kind of like
you lost it, you gotta get it back.
Yeah, so I'm getting this like sweet and smoky, like a little bit of zest, like orange zest, a a little bit of ginger in there as well. And like, it's just crazy because I feel like what I'm getting is kind of like if I was to go somewhere and order a root beer float, like with some vanilla ice cream and mint on top. Like, I feel like this is a root beer float with mint and a little bit of like spice and a little bit of orange zest. Like, that's what I'm getting at this. Like, this is
There's a
crazy.
little bit of that orange. I did get a little bit of that orange.
Yeah. And so I feel like that's just like an accent. It's crazy.
You'd be good at helping us name barrels, man. That's the best part down there at the distillery. But yeah, we only do 20 barrel picks of this a year out in the market. So it's a very low quantity because we try not to go over the limit. That would make more sense to do another small batch of it a year.
Yeah.
So that's why we don't do double oak bourbon anymore, because that was just nuts. Everyone, that's all they wanted was double oak bourbon barrel pick. So we do about 20 of the double oak prime, man. They're fantastic. It's always just a good solid pour.
I love it. And so my guy Sky showed up. He said, "What you sipping?" So right now we are chilling with my guy John Waddell.
God brothers, that's my God brother. Shout out, bro.
Yeah. So we are drinking Kentucky Peerless Bourbon. If you have not tried Kentucky Peerless Bourbon and you're in the chat, please do yourself a favor. Head on over. Like I said earlier in the thing, I drink a lot of whiskey. Not because I'm an alcoholic, but because I'm a content creator, and that's what I do. I work with a lot of whiskey brands. But there's certain brands where I get the opportunity to work with them, and I kind of fangirl a little bit inside, and that's this brand right here. Matter of fact, in the last few years, there's maybe 5 to 6 bottles that have broken my heart that I've missed. And one of them was I made a commitment to my wife. We were trying to sell our townhome. So I was like, listen, I'm going to go to Kentucky Bourbon Festival, but I'm not going to buy anything for me. I'm going to pick up one bottle for a friend of mine. That's my best friend. But I promise that I'm not going to have anything.
So you lied?
No, I kept my word. But I wish I lied. The first time in 16 years of marriage, I wish I lied, because you guys put out a orange wafer release for just Kentucky Bourbon Festival and Distillery that week only. And these guys know my favorite drink and snack growing up was an orange creamsicle. And I was
we have a barrel called that too. You missed.
Well, I hate you then. And so I didn't purchase it. I even went to the distillery 2 days after and was battling while my wife was with the kids. I was like, do I go back on my word about buying something? No, don't do it. Don't do it. I'm in the distillery store fighting myself, and I didn't do it. I've spent every single day since Kentucky Bourbon Festival putting bottles online for trade for that, and I have not found one bottle of it anywhere.
That's crazy.
That's your favorite.
That's crazy.
You like orange, right?
Yeah,
he likes orange creamsicle.
I got an orange glazed scone coming out here in about a week. I'll keep you in mind, man. I gotta
do. Seriously, orange in a bourbon or a rye is seriously the way to my heart. I seriously would put a Willet Purple Top up for one of those two that I talked about earlier, because I want those bottles so bad. But I haven't found them.
And Phil's birthday is on June 1st, by the way. Just
throwing
that out there.
Monday. Yeah.
When's your birthday?
June
Monday.
1st.
Monday, yeah.
Monday? Okay. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you one thing. I can give you a list of the single barrels we have coming down the pipeline if you like.
Yes, that would be amazing.
Are you ready? It's kind of a list, man. I don't know. So we have a double oak bourbon coming out called Chocolate Raspberry Lava Cake. Be coming out right next couple weeks.
Oh, God.
We have Maple Blueberry Crumble, Mango Daiquiri, Bubblegum Fizz.
Bubblegum. I love that note.
Cinnamon Raisin Fritters. I got a vanilla malted cream milkshake. black
Wow.
walnut and cherry strudel,
Ooh.
cream cheese cinnamon rolls, strawberry jam. One of my personal favorites. I'll have to figure out when we're gonna put this one out. It's called Carolina style barbecue. Fantastic.
Oh.
Yeah. It's a.
My mom lives in Carolina. There's a difference. Apollo.
So do I. So do I.
There's a difference. There's a difference for sure.
Yeah. So I mean, it's cool, man. You know, we love having fun, man. We'll go through taste barrels. Go ahead and throw some names on them because we like having stuff readily available within our gift shop.
Yeah. Well, send me that list. I'll let you know which ones appeal to me. Whatever birthday you want to send to me, I'll take, John. I appreciate it.
By the way, yeah, that's
promise,
the one.
Man, I'm gonna try, man. I'm gonna try.
That's the one I want.
Hold
I'm
on.
gonna try.
That's the 10-year, man. That's the 10-year.
Right
yeah,
now?
that's the 10-year.
Oh wow.
Oh,
You know what's
my heart
crazy? The one, which one did we have last time? Was it the mulberry jam?
Yeah, that was fire.
I
It was so
love that
That
one.
was
man.
crazy.
Is that your flavor profile?
I love the mulberry jam, man.
Okay,
That was
okay.
I was just sipping some of it last night, man.
It's
I
so
love
I
it.
can hold that one. Have y'all been to have any of y'all been to Peerless? Besides,
Yeah.
I need to go to Kentucky, man.
Yeah,
I
I
really
need
want
to
to
go.
go.
What I want to do, what I'm trying to do, I'm hoping we get the funds. I want to take these two guys and go pick a few barrels for the Knicks Nightcap sometime this summer. That's what I'm hoping for, is to be able to figure out how to do that. And so that's what I'm currently in the process of working through.
we'll talk. We'll talk, man. We'll see if we can't work something out, man. Figure out a way to make that happen. Maybe if y'all want to come to us too. Yeah.
Definitely.
We'd love to, man. Yeah.
You guys are top priority, that's for sure. So shout out to Tony. Tony had to leave for the night, so we appreciate Tony for being here.
And real quick, sorry, you're all from South Carolina. You said, is that where y'all live?
No,
He's in North
I'm in Charlotte. Yeah, I'm in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Charlotte.
I'm
okay.
in Florida right now, and so is Al.
Okay.
Yeah.
North Carolina, man, they're a good state. I was gonna say that Southern. I can point you in the right direction if anybody does barrel picks, but North Carolina, controlled state. They still do a great job, man, picking for the counties.
When it comes to whiskey, I hate North Carolina.
My mom lives in Columbia, so I travel back and forth between the two states anyway. So just whatever you got, just let me know, man. I'll make the trip.
All right, and where you say y'all were at, Phil?
We're in Florida.
Florida, where?
Tampa.
All right. Yeah, I got some man, dude. I've had some wild time. They're a good group. The Tampa Bay Bourbon Boys. Them up.
Those are my guys.
Barrel picks with them. Yeah, dude. Nick's the man for those guys.
Yes, he is.
Barsha down in St. Pete. You got
Barsha's
Lukens,
incredible.
Gaspers. Yeah, they're awesome.
Yeah,
we did our game 2 watch party at Gaspar's.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Dude, that's an awesome place, man.
Yeah, it is. It is.
So, all right. So we're going to talk a little bit of Knicks, and then we're going to go into, what do you think we should go into next? Either burnt ends or wild berries.
All right, so I know Apollo's he's I think he'll like more of the wild berry because it's kind of that mulberry jam.
Yeah.
So let's go with the burnt cola ends first, man. That one's good because it's a rye whiskey, but we chose to put bourbon cola burnt ends on there.
Okay.
But it's still it's a fantastic pour. It's what we have available right now. It just got released out of the shop.
Nice.
Awesome. All right. So before we go into this pour, I want to throw it to you, Al, on Jose Alvarado. This is a guy that his numbers and his actual contribution look completely different. So what are your thoughts on Jose Alvarado this playoff series?
I want to approach it from the entire run so far, because this is another guy that started off not in the rotation, right? Like they started off with the rotation being Shamet, the bench rotation being Shamet, Deuce, and Clarkson as the guards off the bench. And we quickly found out that those guys couldn't really handle the point guard duties, bringing up the ball, setting up the offense. And so we pivoted to Alvarado, and he answered the bell. Right? He completely answered the bell. He helped turn around that Atlanta series, in my opinion. He was one of the key reasons that we turned it around. And then since then, he's done a lot of the same, man. He hit a 3 in every single game in the Sixers series. And one of the things that is his biggest knock is his ability to shoot, right? The other is his height, but he's always going to come in and be a spark plug. He's going to run the offense. He's going to be a lightning bolt. He plays fast the way Mike Brown wants to play fast. And he always gets you in advantageous positions on offense because he goes so fast, right? The defense doesn't get set. He's always getting dimes. He's catching and ones at the rim because he's a New York City point guard. No one's taking his cookies. Those are all the things that make him great. The other thing that really makes him great as well is that he plays so well with Cat. His pick and roll with Cat is excellent. And in a lot of the games where, for whatever reason, Cat isn't getting touches or he isn't getting going, a lot of times it's Alvarado that can get him going. So another role player that has really owned his role, embraced his role, doesn't complain about how many minutes he gets, and all he cares about is winning. My favorite clip of him was after we won Game 4. They asked him, "Did you think you were going to be playing in June when you started the season in New Orleans?" And he was like, "Nope." He just answered it so quickly. He was like, "Nope." He's just so happy to be here.
Yeah.
And he's ready to do whatever he needs to do to get us a W. And you can tell by the way he plays like if he has his hair on fire every time. And that's, as a New York City guy, you cheer for him because he's from New York, but you cheer for him because he's giving you all he got, and you don't have to second guess that ever when he's on the floor.
Yeah. What's crazy is we talked about earlier, Shamet being willing to have less minutes, do this, that, and whatever for the benefit of the team. Jose's one of those guys where the way that he plays as if he was a starter. No matter if he gets 5 minutes, 12 minutes, 20 minutes, he plays with the dedication and commitment of a starter in all of those minutes. That's what he does. And so looking at the fact that yes, he may not have a lot of minutes, but when he's out there, he's shooting 41% from the field, from three. Yeah. So when he shoots up a three, he's shooting it confidently and he's shooting it well. He's one of our best 3-point shooters in the series, over the last 2 series. But he just doesn't get a ton of minutes. But when he does, it's effective. And one thing people don't realize is that his full court pressure has caused teams to burn out a lot quicker than they would normally. As soon as that ball comes in, they have to dribble, they have to shimmy, they have to shake, they have to pass way more than they normally do. Because Jose Alvarado, from the minute the ball touches the ground until that shot is taken, is on them like the white on rice. That is what Jose does well. Is he wears you down. It's frustrating to have Jose Alvarado on you, which is a good pendulum swing from Jalen Brunson. Jalen hasn't played bad defensively, but he's not a defensive dog, So when these guys come in and they have to go up against Jose Alvarado, he is making them earn every single thing that they do, and it wears them out. And so I'm thankful for that, because by the time Brunson comes back in, he's already made such an impact on the game. So what is your thoughts, Apollo?
The thing about Jose, so what everyone knew, he got the name GTA because of his signature steal. He'll wait by the corner and he'll sneak up behind you and steal. We haven't really seen much of that.
Yeah.
And I think he sacrificed that by just playing straight up defense. I think there's a reason for it. And it's his energy, man. It's infectious. Even when he's not shooting great, he just has the correct energy every single time he's on the floor.
Yeah.
It's almost as if they look to him for that every single time. And it's really good to see someone who he's from Brooklyn. Of course, he's from New York. And to be able to bring, and you saw the emotion when they were raising the trophy. There's a clip of him. He gives Jalen Brunson a dap, and then he just starts like rubbing his eyes, and he immediately starts to get emotional because, like you mentioned, man, the dude was in New Orleans with a guy who valued food more than his NBA career. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Zion did, right. Zion did not really care about being much of a leader. You know what I mean? And that's just from afar. From afar, I might be completely wrong, so take that with a grain of salt. But from afar, that's what it looks like. So for him to be able to, in 1 year, within a span of what, 2 to 3 months, go from New Orleans and in a losing environment to being in New York with your family, helping this team get to a finals run. That's just something that, you know, kids dream of, especially a New York kid who's been you know, undersized and underappreciated for most of his career as a basketball player. For him to be able to bring that kind of energy to this team, and he's not just a guy on the team. He's very important to this franchise, man. You know what I mean? So for him to be able to come from where he was to where he is now, and to just deliver night after night in that locker room, whatever guys need, you see the pictures they're taking of him after, he's just smiling. Like, he's just so happy to be here. And you need a guy like that who's willing to throw it all on the floor and just to be just that rock for you in times of need, and to, you know, lock up guys. It doesn't matter who he's guarding. Like, he's they're 5'8", and he's out there locking guys up. You know what I mean? And you just gotta appreciate everything that he brings to this team, man. So the moment we signed him, I knew he wasn't gonna. It wasn't like he's gonna drop 20 points for us. It wasn't even like that. I just wanted that kind of energy, because you need a bunch of selfless guys who will sacrifice a whole lot just to be a great role player for this team, and that's what he's doing.
Yeah, the great thing about him is, like, when you have a player that all he cares about is winning and not about making himself known, it makes it really hard, because there's nothing he won't do.
Yep.
Like, sometimes when, like, you are so focused on your own persona, your own accolades and everything like that, there's certain things that you're not going to sacrifice.
Right.
Jose's like, if I'm out there for 42 seconds of the game, they're going to be the most impactful 42 minutes of the game possible. Yep. You know, and that's what I love about Jose. So before we go into the next pour, because I know Apollo's probably got to go in probably like 15 minutes or so for work or whatever, and I want to get through these two pours. Let's talk about Mike Brown real quick, okay? And then we'll go through the rest of the players. So the reason I want to talk about Mike Brown is because there's been so many people like Ra who, you know, are not full-on Mike Brown supporters. And when he gives a compliment, it comes with like a bitter like side comment, you know, and I'm like, no, bro, like, praise needs to be given where it's due. And so the reason I want to take a minute to talk about Mike Brown.
Was that me? Okay.
Yeah, the reason I want to take a minute to go to Mike Brown is we can give praise to a lot of these players, but it takes a lot to lead, especially when you come into a situation where the main two players are already established as the non-negotiables before you ever got there. You know, like, Cat already had an identity. Jalen already had an identity. They were already praised and loved by New York. And Mike Brown came in and said, but I want to do things different. Like, regardless of the praise and accolades you've gotten, I want to do things different. And my whole thing with Mike Brown is that not only did it take a lot for him to lead, but it took a lot to get these guys to be willing to follow. And in these interviews, you see guys like Mikal Bridges talk about Mike runs a tight ship, and this is how he wants things done. And we're doing it.
Yeah.
We've seen it come to fruition because our guys have finally bought in to the team mindset that Mike Brown has always had. So what are your guys' thoughts on Mike Brown coaching so far? And then we'll go into the next pour. What are your thoughts, Apollo?
Man, it's
I think John's got something too, so we'll go to him too.
No, I just had a small comment. I say Knicks fans are like UK fans. You are highly demanding when it comes to coaching and basketball.
This is true.
Right?
This
Like,
is true.
I will say that's one thing we have in common, man. Like, you're like, hey, we have a reputation. We need good coaches here. I mean, you could look at kind of like the coach we have right now, right? Like, we're very skeptical, but no, that's all I just want to say. I always like to say, man, yeah, Knicks fans are kind of like UK basketball fans.
No,
they
I
demand greatness at all time, man.
When Mike Brown got the job, the moment it was announced, it was finals or fire him. That's all you saw on Twitter. Was he either takes us to the finals or we fire him? And I was just like,
went to the finals in the first season too. You know what I mean? You can't.
Yeah. I mean, so the thing about Mike Brown for me is, like, I mentioned earlier, hopefully he's the Steve Kerr of, the upgrade from Mark Jackson to Steve Kerr kind of thing. But the thing about Mike Brown that I appreciate from the moment that I heard that we signed him is that he absolutely is a very approachable coach. And I think that's probably one of the biggest traits to have as a coach is to be approachable. If your guys don't feel like they can talk to you, if they don't feel like they can bring something to you and you'll listen, you're probably not going to get too much out of them. And I feel like that's kind of what we got last year, and years before. Unfortunately, Tibbs just there was just so much about him not necessarily listening to certain guys behind the scenes. But with Mike Brown, he's very selfless. We spoke all season about he started the season off with a very fast pace, and he wanted this many passes, and he wanted this much pace, and how we wanted to run and get up and down the court. And slowly it changed. And to us, we're sitting here like, what are you doing? Well, why are you allowing this to happen? Everything was working well. But what he was doing was adapting to what he had and what these guys were saying. Yeah. It wasn't just, these guys can't do it, so I'm going to change it. It's these guys are giving me input on how they can do this better and how they can do this better. And you heard the Matt Barnes of the world and a lot of these guys saying that he wasn't going to be able to help this team get to whatever mountaintop they're supposed to get to. But you're just looking at how he really cares about these guys. You don't see him yelling and screaming at guys. He's listening to these guys. He's talking to these guys. He's explaining exactly what he needs mid-game. You're seeing his in-game adjustments. That's the biggest thing for me. Watching how we lost to the Pacers last year in the Eastern Conference Finals because of the lack of adjustments. That's all I asked Tibbs to do. We saw certain lineups that worked better. He didn't care. He was stubborn. I'm going to stick with this. This is what I want to do. And, for Mike Brown to come in and to just be approachable, just be approachable, allowing these guys to give him input, just like after Kat said after certain games earlier in the playoff series. I mean, in the playoffs, he brings certain things Kat brings certain things to Mike Brown, and Mike Brown's like, you know what? Let's try that. Let's do it. You know what I mean? And that's, to me, a sign of a guy who wants to win whatever way he can. Not my way, the team's way. And I think that's very, very, very important because you don't get to this. Last year, I don't care what anyone says, we didn't lose because of personnel. We lost because we were outcoached. That is just simply how it was. We were outcoached by Rick Carlisle. Got to hand it to him because he was willing to make adjustments on the fly. And that's what we're seeing. Even in game one of this series, we're down 22. Even that entire game, I'm watching Mike Brown throw out different defensive assignments, different defensive schemes, different offensive assignments and offensive schemes in the game, like mid-game. And that's all I ask Tibbs to do, man. I just want to see you give us something different. I don't want to see a game-to-game adjustment. Let's not squander this opportunity to win this game right here. You know what I mean? And that's something that you're seeing a lot from Mike Brown, and he listens to his guys. You see him letting Chris Gent give these guys something when he has an idea. And he's like, listen, you take the clipboard, you sit down and you talk to the guys, and he stands at the outside of the huddle. That's a sign of someone who is selfless and they're willing to sacrifice just like the rest of the team. It's not just the players that have to sacrifice, man. He sacrificed a lot. He came in here with an idea. You know, when they interviewed him, he did his job at his due diligence in studying what I can bring to this team with the personnel that we have.
Yeah.
And he was willing to scrap all of that and throw it out the window, man. Because, you know, if I know as a coach, if I'm a coach, if I have a scheme that I want you guys to run, and I come in here and I know you guys went to the Eastern Conference Finals last year, and I come in here and you guys aren't playing up to par, I'm the problem. Not you. It's me. I got to change. And that's exactly what he did. And, you know, a lot of guys are calling for his head before a long time this season. You know what I mean? A lot of people are like, I'm sick of it. I don't like the way the offense looks. I personally do think there was some of it was him hiding some things for the playoffs so that didn't know how to game plan for them. Because he's just exposing new things, a new playbook almost every single time he's out in the court. It's kind of ridiculous. But just shout out to Mike Brown for being able to be adaptable and flexible to what the team needs, because we knew how Cat was looking towards how he looks now. It's two different players. It's two completely different players, and you got to give Coach Mike Brown the credit for that, man.
Yeah. You know what? One thing I want to point out, and I'm not trying to take a stab at my guy, Ra. I love Ra. He's awesome. But one thing he doesn't want to give Mike praise for is him involving other people, like other coaching staff, other players' opinions. He wants to give them that credit.
Mm-hmm.
But at the end of the day, a good leader listens to the people that he's got. You know, at the end of the day, you know, John was talking about how Kentucky Peerless is not just him. There's a bunch of distillers. They work together and they have an actual team and they listen to each other. They don't just say, oh, no, you like this, but I like this. So that's all that matters. Like, they actually listen to each other, which makes them put out some of the best whiskey that's out there. And so the same thing with the team is like, at the end of the day, you can praise the player. You can praise the guy that Mike Brown allowed to speak into the situation. But at the end of the day, they're only given that privilege to speak into the situation because Mike Brown, as a coach, says, I'm better as a coach with these people on my team. And to me, that makes me want to give the coach himself praise, because at the end of the day, he's utilized the people that are there. You look so many times when Johnny Bryant was with the Knicks, there were times where Tibbs let him speak into his ear. But when Bryant wasn't there, Tibbs wasn't listening to anybody. Like, there was no one that Tibbs listened to. And it cost us so much. And at the end of the day, listening to somebody that you brought onto your staff shows that you made the right decision in bringing them onto your staff in the first place. And that makes me go, hats off to the coach, because he knew the people that he was bringing in, and you got to give him praise. Al, I'll go to you, and then we'll go to the next four.
I just wanted to shout out Leon Rose for picking Mike Brown. I think, you know, maybe he wasn't our top choice, but he was definitely a qualified choice, right? He was a qualified interview applicant, right? If you look at his resume, okay, he has a crazy resume. He was handpicked by Popovich to excuse me, to join the Spurs coaching staff and won a title in 2003. He helped the Pacers get to the Eastern Conference Finals in 2004. He took LeBron and the Cavs to the finals. He won Coach of the Year when he was in Cleveland. He was an assistant with the Warriors, where he won 3 titles, including a 12-0 run as the head coach in the 2016 playoffs because Kerr was out for health reasons. So as head coach of the Warriors, he took them to a 12-0 playoff run. Okay, so this what he's doing with the Knicks is not even new.
Right.
It's not even new to him. This is regular to him.
Yeah.
You know, so then he went to the Kings and revived we were dysfunctional. The Kings might be the most dysfunctional organization in all of sports. Okay. He took them to their first playoffs in 17 years and won Coach of the Year again. Okay. And then now he's doing this with us, which is no easy feat. Okay. We have two anchors that are very big defensive liabilities, and he's turned one of them into actually a really good defensive player because Cat's been playing great. And then he's turned Brunson into a net even defensive player. Like he's not as big a liability anymore. Like they're holding their own on defense, and we're playing great defense. So the guy was super qualified. His knock was always that he never won a championship. And this is the thing, like people are so stuck on like how many championships have they won? Like, dude, just because you haven't won a championship doesn't mean that you haven't taken lessons from all these different stops. That look at the people that he worked under. Like he worked for Kerr, for Popovich, like he coached LeBron, he coached Kobe, he coached Durant. Like all of those things like have prepared him for this moment.
Yeah.
Okay, so like without those moments, without those losses, without those L's that you said made him unqualified to come here, without those moments, he doesn't arrive here and live up to this moment. Like that is what made him built him up for this. So I always knew from the beginning, I said, look, just because he hasn't won doesn't mean that he can't win. I want to see if he's learned from his past mistakes or whatever. And it looks like he has, man. He's been coaching his behind off. Is that like he's a straight up A+ in the playoffs? A+.
Yep. So to my girl Nixon, she said, y'all think Coach held out till playoffs because this isn't what we saw in the regular season. I think yes and no. I think like you don't show all your cards until the game is really on the line. But also when you come in so late in the game and you barely have time to really get your team to buy in, I think it takes time. At the end of the day, Jalen Brunson didn't fully buy into Mike Brown's system till later in the season. Cat did not fully buy in to to Mike Brown's system till later on in the season.
Yeah.
The only one who I believe, even though he wasn't performing well, truly bought into the system was Mikal and Miles McBride. They both spoke highly of what Mike Brown was trying to do early in the season. And they both made comments about having to sacrifice, individuality in order for them to execute it. And I think it took time for those guys to sacrifice their individual identities as basketball players to play in this sacrificial system of Mike Brown. And once those guys did, we start to see it come to fruition. So I don't think that it was Mike Brown fully holding all of his cards. I think it was the cards were there, but players on the team weren't fully bought in until they realized that their pride cost them very important games in the season. And then when they sacrificed their pride at the end of the season, we saw it start to come to fruition. And I think when they saw that it was productive, they fully bought in and said, this is the way we need to go in the playoffs. Because when Rick Brunson told Mike Brown, hey, let's run the offense through Cat, and he did it, and we saw how beautiful it worked out, I think Jalen Brunson even bought in at that moment. Like, hey, this is going to make all of our lives easier. So I think it's like a yes and no. Like Mike Brown knew that he had more to offer, but he couldn't offer that until everyone was fully bought in. And luckily for us, they bought in before the regular season completely ended. We saw that shift in the last 10 to 15 games where the Knicks started thriving. And so I think that's what cost us, allowed us to then progress into what we're seeing in the playoffs. So let's go into the next pour. We're going to knock these two pours out before Apollo's got to go. We're going to do this pour, and then I'm going to have Apollo lead us in a little talk right now about something that he wanted to talk about. So this one right here is a single barrel release. This is the bourbon cola, and this sounds so good. Like, as someone that loves North Carolina barbecue, this makes me happy.
I jumped ahead of you guys and drank it already.
Wait, which one? Which
so
one did you
good.
drink?
It's so
The
good.
wild, is it the wild berries one?
No, we're gonna
No, the burnt.
Well, if Apollo's got to leave, man, I don't know if he can't sound. We can do the Wildberry, man.
No, he's gonna do both. He's gonna do both real quick.
Okay. Wait,
so the
no.
burnt ends-
I think I drank the burnt ends already.
The burnt ends
All right,
makes
so
me
what did
happy.
you think? What did
Hold
you
on,
think?
hold on.
Apollo?
So the burnt ends makes me happy because, like, I'm a pulled pork guy when it comes to like barbecue. My wife loves burnt ends.
Me too.
and
Me too.
Sometimes, like, when I have burnt ends, I'm like, where's the flavor? But when we go to North Carolina and we get burnt ends, so my wife's from Indiana, and I think that they think that they're like good at barbecue, but they're really not. Every place that I've had like barbecue in Indiana, I'm like, you guys are so white that like your flavor profile it is lack of seasoning, and you're like, man, this is good. And I'm like, no, this is the worst. But then I had burnt ends in North Carolina, and I was just like, all right, this is a different kind of burnt ends. And I became a fan of burnt ends. So I'm excited to like have this pour and hear Apollo's thoughts on it.
So
are you a fan of burnt ends first?
I don't know what the heck that is. Really? Like, I don't know what burnt ends is. I'm new to this. I'm the rookie here. Okay.
Burnt ends is a type of barbecue, bro. It's a type of barbecue, man.
Listen, what kind of barbecue is it? Explain to me
All right.
exactly.
Let me show you. Let me show you.
It's like
This is
burnt
crazy.
end steak tips.
The fact that I'm educating a North
You said
Carolina.
what? You said what tips?
This is
Smoked
burnt ends
beef
right here.
brisket.
All right.
A brisket.
From the
You had to
point
have
of
had it
beef
before.
brisket, known for rich, smoky, and sweet, flavorful with a caramelized crust. Look at that. That's gorgeous. That's
That looks
gorgeous.
good. I've never had it. I've never had it. That
Then
looks good
you're
as hell.
lucky for you, you live in North Carolina and you could go out tomorrow.
Yeah.
and get
Is
some
it? Wait, is it pork?
Yeah.
stuff. No, it's beef.
Oh,
No,
it's
it's
beef.
pork.
No, I mean, I mean, there's different styles. You know, traditionally it's made with brisket, but then you also have pork belly burnt ends.
Oh,
pork
yeah,
ends
yeah.
burnt ends,
Yeah,
like bologna, or
typically it's
you know,
beef brisket.
Okay,
chuck
okay.
roast. Yeah.
Your
right.
homework before next week is to actually become a North Carolinian and have some beef brisket. That's crazy. We
No,
have two guys
I'll do it. I'll
Florida
do it.
telling
I'm gonna
you
do
you
some
need
beef
to
brisket.
try burnt
So,
ends.
because my wife doesn't eat pork, so that's why I had to make sure. My
No,
wife
no,
and I
it's
don't
beef
eat
No,
pork.
there's beef. It's beef.
It
It's
is
beef.
beef, so I can do the beef. I'll do that. I'll do that
Right.
for sure.
All right. So,
But
what are
my
your
tasting
thoughts
notes,
on the
my-
burnt ends?
it's first of all, it gave me like a nice warm sensation. I can definitely taste the oak for sure. It's what was the note that I was getting? Of course, it's the typical bourbon, like caramel and like
Yep.
brown sugar in there, but I'm getting a lot of that toasty oak kind of taste in there, and it's really really good, man. That's it's the first time I've ever had anything like that. I've never had a burnt end before, in terms of alcohol or even the food apparently, but that's really good. I like that. It's a nice balanced. I haven't even tried to use that in a while. So you guys, all right, all right, but nice balanced taste there, man.
So Apollo, when he started the show about a year and a half ago, like he was a Captain and Coke kind of guy. And I brought him in so that he can try good whiskey. And so we make fun of him because he always, for the first like year and a half of the show, he was like, I think it's smooth. It's smooth. So we started like making fun of him. So someone on the show, one of the distillers was like, why don't you use like balanced instead? That's a more acceptable.
Yeah.
So now he's using balanced a lot more. So we
I haven't even used it because I knew you guys were gonna bring the smooth thing out. So I was like, let me not even say balance. Let me find other words to use. And I've been doing well. I gotta give myself credit. I've been doing
You
well
have
with
been.
it.
You have been.
Been doing
Hey,
well.
I'll catch myself even sometimes saying smooth. I don't know why it just sounds good sometimes when you're trying to start. Like, man, it's one of those things you don't know why you say it, man. You just do, right? It's just a thing that comes to
Right. Yep. So he understands. He gets it, man. But I've been doing better. I've been doing better.
Al, what is your thoughts
me-
on this insanely
So
good?
me and Phil were talking about these two pours at the watch party, And obviously, like the other one, wild berries and cream, like that's a little bit more self-explanatory. And then we got to the burnt ends, and I was like, bro, I already know what that's gonna be like. That's gonna be smoky. That's gonna have that cherry cola taste to it. It's gonna taste like barbecue a little bit. Like that's what I'm gonna get. I already know that's what I'm getting out of that. It's gonna be spectacular. And that is exactly what I get. And I get it on the nose. I get it on the palate. There's some smokiness there. It takes you to a barbecue, but then you get it's like a cherry cola taste in there. You definitely get the cola taste, and there's some cherry notes in there, but it's kind of like barbecue-ish kind of a smell and note on there, and then the smokiness. It just makes you feel like you're at a barbecue. That's what I get through and through, and it's spectacular.
Well, you need to save some of this one because when we've released the Carolina style barbecue, I want to send that one to you all so y'all can do a comparison from the burnt ends to the because they're different mouthfeels, but like with that same kind of smoky texture. I'd be curious to see what your all's thoughts on that one are.
When's that one drop?
We just it hasn't been bottled yet or anything, but we'll figure it out. I'll be able to ship you maybe a little sample of it.
Okay.
So you guys can just try, and see what you think. Yeah.
Sounds good.
So one thing I want to give you guys praise on is, as someone who's a content creator in this whiskey space, a lot of times I'll get these packages that just show up on my doorstep, and distilleries will like let you know what the tasting notes are, and I'll drink it and I'll be like, where the frick did you get this? Like, I don't understand how you got these tastes. Like, there's nothing that makes sense to me, like at all. Like, no matter what, I can't find any of these notes. You guys have a weird, scary way of labeling something that as soon as I taste it, I'm like, that's exactly what this is. So as soon as I tasted this pour, I'm not a a soda drinker because I don't like carbonated drinks, but my boys do. So I know the flavors very well, and I like to create mocktails for them and craft cocktails. So I always have to sample everything that they do. And they're on this giant Dr. Pepper run. They love Dr. Pepper. If I can put anything in a glass and add a little bit of Dr. Pepper, they love it. It could be anything. But
dirty soda, man. Yeah.
Exactly.
Dirty soda.
This to me tastes exactly like burnt ends with Dr. Pepper glazed all over it. Like using it as a glaze for the burnt ends, which makes zero sense to me that you guys can pinpoint that perfectly, because everything that you want, it's got a little bit of Dr. Pepper. It's got, my wife loves those flavored colas. So I get a vanilla cola, glaze on it as well. So I feel like I'm eating burnt ends with flavored cola with a little hint of Dr. Pepper on the side. This thing blows my freaking mind.
Well,
this is
I'll also say, man, that's hats off to the team we have, because it's just like this, man. Imagine you guys sitting around and you're in charge of naming single barrels, right? So even though we just have such a great team, we'll sit around this 9 a.m, drinking through samples, right? Trying to figure out what we're gonna name barrels. And we'll sit around it's Coca-Cola or Dr. Pepper, well, let's just call it cola instead of a certain type of soft drink or whatever.
Yeah.
Because it leaves the mind open to so much, right? It's not we're saying this is necessarily Dr. Pepper glazed burnt ends, right? It's this is bourbon cola burnt ends, because it's got a bourbon-esque with a little bit of a cola syrup to it, with a smoky kind of, or a burnt barbecue note. So like I said, that and marketing hates to see us coming at 11 a.m. after tasting 10 barrels, right? We got these great names we're going to throw at you all, right? They're get out of our office, right? No, it's, it's like I said, man, as talking about, it's just a great team, man. And I think that's half of it too, man, because we love naming barrels. We've been doing it since 2017, our first single barrel come out. And, you know, it's so funny because Corky and Carson, they're always like, one day y'all are going to run out of names. And, man, I feel like we just keep coming up with them every day or every time, you know, we taste barrels. So it's hats off to the team, too, on that helping name doing this.
Is this available at the distillery right now?
Right now, we probably have. I did inventory today. I think maybe there's 8 cases of it left. Like I said, our single barrels, it's crazy. They last, you know, 3 to 4 days there. Like we run through them there sometimes.
Yeah.
Wow.
So if you guys in the chat, there's over 340 of you rocking with us right now. So thank you guys so much for the love and support. We appreciate you guys so much. If you're on Twitter, which a lot of you guys are, head on over to YouTube, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Do us a favor. If you know anybody in Kentucky, do yourself a favor and have them go to the distillery.
Go get this right now
and pick one of these. Like, this is absolutely incredible. I think you guys will absolutely love this. It's seriously like, here's the thing is like I said earlier, I drink a lot of whiskey, and not because like the bottom of my barrels are like every single bottle is like at the end of it. But brands send me bottles to review. I've never had a Pureless whiskey that has not made me ecstatic, especially their distillery releases. So do me a favor. If you know anybody in Kentucky, send them there. Look at their website as well. See what you can purchase. Support this brand. Before we go into the next pour, I want to throw it to Apollo. I know he's got a few minutes left. I want to talk about the topic that I wanted to throw to you. So let's bring it up and let's talk about it, because I got a few thoughts on it as well.
So I'm watching a lot of these media channels and stations, the national media, you know, the mainstream ones. And a lot of them are starting to say, are the Knicks this good, or is it the East just this weak? You know what I mean? And people are really starting to go into the Knicks really didn't really have to play anyone that serious. The East is weak. They're really going to get exposed when the West is entered into the picture. And, you know, I don't ever really see people at this point of LeBron's career talking about the early stages in his career. If you remember, when LeBron was in the East, that's all people would say. He's on the East Coast. He's not really playing any competition. He's not really fighting against anyone. It was only D Rose in the East that he had to worry about. Like, that's all they used to say about the early portion of LeBron's career. And now we're at the end of his career, and we don't hear any of that. We're still talking about the 4 championships he's won. We're talking about 3 of them in the East Coast, of course. We're talking about how dominant he's been for his entire career. And I just think it's weak for a lot of people to try to enter that into the picture before we even get to the finals. You know what I mean? Like, they're just trying to diminish what we're doing. And I see them doing it. What's the Mad Dog? Mad Dog, he is, I don't know. Sometimes he's real frustrating to watch. You know what I mean? And a lot of them I don't really watch anymore, because I realized, especially once we started doing our own content on YouTube, I really started to not depend on mainstream media for, you know, my news on a lot of stuff, sports in general, because, you know, it's driven by clicks, is driven by just all of the things that don't matter to the sport of basketball. So, you know, you're starting to see a lot of these people talk about, oh, they're playing these teams on the Eastern Conference, but you're not seeing anyone talk about the fact that who did the Thunder have to play on their way to where they are right now? What was it? The Phoenix Suns they had to play first round. What were they doing? You know what I mean? Then they had to play the Lakers with a 41-year-old LeBron, a hobbled Austin Reeves, and no Luka. No one's bringing any of that up. No one wants to talk about how much they haven't had to fight until now, which is why the series is going clearly to 7 games. You know what I mean? So I don't see them trying to diminish what they're doing, but all of a sudden, when we're on this historic run, people want to diminish it by saying, hell, they're in the Eastern Conference, they're really not playing anybody. So I just wanted to put that out there. Like, listen, don't don't let the mainstream media make you believe that because it's in the Eastern Conference, it doesn't mean as much. We're on a historic run that teams in the Western Conference didn't even put these kind of numbers up before. You know what I mean? And I'm seeing it happen, and I'm just laughing because it's people just don't want to see it. And it's honestly about the fans, because I hear them say, I love Jalen Brunson, but I just don't want to hear the fans in their mouths after they win. Understandably so, because I get it. Like, Knicks fans can be a little bit much sometimes, but give us what we deserve.
I think the past 3 champions, if I'm not mistaken, haven't beaten higher than a 4 seed.
4 seed, yep.
Last year, the Thunder beat the 8 seed Grizzlies. They beat the who they played, the Nuggets. The Nuggets were the 4 seed. Then they beat the 6 seed Timberwolves, and then they beat the 4 seed Pacers to win the chip.
And it took them 7 games without Tyrese Halliburton.
And it took them 7. Now let's look at Boston the year before that. So Boston beat the 8 seed Heat, then they beat the 4 seed Cavaliers, and then they beat the 6 seed Pacers, and then they beat the Mavericks. The Mavericks were the 5 seed. That was the last 2 seasons. And then in 2023, I think it was the same thing. The Nuggets beat the 8 seed, then they beat the 4 seed Suns, then they beat the 7 seed Lakers, and then they beat the 8 seed Heat.
I think someone was saying, I heard someone say, I think maybe up to like 5 to 10 years, like the team that won the championship didn't have to play the top 2 teams in their conference.
Part of me now, after that, part of me wants OKC to make it so we can beat them and be like, take that.
Yes. Yeah. I want to
be what seed, but the Spurs are the 2 seed, right? So either way, we'll be beating a higher seed, right? So it doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
And by the way, it's going 7 games. It's going 7 games, guys. Let's go. Rejoice, Knicks fans.
Right now, the score is 110-84 of the Spurs with 4 minutes left. So
let's go, Spurs. Job well done, boys.
Go.
Yes, sir. And one thing I want to point out is we talk about, since the 90s Bulls, the most historic team being the Warriors, and that being the most historic team of like this era of basketball. Well, let's look at it. Okay. In the first round, of the 2022 championship, they defeated the Denver Nuggets 4-1. Then in the conference semifinals, they beat the Memphis Grizzlies, who weren't that good, 4-2. Then in the conference finals, they beat the Dallas Mavericks 4-1. And then in the finals, they beat the Celtics. So they weren't playing teams that were contenders. Like in that era of Golden State, like being amazing, in 2018, they beat teams like the Pelicans. Well, when were the Pelicans good? The Pelicans haven't been good as long as I can remember. So the fact that like that was the team that they had to beat to get to the finals is like, oh, really? The Utah Jazz. When was the Utah Jazz good outside of Karl Malone and John Stockton? They haven't been.
Nope.
Have you not seen the movie Celtic Pride? That's when the Utah Jazz were good. I mean,
exactly.
Anybody my 90s movies know what I'm talking about out there.
Yeah. So in 2017, they had to beat the Jazz to then get to the finals. And then in 2015, they had to beat the Grizzlies. The Grizzlies weren't good in 2015. So the fact that like the pendulum keeps on moving, when you look at our historic run right now, we beat teams that everyone thought that we were going to lose against.
Yep.
It was the opposite with Golden State. Golden State was the guaranteed winner in all of those series. Like everyone thought Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and then when you brought Kevin Durant, that those were the guaranteed winners of that series. But for us, they were like, oh, Atlanta could beat them. They have the height. Then we toasted through them. Then it was the 76ers. Well, Embiid is back and Maxey is on the rise. They're going to win. Then we toasted them. Then it was Donovan Mitchell is as good as Jalen Brunson, but they also have Mobley and Allen, who are elite, and they brought in James Harden. they're going to win. And then we beat them. So the goalpost continues to move. And the most frustrating part is if you look, the argument is that the East is like weaker than the West. Well, is that really the truth? Because when it comes to who the Thunder have beat, they beat the Suns, who have been a cluster up and down all season. Like they've had good games, and then they've absolute atrocious, like they've actually been a dumpster fire for half the season. Donovan Mitchell trying to Devin Booker trying to figure out how to lead them, and then Dylan Brooks coming up as like an offensive player for them. They've had a up and down identity. Then the Lakers. Well, the Lakers on paper, yes, but Luka Doncic was gone for that whole series.
Yep.
And LeBron is a shell of himself. So you're giving praise to OKC for getting as far as they've gotten, but they went through a Lakers team that had no Doncic. And then you go, the Spurs. Are you serious? They played the Trailblazers, who like have been bottom tier for 90% of the season. And then at the end of the season, worked their way into a play-in spot. Like they were not a good team. And then they beat the Timberwolves, who had a gimpy, barely like a shell of himself, Anthony Edwards. And they beat them. So
Dante DiVincenzo tore his Achilles.
And Dante was out as well, who was their best shooter all season.
Yep.
So you look at those things and you don't give like any asterisk on their rise to the like playoff spot. But us, where we played a fully healthy Atlanta Hawks team, we played a fully healthy 76ers team, a fully healthy Donovan Mitchell and Cleveland team, and we wiped the floor with them. Yet the other teams won at least 6 games against the other like players, other teams that they played, and you want to move the goalpost. Yeah. I don't appreciate that. Like the Knicks have truly had a historic season, but of course, people want to find a way to discredit what we're doing. Shout out to my gorgeous wife hopping in. All right. So I want to give you guys some preference because my wife's going to be ballsy enough to like put this out there. So I want to let you guys know what this is. So about a year ago, I had a crazy, weird, wild dream of my wife cheating on me with Luka Doncic. She
Oh, hell no.
That is an insane dream.
I had a crazy dream of my wife being on a date with Luka Doncic, and she had the nerve to FaceTime me while she was on the date with him.
My God.
So the fact that she's putting Luka on here makes me want to love her and hate her at the same time.
That's too funny.
But so
I'd have woke up in the cold sweat, man. Oh my goodness.
I know. So honestly, it made me hate watching Luka Doncic play basketball for about 3 months. Like straight up, if his name was mentioned, I was so pissed and so frustrated. And so, yeah, the boys will be like, "Ooh, Luka," and they call her like her boyfriend. I was looking at the Luka 77s. To try to purchase those as like basketball shoes, and my boys are like, "Ooh, Luka's," and I was like, "Man, pissing me off." And she's like, "I still get mad. I still get a little bit pissed off when she mentions Luka." But anyway,
that's hilarious, man.
All right, so before we let Apollo go, we want to go through this right here. Okay,
my girl loves Josh Hart, by the way, just in case that helps any.
Now this one isn't out yet at the distillery. This one probably will be out next week.
Ooh, so we got a pre-release.
Yeah.
You know, that's why I love you, John. I appreciate you.
Let's go, man. Thank you so much, man.
We got the pre-release of this wild berries and cream, and this makes me ecstatic. Bro, go back and watch our episode of us drinking that mulberry jam. All of us literally freaked out on the on the episode. Like it was seriously one of the most crazy like moments for us drinking a bourbon on the show.
And also, just to give my little 2 cents, man, the New York Knicks, man, are a perfect example when a team buys into a coach, the coach buys into the team, man. Like, and shout out, no one's going to talk about the bench players, man. They have stepped up and they have got a chance to come in, man. So y'all have had a huge year, a huge run. I think it's just man, we'll go down to success, man. and all the people talking about like, oh, it's the East Coast, whatnot. All that doesn't matter when they meet up, man. When you know, whether they play the Spurs, I think, you know, they'll, even with a young backcourt, they're going to take the Spurs, man, and, you know, maybe 6-7 games. But even OKC, I think will be a tougher matchup. But I still think, man, the way the Knicks are playing, dude, they can talk all they want about East Coast, West Coast. We all know who's better, Biggie or Tupac. You know what I mean? I don't like to saying the East Coast, man. It's two different styles of ball, man. But the East Coast, man, it's a great conference, man. Regardless of what people say, man. I think it's just because the Lakers and everything else, everyone thinks the West Coast is superior when it comes to basketball.
Yo, John has come.
I love that point.
Jay Cook, John Cook, man. He's just
He came such a long way from when he got kicked off the pod. He came a long way.
180, like pendulum.
Yeah, the progression, the growth.
I'm not gonna. I was just trying to rage bait, man. I was trying to find some OKC or Spurs stuff to wear. First came on, you know what I mean?
No, seriously, that was a fire take, because when you look at like the whole Biggie and like Pac thing, when you look at like actual accolades and actual like achievement as an artist, Biggie rose, you know, to the occasion, like hit songs, what he was able to do, you know, changing the game. And at the end of the day, the West Coast bought into a rapper who was from the East Coast.
The East Coast.
Biggie is from New York, you know, like he is a New Yorker that went to the West Coast because he couldn't fully get his name fully where he wanted to be on the East Coast. And I agree with you. At the end of the day, when it comes to, you know, team like statistics, we have beaten the Spurs every single game this season. We have proven that, like, even when we were playing at a lower tier of basketball than we currently are playing, that we could beat the Spurs. And against OKC, we barely lost to them in every single game. But we weren't playing nearly close to the basketball that we were playing now.
Yeah.
OKC is playing the exact same basketball that we saw them play. And so that's why I'm ecstatic for the like finals, to prove that this New York team is leaps and bounds better than what they're talking about right now in the West Coast. I really believe that this New York Knicks team will beat this in at least 5 to 6 games. I think that chip is going to happen in 5 to 6 games.
I already got my parlay laid out, man. FanDuel's going to love me, see me coming, man. That draft.
I love it. I love it. I love it. John, you were just proving why I love Kentucky Fearless so much.
Seriously.
Actual educated, you know, gentlemen to not only pick their barrels, but know their basketball as well. So I appreciate you. All right,
man, I might move to Kentucky now, man. I think I like it out there.
Hey, I got a spare bedroom, man. Come if you've never been, man. Like I said, you got a place to stay, man. I'll show you the ropes as a local. It's a great place.
Nice.
I love it.
I gotta come out there.
I do promise you, we will find a way to be there this summer. The three of us. All right, wild berries and cream. This is 114.5 proof. All right, so
Dude,
let's go.
I already smelled this. I didn't taste it yet, but like, I don't know. Do you guys? I smell wild berries and cream.
I smell berries all. Yeah,
I smell berries and cream.
berries.
Like
right.
The cream is at the end. You can smell it.
Yeah.
Cream,
I don't
smells
know
creamy.
if it's the whiskey that I've drank, the whiskey that I've smelt, or the fact that my wife is in the chat. But I think it's a conglomerate of them all. But if I smelt my wife, and this is what she smelled like, I'm sending the kids to the room.
More babies. More babies.
Y'all would die if y'all knew the inspiration behind this.
Oh, you got to tell us now.
Oh,
you
you
gotta
got to tell us now.
Hey, do y'all remember the old commercial, the berries and cream? No, does anybody remember that?
No.
Commercial.
Look it up. Pull it up.
Can you bring it up? I don't know if you're able to bring it up on your thing, but my God, I mean, it's one of those mornings where when we brought it up, we just started dying laughing, because if you knew anything about the old TV commercials, man, it was just.
Let me find it. Berries and
your wife just left something in the chat for you.
Oh God.
What's the wait?
Yeah, I'm probably in timeout.
I'm getting like a Starburst one.
Yeah, it's a Starburst commercial.
All right,
It is a Starburst commercial.
It's the
Okay.
weirdest Starburst commercial I ever watched, but like we all kind of around the same age, so we grew up watching the same stuff. So it's pretty funny to. It's one of those things where you just die laughing when we start talking about it.
All right, my wife.
Oh, it is this one. I got it.
My wife is mad that I didn't leave her any whiskey. Babe, look at this bottle.
Whole bottle.
Okay? Whole bottle. All right. So on my birthday, all right, me and you, boo. All right. Oh,
me and you, boo.
All right. Berries and cream, me and you, girl. All right, I got you. I'll bring that to the hotel.
Did you find the commercial?
Yeah, I found it. I'm about to share it real quick because I've never seen this. So I'm excited.
I don't remember it. I don't remember it either, but it looks
I have no clue what this is. So
you gotta have a weird sense of humor, but it's one of those one years like, what the hell did I just watch?
All right.
Let me see.
He's actually gonna play it. All right.
I'm letting you know if I feel weird and disgusting at the end of this, it's gonna cost you an extra bottle of whiskey.
Yeah, that's the one.
This is all right.
Sounds off.
Weird already. I'm just gonna say that.
What kind of Starburst did you just? You tried these new berries and cream Starburst?
That's it.
Pardon me. What kind of Starburst did you just say? Berries. Berries? Berries and what else? And cream. Oh! Berries and cream. Berries and cream.
I think I remember this.
Berries and cream.
I think I remember.
That's so awesome. That is so awesome that's the inspiration for this.
All right.
I feel like I remember that.
I'm gonna be honest. That is weird as freak, and the fact that you like know it, that cost you a bottle of whiskey. I'm just letting you know, John. Like it went from 2 birthday gifts to one birthday gift to 2. Like I'm just letting you.
I'm saying, imagine being a taster and someone's like, "Let me bring this up on the TV. This is what it reminds me of." And it's like, "Oh, okay, I get it. Berries and cream." Like,
all right, guys.
Yeah.
I'm letting you know that me and my wife are fighting right now. Okay. My wife just said me, you, and that life-size cutout of
Oh
Luca
my god!
that I'm buying you for your birthday.
Yeah. I don't want to know where the hole gets cut out in it. Okay.
Oh my God, John. Not okay, John. That's 3 bottles of whiskey. You just earned yourself a 3rd bottle of whiskey for my birthday, John. I'm just letting you know. It's now the orange and 2
Oh my
other
god!
things, like pay for your sins.
Oh
at the
my
end of this time.
god! This has gone completely off the rails.
Oh man, best episode.
Anyway,
that's the best episode.
Let's get back to the bourbon.
Let's go back to this pour because John just violated me on my own show. So
No, he just said he doesn't want to know.
Oh man!
But I didn't want to know either until he said those like thoughts.
Oh my god! That's
All right,
But
here
yes,
we go.
this smells like berries and cream. Like, great job naming it.
This seriously
Wow.
smells like something like you walk into Bath and Body Works and it's like, what does that smell?
It really,
And that's the
Kinda
fun
smell
part
like
about this job.
raspberry.
When you come across these like barrels like this, and it's like, you get so excited, like, man, I can't wait for other people to try this. And like I said, we do a good job with the barrel program, I feel like.
I taste a little bit of like now I want to get into like which berry you taste. Because I'm tasting like some raspberry and a little bit of blackberry.
I was saying raspberry and blueberry. I can kind of, I can kind of taste a little bit of blueberry in there.
And that's what I love.
I'm definitely
about
tasting raspberry.
Because I'm getting strawberry and blackberry.
And that's what I mean. This is where we'll sit around and say, I mean, like, let's call it one thing. We'll be like, let's just call it berries and cream, right? Like, kind of it up to the imagination, and you get to actually pick, what you're experiencing. Actually, I'm crackling.
She's hilarious. Oh man, that's funny.
You know what's crazy? I also get a lot of marshmallow, which is crazy because I only get the marshmallow typically in like a toasted barrel, but I get a lot of marshmallow on this.
And this one, I believe, this one was a 6-year bourbon. Like it wasn't compared to the burnt ends. I think that one was maybe a 7-year rye. But this is a 6-year bourbon on this one too.
You know what it reminds me of? It's like a cherry soda kind of toothpaste in a way. Like I'm getting like a cherry. I don't know what soda it is because every time I smell it, I smell what soda it is, and then I taste it, and it's a different taste. But I can't say exactly what soda it is. But I'm getting like a cherry or like a berry kind of soda with it.
This is how I'm getting the note. So like on the front of the palate, like when I'm first tasting the bourbon, I'm getting the berries, and then on the back of the palate, like towards the end, like on the finish, towards the very end of the finish is when I start tasting the cream. Is that how you guys are tasting this? Like when?
Yeah.
I was gonna say it's got like a sticky mouthfeel. So like on the cream on the end, it's like you can't stop like like chewing almost a little bit.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
All right.
Oh,
So
yeah. Your wife said it. She said cheer wine. Yep.
Yeah.
That's what it is. That's what it is.
So to that point where you were talking about like the chewiness. So one thing I love is the main difference between most donuts and a powdered sugar donut is after you're done with a powdered sugar donut, you still have that like chewiness flavor of that donut in your mouth.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't leave. And
That's
I
how
feel
I
like
got cake donuts. Yeah.
yeah,
Mhm.
that's the chewiness that I'm getting of this. So I feel like it's like a raspberry, blackberry type of flavor, but I feel like it's got that chewiness of a donut that is a powdered sugar donut that stays in your mouth. It's a little bit dry, but it's like full of flavor as well. Like
Man.
that's unique.
Yeah.
Between
the
this and
finish on this is excellent.
between this and the mulberry jam, I don't know which one I like better.
Yeah. This is
I
incredible.
wish I still had some of the mulberry jam.
I got like a drop left.
But I could have done a taste test real quick.
Yeah.
But this
Hey,
is
we'll
right
have to
now.
run
I
it
got
back
the
for another
senses.
episode. Like I said, I'll send you some Carolina barbecue, and
Bet, we'll do
now
it.
that I know y'all dig the jam notes, man, I got a couple other ones coming down the pipeline too.
Yeah.
I'm saying maybe game 5 of the championship. You know what I mean? Something like that.
Yeah,
I'm down.
Yeah, we'll definitely bring you back.
Sign me
Like,
up.
we
Sign
would
me
love
up.
that. Like,
Hey,
like I said,
I had a question. I had a question for John when I get
yeah,
a
go
chance.
for it.
So I bought this this take.
Oh man, it's so good.
Jay
I
West,
got
man, good dude at Take 8.
We had him here on the show. He's awesome. He sent us the what did he send us? The Raven,
Reveries.
right?
The Raven.
Reveries.
Raven.
The Raven. Batch 3.
I have that.
Um,
Are we drinking any of that again?
No, you
No,
missed
that's
I
for
missed
you to
it.
that's for you to drink now.
Say no more.
So my question was about takes picks, and I don't know if you're familiar or if you've tasted them. I'm guessing you did. So
Oh yeah, I did the barrel selections with him. So I
Okay.
had him in, did the barrel picks with him there.
okay, so I got this one, but he also has a rye. Now
Yes.
this is probably a bad question to ask, but I
No,
didn't get the
he
rye.
had he had two different barrel picks. So can you
Of
on that
each, right?
bottle on that
Mm.
bottle, can you read me the serial number on the bourbon one though?
What's the number?
B1 B19.
DSPKY50, that one?
No, it will say like serial number or something like that on the bottom right on the front hand side of the label.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's like 190809107.
Okay, nice. Okay.
Mhm.
I got my Google sheets looking up what barrel that was they selected.
But my question was gonna be like, and this is kind of like a messed up question, I guess, but like, because I didn't get the rye, and I'm curious about the rye. I'm like, man, which one's better? Is the bourbon better? Is the rye better? Like, what is different? I don't know. Can you talk to me about the rye?
Yeah, so I'll tell you this: Jay's got an amazing palate. Love having him in.
Yeah,
here.
I know he
Big
doesn't
supporter
miss.
of ours. And I'm more of a rye drinker over bourbon. So anytime you ask me if you were coming to the distillery, whether a barrel pick, I'm gonna say the rye. Like, go for the rye, man. But that rye pick was fantastic. It was a 6-year.
I know I should pick the rye.
Hey, but the bourbons are good, man. He picked two fantastic bourbons. Like I said, I don't hate on our bourbon. I'm just saying when it comes to bourbon and rye, when I walk into a bar, sandwich, whatever, I'm always asking, what rye do you have?
I'm noticing that a lot of the people that we have up on the show, man, they're leaning towards rye, and they're selling me on the rye because for the most part, people are saying that rye can add a little bit more complexity to the bourbon, and I love complex bourbons that just hitting you with a bunch of different notes. I love that.
Yeah.
The complexity of rye, especially our rye, is just it's got layers and levels, man. When I think about rye too, and I think about bourbon, rye to me, whether you drink tequila, rum, mezcal, whatever, they're all complex. They all got some component. And to me, I feel like rye is easy to convert people over to whiskey than bourbon. Bourbon's a very sweet component of little, you know what I mean? Like, whereas like if you drink mezcal, tequila, and I'm like, well, have you ever had whiskey? Like, don't, Scotch is known. The problem with Scotch is everyone tries a peated Scotch first, and they freaking hate Scotch. Whereas I feel like when you try rye, there's just so many different styles, right? So many different flavor components, styles you can get out of rye whiskey. It's easier to convert people with a rye than a bourbon. But long story short, yeah, man, I love rye over bourbon any day.
Phil's definitely, he opened me up to the rye. I was more of a bourbon when we first started, but now like every time we bring on a different rye, I'm like, bro, I didn't know rye could get this diverse, man. I'm starting to really get into. I think I like rye more than I like bourbons, man.
Yeah, and that's one thing I talk about like quite often is like with bourbon, you get a lot of the common flavors that you love in bourbon, which they're your reliables. But with rye, it can throw you a curveball and make you go, holy crap, what was that? Like, why was that flavor in there? And so with both of Al and Apollo, I started introducing more high ryes, like, okay, these are bourbons that have a lot of rye kind of like complexity to them, and then moving into the rye profiles. And it's been cool to watch them both be like, man, holy crap, like rye is really good. And I feel like that's a weird like dichotomy of a lot of bourbon drinkers where like, I don't like rye. And I'm like, no, you really just haven't allowed yourself to experience rye. Like it's a process. You got to get there.
And high rye bourbon gets a lot of hate or a lot of oversight because as soon as they hear high rye, bourbon goes out of the category. Like, oh, this is the high rye, like, whiskey, right? Which, it's crazy to say that I almost sent you our high rye bourbon as one of the bottles, man. I was like,
you did. We had that. It was excellent. I loved it.
Oh, dude. So that's a one-time year release. It's like a $60 price difference between our regular bourbon versus high rye because we only make about 200 barrels of it a year, and it's honestly one of the best bourbon in the state of Kentucky in 2024. Yep. Like it's one. I like it better than our regular bourbon. Like it's just.
Is that the mash bill?
What's that?
Is that the mash bill?
So we don't release our mash bill, but it's got 3 times more amount of rye in it than our regular bourbon mash bill. And it's just, like I said, it's a fantastic pour. I run a couple barrels of it in our barrel program a year, but we're talking like 5 to 10 maybe barrel picks I do a year of it because man, it's so unique and different. And I love that, man.
So
about that.
So last time we were on the show, when you had something come up, me and Al tasted that one. Apollo had to leave the show early, but
that's why it's not open.
That's why it's not open. But
bro, it's so good.
That pour, and
I love that.
People is like, you can't look at something like rye and go, nope, I'm not a rye guy. It's I understand you have to get there, but you have to give yourself the opportunity to get there. And so I feel like your guys' high rye is that perfect lily pad from like bourbon drinkers to understand how complex and rare like ryes can be. Because I feel like with a lot of bourbons, when you look across the board at all brands, you're going to get the similar flavors. You're always going to get it. Like if it's toasted or finished in something else, you'll get different flavors. But for the most part, you're going to get the caramels, you're going to get the vanillas, you're going to get those things. But with a high rye, it gives you the opportunity to see that there's more outside of what you're constantly tasting every single time. And I feel like high ryes are the perfect lily pad to jump from bourbon to rye. And so for me, I love bourbon. I do. It's a constant. But rye gives you flavors that bourbon cannot. It gives you the bourbon flavors that you love in a lot of them, but it gives you complexities of like flavors that you can't find in a bourbon. And that's why I love rye.
And rye is known to mature faster. You know what I mean? That's why we came out with a 2-year rye versus a 4-year.
You have a younger rye.
Yeah. So I mean, you get a little bit more complexity. And man, I think about old granddad a lot. You know, a lot of the old school, like vintage Old Grand, even now, that's a high rye bourbon mash bill they run off there. And that's one of my favorite, like, go-to pours, or just Old Granddad 114. Fantastic pour, man. So I'm glad we do our high rye bourbon. I wish we did more of it a year, but I understand that it's just not something that we want to do a lot of. And the fact that people love it, you know, we don't make a lot, man. So we got to pick and choose what we tend to, you know, want to make a year.
I just now tasted it for the first time, the high rye, and this is good. It's giving me like a butterscotch kind of taste to it.
And the thing about too with ryes, or just in general barrel strength, man, let them sit there and open that glass. When you come back in 10 minutes, you gotta go to work, Apollo. Is that what you gotta do?
Yeah. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, what time is it, man?
No. I got to get some sleep because I got to get up early for work. That's what. Yeah.
What are you doing? But
I get up early either way, man. I'm a real G, man. Toughen up, man.
Are you in New York, Al?
I'm in Tampa.
Tampa, that's right. Tampa.
Yeah, I'll go to sleep at 12, wake up at 5. I'll wake up good, man. I'm good.
Yeah. But just
can't do that.
Man, just the high rye in general, man. I just there's just something about it, and I think it's on a come up. I've been saying that for 5 years. Like, people are gonna finally start respecting rye. But to me, if you come into the distillery and you tell me you don't like rye, almost my whole goal is to see if I can blind and sneak a rye into you. And because it's happened before. Barrel pick groups come in, they're like, oh, we don't like rye, blah, blah. You know what? I'm like, you know what? I'm going to throw a rye in one of these 5 samples are about.
That's
and
hilarious.
man, I'm not kidding you. When they come in, like, man, this one's the best one. I'm like, that was a rye whiskey, actually. They're all.
No, you did that to people?
Sometimes they want to. I feel like sometimes they're mad at me. Like, man,
you tricked me.
Yeah. But no, especially
that's
like,
hilarious.
We have a lot of groups that come in and say, you know, put bourbon and rye in front of us. I'll pick the best one. And, you know, they're the ones that give their notes at the end, like, number 4 is a bourbon. I know it's a bourbon. I love this one. I'm like, yeah, that's a rye. They're like, you know, like they get so mad at themselves for it. But I'm also a big fan of blind tastings. I feel like that's a true, honest way to judge and taste what you like. I can't tell you how many times I've seen some of, you know, popular brands or whatnot, you know, don't come in first when it's completely left open.
Yeah, I love that. All right, so Paulo, I know you got to go soon. First, before we let you go, John, let everybody know where they can follow you and support what you guys are doing.
Yeah. Please follow me on Instagram. It's a bourbon _ Colonel 86.
Oh, I can follow you. Hold on, man. Let me see. Bourbon _ Colonel what?
Yeah, Colonel 86. That's COLONEL. Almost spelled like colon, but with it, you know what I mean? But everyone always wants to spell it with a K. 86. Facebook, but also give us a follow on like Kentucky Peerless social media. Our marketing team has done a great job the past year of really amping up our social media posting. If you tag us or anything like that, man, we're doing a great job of
Kentucky Peerless, right?
Yes, sir. You know, we're really trying to focus more on social media and just our partnerships and what we do there too as well. So please give us a follow on any platform. I think we got a TikTok, Twitter, all that kind of stuff now that we're diving into. Because like I said, keep in mind, there's 30 employees. So when I talk about 30 employees, that's across our marketing, sales, our sensory specialists. Yeah. You know, it's always funny. We get these looks from other people sometimes from the distilleries. We're like, what's your sales force look like? We're like, 3 people, us 3. They're like, in what state? We're like, oh, across all 50. They're like, holy crap, man. So, you know, we try to get out there and market as much as we can. But like I said, we don't have $1 million to put behind stuff. We just like making good whiskey, making connections like this. And like I said, what's better than sitting home watching basketball, drinking whiskey, you know, chatting with the buddies, man.
Yeah, man.
I love that.
I just followed you, man. Definitely.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right.
I definitely want to come back onto this, man. I'm going to have to send you all, I'm going to have to step the game up with samples and send you all some stuff, man.
I love that. We love that.
You guys, listen, I you know, I don't say, you know, you guys never heard me say this. this is my favorite brand of whiskey that we've tasted so far. This is just
I am gonna co-sign that.
I've never said that ever because I didn't know, I wasn't experienced enough to know. But all the ones that I've tasted in terms of just variety and just Peerless is, you guys got it, man. You guys got it.
I appreciate it. Like I said, if y'all are ever in Kentucky, like I said, my mom cooks lunch every day there at 11 o'clock.
Oh man,
Hey,
I didn't need any more reasons, man. I did not need any
you know
more
what we had for
reasons.
lunch today? We had grilled cheese brisket sandwiches. Okay, like, I feel like we throw my mom. That's why they've kept me around for 10 years. I'm not kidding. My mom takes care of everyone there,
awesome.
man. And Corky's
Grilled
nice
cheese
enough to supply lunch to us.
Nice.
I love
Yo,
that.
so nice meeting you, man. Thank you so much for the
sure.
pours.
One thing I
Looking
want to
forward
say
to the next
John, is,
round.
like, we've had a whiskey brand every single week since we started October in the mid-October for the season. And so for the fact that like these guys have tasted that much whiskey and they go, Kentucky Peerless is like the best that we've tasted, that's a huge like accomplishment. So thank you so much for what you guys do at Kentucky Peerless. Obviously, like, I hope to continue to build with you guys. I'm thankful for you guys. Is there anything that we could do, that people in the chat can do, to like thank you for everything you guys do?
No, like I said, man, just come see us. I truly mean that. Like I said, we're in the heart of downtown Louisville, right off 10th and Main. If you're ever in Louisville, or like I said, you can find me at my email at john@kentuckypeerless.com. It's pretty easy. Reach out, man. Just love to host you all, have y'all in. And one thing I always say about this, man, whether it's crazy, people come in and I have barrel groups in, and half the time we don't even talk about whiskey. It's how's life, how things going, how you doing.
Yeah.
So we always say, you come for the bourbon, but you stay for the community, and I truly do mean that, man. Like, I've been in this game for quite some time, and I can't tell you a lot about the whiskey I've had. I know it sounds strange, but what I can tell you about is who I opened up bottles with. Who I shared pour with, what we talked about, whether it was a live conversation or, just, about whatever, man. And that's truly honestly what I feel like it's about. Respect the pour, appreciate what you're drinking and the people you're sharing it with, man. That's really what it's all about.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
That's
I love it. Thank you so much, John. Appreciate you. I'll be in contact with you. Thank you so much for being part of this episode. And even though you were a hater in the beginning of the episode, we appreciate you. And
I have
let's
to get those
do this.
fans signing in and be like, this a-hole, man. I got to get on here right now. Yeah.
Bro, he's cheering for the Knicks. We got a Kentucky Wildcat. He's cheering for the
Knicks,
Knicks.
as I was saying, like in Kentucky, we don't follow teams, we follow players. And Cash
That's right.
Now,
That's
man.
right.
Yeah,
Let's go. Yeah, let's go, John.
Salute to you, man. Salute to you.
All right, brother.
Yeah.
All right.
See
Thank
you guys,
you
so
man.
much, man.
Thank you too, bro.
Nice meeting you.
Appreciate it.
Have a good
man.
night.
Cheers,
bro.
fellas.
All right.
Yep.
So thank you so much to John, Kentucky Peerless, for being part of this episode. We're going to bring up our guy Joe real quick, and we're just going to roundtable it on what we think is going to happen in the first game of the upcoming series. It's tied right now 3-3, and I'm
staying
excited.
on, or is he dropping
I
off?
wanted it to be game 7, and it is. Like, everything that we wanted to happen is happening. So I'll let Apollo go first because I know he's got to go. What do you think is going to happen in the finals? It's us versus either OKC or the Spurs. Game 1, June 3rd. What are your thoughts?
Wait, hold on before you go. Which did you like, the burnt ends or did you like the berries more? Which one did you like more?
I mean, the burnt ends was really good because of just the flavor contour, I would say, that it had. I typically like the sweeter fruit taste, so that's kind of why I do like the wild berry and cream. It's hard not to like the wild berry and cream.
They're both really good. Yeah,
they're both really good.
I think the berries one just edged it out by
It just edged it out. It just edged it out because I was gonna say I can't really give you exactly which one, but I mean, the berries one is berries and cream, especially you throwing the commercial on top of that. You gotta stick with that one. I gotta go with that one, man, for sure.
All right, my bad. I just wanted to ask that. Go ahead.
All right. I don't know exactly. So all right, I'll give you both sides. the Spurs, I feel like if we end up playing the Spurs, Wemby is an alien. He's an alien. But there's one thing that I believe we have that has worked against Wemby when we did play him, especially in the up here. OG definitely made it a lot more difficult for him to move around and to just maneuver the way that he normally maneuvers. I think they're a young team. They're a young team, but I think if we get them, the experience might trump
That's what I think too.
a lot of the young talent that they have. Yeah. So I think we'll take we'll take them in, I'd say about 6 games. If we had to play the Spurs. OKC, it's a few factors with OKC. If we're just talking about basketball, I think there's a lot to they have a lot of defenders, perimeter defenders as well, that are really, really good in isolation defending. And we've actually started to move away from that a little bit. So I'm a little bit more confident in playing OKC than I was before, especially because it took so much for them to beat Indiana last year without their best player. And I just feel like the only other factor that might weigh in a little bit heavier for OKC is the foul calling, man. It's these guys flopping every 4 seconds and falling to the floor.
Did you see the flop on who was it that flopped? They just basically ran into Keldon Johnson and then just dropped on the floor. And it's
Jalen Williams, the center Jalen Williams.
What was going on? What is that? This is not basketball.
You are a center and you ran into a small forward / guard and you collapsed to the floor.
And then the dumbass ref blows the whistle though. Like it's like, come on.
That's the only thing I'm worried about with them. Because I feel
like they do cat dirty. You know, they do cat dirty.
They're gonna do cat dirty. But you know, Cat has been a lot better. I'm gonna give him his credit. Cat has been a lot better with not getting those fouls. He did struggle a little bit in the Sixers series with his fouls.
But that's because look, why? Because it was a foul baiting guy,
Joel Embiid.
So then we could face a similar situation with these guys.
Only reason why I say it might be slightly different is because they don't have a star big. You know what I mean? Chet is. I don't know. I don't have my confidence in Chet in terms of him getting Cat in foul trouble and taking him out the game. But I just think outside of the ref situation and them calling those calls, I feel like if we continue to hammer down on defense, get out in the fast break, make them defend, don't make it easier for them. And the way we've been playing in the half court, it hasn't been ISO heavy. We're swinging the ball. There's off ball cuts. If you put Caruso on Cat, I think that might be what we want. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it makes it so much easier for Cat to just see right. Cat is gonna have.
That's what they're gonna do. That's what they're gonna do.
Absolutely gonna do that. Cat's gonna have the ball up here all game, and Caruso can do whatever you want from below the waist. You know what I mean? If he keeps the ball up here and you run those off-ball screens, I think he can really dominate in that situation, and then get out in the fast break, grab those rebounds, toss it down the court. I think there's a lot of take the refs out of the equations because that's what I can't predict. But I think there's a lot that we can do against OKC that we might, a lot of our fans might not believe we can actually do. So I just think outside of
what about Macau? You think Macau could lock up SGA? I think he can make it tough for him. I mean, I think he can. Yeah,
Macau does every now and then. He'll pick up a foul, but Macau's the kind of guy when he picks up fouls, he's not like Josh. He's not gonna be like, "What? That's not." Macau owns up to it. And when he knows he fouls a guy, he's like, okay, and he walks away. He walks away from it. And he stays even keel with it. But I think Macau and OG and Josh to have those kind of guys consistently out there with that experience. They're bigger, stronger kind of guys, except for Macau ain't not really big, but he's a really, really smart, high IQ defender. So I think if we're playing OKC, if you factor in the refs, I think we can take that in 7. With the young Spurs, I'm giving it 5 or 6 games, and I think the Knicks come out with a championship, man. I think the Knicks come out with a championship because if we're being honest, if things go a little bit different last year, this is a back-to-back finals appearance team. If we're just if we're being real.
Yeah, I agree. All right, Al, what are your thoughts? And then I'll throw it to Joe, and then I'll go.
I'm gonna go back to my YN talk with the abbreviations. NGL, IDC, WWP for FRFR.
Just shut up and talk.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't care who we play. For real. Ain't none of these teams beating us, bro. Ain't none of these teams beating us, bro. I promise you that. I agree with exactly everything that Apollo said. I think our experience would be the deciding factor on if we play the Spurs. And I also think that if somehow the Spurs win Game 7, Wemby, this is going to be the most games that Wemby has played, and he played in the summer.
Yeah.
He played FIBA, I believe, right? So, like, bro, he's going to be exhausted. He looked very tired in Game 6. I mean, in Game 5. I didn't think they were going to win today, to be honest. I thought OKC was going to win today because he looked bad. Bro, by the time he gets to us, he's going to be gassed. And we've been running up and down the floor. Like, I think we will wax them in 5 or 6 games.
Yeah.
Now OKC, they come in with more experience, so they're not gonna have any jitters, any of that. We're gonna be playing 5-on-8, like all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? But I think we have the guys that are smart enough to like kind of mitigate that. I think Mikal's frame matches the frame of SGA, so like they're both skinny, so like Mikal can guard him. Like Mikal struggles to guard like Jaylen Brown because he's a little stronger. Right. But like I think he has the perfect frame and length and all that to really shut down SGA. So I really feel good about the SGA versus Mikal matchup. That's my guy Don Melion. By the way, hold on, leave that there. I'm gonna read it in a second. But he didn't watch the Nick Life Crisis episode the other day that started at 8:30 because he told me he fell asleep. Mind you, now this dude is awake watching this one. Hey, commenting on hey, Don Melion, man, I need you to come up in the drop the link again so he could come up and talk his talk, man. What did he say? What was the one that he said? Oh, I don't care who we playing. We're the best team. He's right though. We're the best team in basketball right now. We don't need to be humble no more. We're the best team in basketball. We've been humble a long time. A lot of times I didn't want to say things because I didn't want to jinx us. I didn't want to do this. I didn't want to do that. Man, never mind any of that, man.
Yeah.
And our players don't give anyone bulletin board material. I love that about our team, right? We're all about our business. Our guys are all basketball. They're all focused on one thing. Yo, when we won the Eastern Conference Finals, we didn't even have beer or champagne in the locker room. We didn't even celebrate like that. These guys want to win the chip. They are focused and they are gonna scratch, kick, and claw to get that chip. We're hungrier than OKC. Like you said, Apollo, if OKC comes out, we're hungrier than them. OKC's gonna get to we might snatch game 1 because OKC's gonna get there thinking that they got this.
They got this, yeah.
No. We're hungry. We're hungrier than them. Okay. And then we got the experience over the Spurs. So I think we win whoever it is that comes out of the West, man. And especially now that they're going to Game 7. And somebody just asked me, who do I want in Game 7? I said, I want double OT. That's what I want.
Yeah. No, I agree. Shout out to everybody that's in the chat. We got over 388 of you in the chat right now. We appreciate all of you. Shout out to Knicks Galaxy. Shout out to Don Melion. Here's the thing. At the end of the day, when we look at both teams, I feel like if we got the Spurs, what makes the Spurs be able to defeat OKC is that Wemby can be physical with the skinniness of
Chet.
Chet Holmgren, Holmgren or whatever. And he can also be physical with, Isaiah Hartenstein. You can't be physical with Mitchell Robinson. Look, you can't. Like, you're not going to see that kind of success at the end of the day.
Broken pinky or not. Yep.
Yeah.
That don't
So
matter.
that's the thing with like Wemby there. Same thing with OKC. Chet can be a little more physical and movement wise against, Victor Wembanyama. But at the end of the day, we either have Cat on him, who is playing great defense right now, or we have Mitchell both can contend him in the paint, but also from the 3-point line. So I think both teams have a lot of things that are working well for them right now in the finals that would not work well with them in the NBA finals against us. I think that the way that our team playing right now, we can literally beat both of them within 6 games. And that's my prediction, is that whether it's OKC or it's the Spurs, I think we win in 6. First, because when it comes to the Spurs, we beat them every single game in the regular season. And we weren't playing at the level of basketball that we're currently playing right now.
2-1. That
Yeah,
one game
2-1.
that
We lost them. They
Champagne
came back.
when Champagne went crazy from 3.
10
I think he had like 10 threes. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. But I also think
Still.
that like in that game, they played a different New York Knicks team. You look at McHale, you look at Josh Hart, you look at Landry Shamet, you look at Miles McBride. Their level of defense in the playoffs is leaps and bounds better than it was in the season. And so I don't think you got guys like Champagne or whatever who made themselves known in the regular season being able to do that in the playoffs. Like, no player has been able to do that. You look at guys that are way better than Champagne, like VJ Edgecombe, that did not have historical nights. Why? Because the Knicks played different basketball. And when you look at VJ and you look at Champagne, there's levels of basketball. VJ is a lot better of a basketball player than Champagne is, and we shut him down. Johnson is a better basketball player than we see in Champagne, and yet we shut him down. So I don't think that that's going to be an issue in any way, shape, or form. I don't think the Knicks are allowing household names to become famous in the playoffs. Like, we just haven't let like other people do that. I don't think they're going to do that in the in the finals. We didn't do that in semifinals. We're not going to do that in the finals. You look at Chet Holmgren has had a horrible time defending Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah.
And Victor is a great player, but he's not even close to as physical as Mitchell Robinson is. And so if we allow Mitchell to be a little bit physical in the playoffs, it's going to be a game over. So for me, I think we take either team in 6. I don't think it goes 7. I think it goes in 5 or 6. And I think this is the year that New York Knicks become finals winners. We become champions. We all get to celebrate and we all get to enjoy it.
I got a question for Apollo before he goes.
Yeah.
You said you're going to the parade. I'm going to kick, scream, scratch, claw to get to the parade. I just need to know, are you going to help me carry the Statue of Liberty down 7th Avenue?
You kidding me? Are you kidding me? I don't care, but in my Timbs, yes. I don't care how hot it is out there. Yes, absolutely.
Let's go.
Absolutely.
Let's go.
Yes.
All right. So we're going to close with my guy, Joe.
Yeah.
Joe, what are your thoughts on this?
Man, it's so funny listening to you, Al, sometimes. I'm just thinking about, what the Knicks fans are doing right now outside of MSG, climbing poles. And, man, what are these Knicks fans going to do when we actually win a chip, though? That's what I'm saying. These guys are doing all this crazy stuff. You had Spider-Man in the costume spinning around, breakdancing in front of everybody. I was loving it, man. It's so funny, bro. But honestly, man, though, for me, Mikal Bridges, Deuce McBride, Landry, Shamet. Those three guys right there, the fact that all three of them have stepped up and have really filled their role in this playoffs, it speaks volumes, man.
Yeah.
Because these guys, man, they've been a big part of this run we've been on in this playoffs.
Yeah.
And just, I was saying Shamet and jumping up and down for him last year, and Tibbs didn't even want to put him in. And just to see him do this year, man, it's like total vindication, not just for me, but for like him and just the team in general. Like, we're taking such steps right now towards what I always thought this team could be, man. And it's just such a beautiful sight to see. It really is. Like, this is an awesome moment, man. Like, we really got to take this in. Like, this is surreal to me, you know? Just because, like, going back to, like, even, like, 2017's, like, I was making these tapes, you know, these takes and having the silver lining, and people were just calling me, like, delusional and a homer and all this stuff. And now 10 years later, man, you know, some of the takes that I made back about, you know, about Julius Randle and, like, Emmanuel Quickly, even R.J. Barrett, man, it all culminated to like what we're seeing now, you know? So, like I said, man, this is just a surreal part of Knicks history, man. I'm glad to even just be sitting here talking about it, yo. Like,
Yo, we got a link. We got a link. When I get to the parade, bro, we got a link.
We
Oh, yeah, man.
We got a link. Listen, I'm telling you right now, if y'all see me crying, man, just let me rock. I don't care.
Nah, it's
going-
cool.
I
Bro,
don't
I'm gonna
care.
be balling. I already know
I don't care.
There was a guy crying when we won the ECF, but I didn't cry for that.
No,
I'm gonna tell you this. I cried when the team lost. When we lost. When DiVincenzo hit that 3, and then we lost after that. My guy Don Melion was good, baby.
Yo.
Good to have you on the show, bro.
Yo.
I cried for that team because I thought that team. I never had to question that team on how hard they played. They gave all they had, and I felt like we got jerked because Josh Hart got injured. We had injuries and stuff, and we didn't get a fair shot. OG tore his hamstring, and we just didn't get a fair shot. Like, I just wanted us to get a fair shot, and if we lost, we lost. Then I wouldn't have cried, but I felt bad because we didn't get a fair shot that year. I felt like that.
Well, yo,
And
Al,
so-
for me, man, like it's always been like that. Like, just get me there, right? Like, just get me to the finals.
And then this year, we've been so dominant that I was like, okay, it's not time to cry because these guys could actually win this. And we got to go get this. We got to capitalize on this, man. I've never seen this before. We got to go win this. And then when that happens, I will be balling. I promise you I will.
All right. So I got to wake up super early. So let's have Don Melion give his take on this upcoming series, and then we'll give each and every individual a chance to talk about what we think about game 1. So go, Don. What do you think?
I want Don Melion to give his take on one more thing on the Mitchell Robinson pinky injury. Do you think that's going to impact us? How do you work around that?
Listen.
Let's go.
Phil, wait, hold on. Salute to Phil, Apollo, Joe, Al. Thanks for having me. Of course, as always, you know, I'm a miracle worker when it comes to this medical stuff with our players, right? Like, you know, I have a cure for everything because I'm optimistic in this way. So, Mitch, I'm fully expecting him to play game 1, pinky, duct tape. You know, and you know the magic touch. You got to get a cortisone in there somewhere.
Cortisone
You know what
shot
I mean?
cures everything.
It cures everything. 40 hours, and he'll wake up fine. But I fully expect him to be ready game 1. That'll be my take, Phil. So you don't got to come back to me. You know, as far as tears, because y'all went to mention that, man. I cried in '94. You know what I mean? Like, and I was next to my grandfather. He's not here with us today, but I clearly remember being so disappointed in that game 7 versus the Rockets. I was like a single digit kid bawling my eyes out. So my tears go back, you know, over 3 decades, right?
Yeah.
But I'll say this about, you know, who we can play potentially in this finals, whether it be OKC or the Spurs. I'm one who, like, we play the people in front of us, right? And there are advantages and disadvantages to each matchup, but I think Joe touched on this. Our biggest weakness from years past, and I'm talking about recent years, has become one of our strengths. You know what I mean? And that's throughout the season. You know what that is? That's depth. You know what I mean? Like
fresh legs.
fresh legs, but guys who have been developed into this like these confident contributing roles, like the Shamans who didn't see the light of day. Like we can go like the Diawaras. Like we didn't. I'm not gonna in the previous regime. I'm not gonna say names. I don't know what he could have been. You know what I mean? But he's someone now, and TK and all these guys. So I think that let's tips out. You know, it's an ode to Mike Brown. I tip my cap to Mike Brown, but I also want to tip my cap to Tip Still, who kind of left that defensive legacy. So we didn't lose much on defense because of the lessons that he instilled. And I think again, Joe mentioned this, that all of that culminated and brought us to where we are today. So I'm just overjoyed, man. Like I'm confident but humble, and you know I'm taking the tone of the locker room. We got 4 more wins, and you know each game is 0-0. Each game is game 7. And I think we've seen that by the points differential and how they're attacking the moment. So I'm excited, man. You know, I don't know when I know I'm gonna be out for the playoffs. You know what I'm saying? But
So either way,
for
we
the
beat
parade.
either team. Either way, we beat either team.
Yeah, I'm gonna take Phil's prediction in Knicks in 6. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go.
I love that.
Let's go.
I love that.
All right, who's up next?
So one thing I want to say is like going into the finals, the reason I believe it's Knicks in 6 is because I think when we go against the Spurs, they are a team that we can't take lightly because they have a bunch of players that can contribute. I think Vassell, Castle, like all those guys are actually really, really good basketball players. I know a lot of people want to focus on like Wemby and him being this like alien and stuff like that, but that alone is not going to win you a championship. Like at the end of the day, that is not going to win you a championship. So I think guys like Vassell and Castle and even Champagne are going to be the ones that contribute. And so that's why I think it goes 6 is because some of those guys are going to step up and make it an actual like competition. When it comes to OKC, it's the experience. It's guys like Caruso that are going to make it hard because their defense is ridiculous. And at the end of the day, you can't look at a guy like him and think that he's not going to make a lasting crazy impact on this series because he is. Like that's just who he is. He's always made an impact like throughout every series he's been a part of. So we got to make sure that guys like Caruso don't impact the game. But at the end of the day, I feel like this is a championship team. And I feel like where the OKC rely so much on SGA to win a championship and the Spurs rely so much on Wemby to win a championship, I feel like the Knicks have moved from relying so much on Jalen Brunson that they can rely on other players to bring them a championship. So I feel like we're going to show that offense as a unit and defense as a full-on team is the way to win a championship. So I think that we bring it home, but at the end of the day, I feel like it will at least go 6 because of the experience of OKC or the elite talent that you see within Victor Wembanyama, which can't be denied. What do you think, Joe? What do you think the series goes?
Well, for me, man, I'm Knicks in 4 until it no longer is. You know me.
Love it. I love it. I love it.
But
The
yeah,
optimistic Knicks
I
fan.
do want to say though about Jalen, man, Jalen Brunson, like if you're gonna compare him to SGA, I'm just gonna say that Brunson is just the more unselfish player. And let me say something, man. When you're in a high competitive environment, and you're playing for something, the guy that's making his other teammates better, like making them good enough so they can actually help you win, that is all the difference maker in the world. You know what I'm saying? So, like I'm saying, man, Jalen Brunson makes his teammates better, whether it's, him holding the ball or him getting off it. In this playoffs, he's been getting it off it a lot more, and Cat's been distributing as a hub. And now I'm even seeing OG get up there and throw some passes to Cat in the post, So, like I said, man, JB and his unselfishness is a big part of what we're doing this playoffs. And I think that's going to be the difference maker. And that's why I believe that the Knicks can beat a Spurs or an OKC in 4 games, because like I said, it's one game at a time. Their mindset is get back to work, getting right back to work. That's the sentiment with this team.
Yo,
So
I want to ask a question, roundtable, real fast. I don't want nobody to give their reasons why, but I want everyone to say, since we winning the championship, right? We winning it. Who you got as the NBA Finals MVP?
Oh,
well, yeah. I mean, obviously for
Go ahead, Joe.
Jalen Brunson is my MVP. You know, that's where I was going with this next.
All right.
But
Apollo, who you got?
It's very easy to go with Jalen, but I think it truly depends on how they defend us, because I think we're gonna adjust to how they play us. You know what I mean? I think depending on the matchups, it could be Cat, it could be OG, it could be Jalen, but I'm gonna go with Jalen.
Okay. All right, Al, you go before I do.
Don, who you got? Who you got, Don?
I'm going with a surprise. I'm going with.
I think it's gonna be a surprise too.
I'm going with X Factor. I'm going with the person who's like, we was all kicking him around. We kicked him down 7-6 at Fifth Ave, and he picked up his bootstraps. I'm going with Mikal. Mikal can do it.
F them picks, man.
That's who I was gonna go with. I think Mikal is gonna show us his best work in the finals.
Okay. All right. So for me, it depends on the team. I think if we go against OKC, I think that our MVP might be OG Anunoby, because I feel like it's going to be more about defensive stops than it is about offensive prowess. Both teams have enough scorers. I think it's going to come down to stops, and I think it's going to come down to a two-way player. I think Jalen's going to contribute a lot offensively, and I feel like Cat will do the same. But I feel like OG is going to be the guy that'll be the difference maker that can stop them defensively, but also contribute offensively. I don't know anyone on the OKC that can fully stop OG Anunoby if he's aggressive offensively. So for me, if we go against OKC, I think the MVP would be OG Anunoby. I think if we go against the Spurs, I think it's going to be Jalen Brunson, because I look at their ability to guard Jalen, and I don't think they have it. I don't think they have it at all. I feel like Castle and Vassell can both do.
Castle's a nasty defender.
He is, but he's also like, if you look at him right now in this series, he does a lot of help defense. You know, when it comes to their, power forwards and small forwards, because you got Champagne out there, who's not a great defender at all. You got Champagne and you got Fox. Those are the guys that are mostly guarding your point guards and your shooting guards. So that's why I say if Mikal is aggressive, it allows Jalen Brunson to completely thrive. And Jalen and Mikal has been aggressive in this last series. So for me, I think against the Spurs, Jalen Brunson would be our all-star. I think against the OKC, it would be OG Anunoby. That would be our all-star.
When you look at our team, I feel like I look at Mikal, and he just looks like he has so much more left in the tank than everyone else on the floor. Like, this dude is elite at pacing himself, and he's just been saving it for this moment. That's how it looks to me, at least. He looks great. But anyways, all right, let's close out, man.
So let's close out. I'm going to show 2 things real quick, and then we're going to go. All right? So the first thing I'm going to show is one thing that makes me happy. A lot of times we talked about how these guys didn't seem focused. It was like we just got our teeth kicked in, and they're doing a podcast with some celebrity. But Jalen Brunson had this hat on, which speaks volumes to where he's going right now. So I love this. I love the fact that
I didn't see that.
Yeah. You got to pay attention.
I love that hat.
Statement, man. Statement.
Coming for everything. He's not content with being Eastern Conference Finals MVP. They are coming for everything. And that's one thing I love. And then this is what I'll end with. All right. I want to end on a fun, light note because I feel like it's hilarious. This is one of my favorite content creators when it comes to Knicks content. But this video made me laugh like crazy. All
I
right.
think I know who you're about to put up.
All right. Here we go.
I knew you were putting him up. Yo, we
All
got to
right.
get him on the show, bro. We got to get him on the show.
Bro, I'm trying. I messaged
All
him
right,
like
all
16 times. Nothing yet. So here we go. Where's the volume?
Honestly, none. There's no emotions to be felt.
All right, let me expand this.
Wait, can you give the context? What is this? This is the Knicks after we swept the Cavs. Okay. A Knicks fan, or the Knicks.
Wait. I'm muted first before you play.
All right, so it's Knicks fan post game after sweeping the Cavs. All right.
So basically, this is you.
Knicks are headed to the finals. Tell me what emotions you are feeling.
Honestly, none. There's no emotions to be felt. The job's not done. The goal is not to get to the finals. The goal is to win. So no need for emotions right now.
Right. Well, we do have footage of you showing quite a bit of emotion. Bang!
Yeah, this is Phil. This is Phil.
What do you have to say about that?
Yeah, I'm emotional. I'm emotional as I've ever been. What you're witnessing now is a trauma response. I've expressed every emotion that I've ever shown myself to be capable of showing. And as a result of that, I'm completely drained and exhausted and frankly in a state of shock. But like I said, we're going to be locked in and nothing matters until we win the ultimate goal. That's it.
That's it. You're done.
I love that video because it's like
that was all of us, bro. That was all.
Yeah, I'm one of those guys that like even in my marriage, I feel like I struggled with emotions. And I realized I can't use that as an excuse because a Knicks game has me expressing all of those emotions. Like in one game, I could be at the watch party with Al, like I'm devastated. We're the worst team in the world. And then like within a quarter and a half, I'm like, we're the greatest team ever. You know, it's like I can feel the weight of those emotions.
Yo,
So
it's funny. My bad. I didn't want to cut you off, but
No, you're good.
So I have the same exact sentiment as you. Like, you know, I'm an Aquarius, so we're notably like we like shut off our emotions half the damn time, right? So my wife, she always has to remind me about that. So when I'm watching Knicks games, I have to like keep in mind, like, bro, you're not emotional about anything else. But all of a sudden now you want to be emotional about the Knicks. You got to tone it down. You got to tone it down. Like I went in there the other day and I'm like, they came back from 22. And she was like, are you going to cry? I was like, no. No. You kidding me? No. You kidding me? I ain't going to cry. What's wrong with you? You know what I'm saying? Because then she's like, oh, now you got emotion, huh?
Yo,
ironic.
So we didn't get emotional about the game 4 win when we clinched the finals, but we definitely, me and Phil definitely locked a little tighter hug, and I was like, and we was like, whoa, we made it, and we got 4 more because I think me and Phil, and I think all of us, you too, Apollo, and Joe, you too, and everybody in the chat, man, like. We're very happy to be in the finals, but we know this team could win the chip. And we want us to complete the whole thing. Like our dream has never been, oh, let's go to the finals again. That has never been the dream. The dream has been, let's get to the chip and hoist this trophy. That has been the dream. And we need 4 more wins, guys. That's where we're going. That's the countdown right now.
Yeah, that's why I say, man.
I want to see 2 banners. I want to see 2 banners go up there. The NBA Cup.
Yeah.
They weren't going to raise it until we won the championship. I want the NBA Cup going up there, and I want the NBA championship banner going up there at the same time.
Yep.
What you gonna say, Joe?
It's like, yeah, like when I say just get me to the finals, basically what I'm saying is just get me to the finals, so because I know we're gonna win. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I've been saying it for the past like 10 seasons.
Yep.
Even when we were bad, I'm like, yo, just get me to the finals. I don't care if we're the 8th
Hey,
seed.
Joe, if we win the championship, you're gonna have to turn your camera on.
Oh no, yeah, I will. I actually my next episode I'm turning on the camera. I've been on
Let's
camera
go.
before.
First win. If we win game 1, you got to turn your camera on.
Yeah, I will. I got a Knicks hat and
Let's
everything
go.
for it. Don't worry, man.
All right.
Let's go. You better. You better.
So to Apollo's thoughts, about like the emotions, it's so funny because like that's one thing. Like I'm like, all right, God, help me like be a little more emotional, for my wife, for my kids, help me show it. And that's one thing that I've been like, okay, why do I get so emotional about like honestly something that doesn't really matter, in the grand scheme of my life, and so I'm like, okay, at the end of the day, my wife and my boys mean more to me than the Knicks
That's
ever.
a fact.
So
That's a
if I
fact.
could show
Yeah.
this kind of emotion, let me show this. And so like my measuring stick has been the games, like in the watch parties that we've been to, I'm hugging strangers, that I met that night. Like we're hugging each other and like embracing, and I feel the warmth, and I'm like, this is weird. Like, why am I like
This isn't right.
Yeah, this isn't right. I gotta figure myself out more as a human being, as like a person to work in this state of like parenthood and marriage, that I'm like hugging this stranger who like has a bald head and a Knicks jersey. Like I don't even know his name.
His name's Joe from AC.
Yeah, I don't even know the guy's name.
The whole time he was Joe from AC. The whole time he was Joe from AC.
Like we wrapped a few Lord Tariq and Peter Guns lyrics together, and all of a sudden we're in this like giant embrace.
Oh my
but
God.
that's one thing about the Knicks.
Yes, it's been me the whole time, Phil.
That's hilarious.
No, but I appreciate you, Joe, Apollo, Al. Appreciate you guys so much. I got to shoot a wedding tomorrow. But shout out to Peerless. Like honestly, like it was such a great blessing to have John on the show today and highlight such amazing pours like this vanilla, this wild berries and cream right here, and everything else that we got to enjoy today. So I appreciate you guys so much. What do we think the series is going to go? We'll just throw it to you guys in that, and then we'll close the night. So, Al, what do you think this series will go, whether it's Spurs or OKC? Shout out to the 404 of you that are still rocking with us right now. Seriously, salute. Thank you guys so much.
That's incredible. Let's go, Knicks Nation. Yo, by the way, I didn't even get to show off my shirt yet, man. I got this Payback Submit shirt on, man.
Yes,
this thing is so crispy. This is one of the best shirts I've ever worn in my life. And I've worn a lot of nice shirts. I ain't gonna lie. Look at my closet. I got some nice shirts. I'm from Harlem. We wear little nice little name brand stuff like this right here. When this came in, I touched it. I said, oh, this is nice. So pick this up. Yo, if we have the Etsy link, please put it up. We still got it on Etsy. Paybacks of Mitch. This is a fire shirt. I got the heavy duty one. It's a little more expensive one. I don't know what the lighter one is like, but the heavy duty one is worth every penny.
Right now.
Thank you. All right. So you talking about Game 7? Who do I want?
Yeah.
I want.
What do you think the series will go? Either team.
Honestly, I think OKC is gonna win, and it's gonna be the battle of the orange and blues. Come finals. And we know we the real orange and blues, right? They came in after us, man. They copied our whole swag.
Facts.
So I just think they're gonna edge them out off of, first of all, they got home court, they got the experience. The only thing that I'm gonna throw out there as a grenade for all you guys, for all three of you guys, that I'm not gonna answer, because I'm gonna say OKC. But the grenade that I'm gonna throw for you guys is you gotta always think about the conspiracy theories, right? Who does the NBA want? Who does Adam Silver want? Boom, grenade. Go ahead. Who's picking that up?
New York.
No, of course New York. We're talking about who's coming out of the West. Who does Adam Silver? Now hold on. I'm sorry. Before I let you go, there was an interview with Adam Silver where they asked him about the flopping and all that stuff, and his clown behind said, "Oh, he was like, some people are selling it, and that's okay, but the flopping, that should be a tech. We're trying to get that under control. Other people are selling it. It's like, So to me, that sounded like he's endorsing what OKC's doing.
Yep.
Yeah, it sounds like
Right?
he's endorsing flopping because flopping is what he said.
Bro, that
Like,
was
what?
disgusting when I heard that. There's
no
look it up.
difference between the two
Go
things.
look
in
it
my
up.
opinion.
He actually said that. If you
said
haven't
that.
seen it, go look it up. He said that. Anyway, so my question to you guys is like, what does the NBA actually want? Because I think the NBA wanted a 7-game series for revenue. They got it. They weren't getting it. They weren't getting it from New York.
Nope.
Because James Dolan hates Adam Silver. And so what are they getting from the West? Who are they getting? Who do they want? Who does the NBA want to win the West? Go ahead.
They want Wemby, man.
They want Wemby. They want Wemby.
They want Wemby. I kind of agree with that.
He's the new face of the NBA. Like at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But look, the face of the NBA always loses first, right? Like LeBron lost in the finals, but see, that was the finals, so he made it to the finals. I keep thinking about when Shaq made it to the finals. He also, this is another finals example, so he made it to the finals when he got swept by Hakeem Olajuwon. Remember that?
Yep.
Hakeem Olajuwon did Shaq filthy.
Was
He
that
made
95?
I think so. Yeah, he made Shaq. It was right after. Yeah, it was right after us. 95 or 96.
Yeah.
He made Shaq his baby. So, and that makes me feel good though, because I'm like, yo, if Wemby gets to the finals, the superstar that makes it to the finals their first year, they always lose that first year. They always lose that first year. Anyways, I'm sorry. Go ahead. What do you think, Phil?
So I think they want Wemby. At the end of the day, like Wemby is the
But they just gave SGA the MVP, so they don't want. You sure they don't want SGA?
No. So I think they gave SGA the MVP because he's the right now. But I think the NBA always looks 2 steps ahead. Like always looks 2 steps ahead on like what is our future? What's going to continue to give us revenue time after time after time? And so it's a business. You know, you like with a business, you cater to the right now, but you also buy into the what's next at the same time. And so I feel like they're appeasing SGA by giving him that, but I think they want to make sure that Wemby is the future. Because at the end of the day, how many reels, how many videos have you seen that SGA only wins because he flopped? How long could the NBA get away with that? You know, how long can the NBA get away with that as their like way of doing things? You can't. At the end of the day, you have to finally like look at it and say, there's an issue with this. But with Wemby, you can't do that. He's not flopping. He's dominant. He's able to shoot, 3-pointers from the logo. He's able to dunk. He's able to grab rebounds. He's able to assist. He is that whole package of what you want to grow up to be as an NBA player. So I feel like, yes, they're appeasing the SGA right now, but they're buying into the Wembanyama of the future. And so for us, I don't think it's as big of a David and Goliath moment for us to beat OKC. I think it's a team that is beatable. Like we said earlier, they went 7 games with a Pacers team that had no Tyrese Halliburton, as opposed to, oh, he's the alien. Like, who's the alien on OKC? Nobody. Nobody is that freak of nature in OKC. And so I think the bigger David and Goliath moment for us would be dethroning Victor Wembanyama and the San Antonio Spurs.
I just want to add one thing about that. And this is what I called Ra, and I had a conversation with Ra about this because, Ra has severe Knicks PTSD. And I said to him these exact words, and he could not talk to me any further after I told him this. I said, look, my only concern with facing the Spurs is that the last time we faced the Spurs, it's going to be a big thing, right? The last time we faced the Spurs, we had a lot of momentum, and we bumped into generational talent in Tim Duncan.
Yeah.
And my concern is that, history always repeats itself, and if we bump into the Spurs again, we could be bumping into another generational talent again. And that scares me. So I almost rather face OKC. I'm
So
gonna let you guys react to that.
all
But
right.
that's just a paranoid PTSD Knicks fan. And Rob was like, I gotta hang up on you right now. He couldn't deal. He could not deal. He could not deal.
Well, nah, man. I mean, straight up with like just with the way the NBA is going now, you know, they want to cater to the kids. The kids, what better way to cater to them is through history, right? And what teams are more historic than, you know, a Knicks Spurs matchup? You know what I'm saying? So for recently, of course, you know, you brought up Tim Duncan. So I just think when it comes to trying to cater to an audience right now, they want the young generation to see the history of what it has been to create their narratives and their storylines for the future. So
I can see that. That's a good point.
That's kind of where
That's a
I'm
good
coming
point.
from.
That's a good point.
Me, I think they want to see OKC. I mean, I think they want to see Wemby in it.
Yeah, I think they want to see Wemby in it.
I think they want to see Wemby, man. I think the storyline is just too good. But I think if you're looking at everything that we've done, it seems like we've been doing our homework and we've been prepared for everyone that we play. You know, I think.
But I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about like the stupid stuff, right? Like
Yeah.
not what you're actually seeing, right? Like not the basketball, like the
behind
scary
closed
stuff,
doors
like
kind of stuff.
like
Yeah,
just like
yeah.
the other dumb stuff that
Like
kind of
the
eats
rest.
at you.
That's kind of what I was mentioning
Yeah.
earlier. Like I think team-wise, I think we can take care of business.
We
It's
can beat
just-
anyone. Yeah, we should
Right.
beat anyone.
When you enter in the refs into the equation, and that's kind of where I'm like, I don't really know what they want. You know what I mean? And I think that's personally what I would be worried about more than the team is I don't want them to, you know, just try to get one over on us. But if anything, I do think that Adam Silver and a lot of these execs understand that when the Knicks do win,
That's
it's better for the NBA.
Yeah,
It's better for the NBA. I think
I
right
think
now,
this is a team of destiny right now.
yeah, if this team wins, I think it'll boost
The
a
NBA
lot-
so
it'll
much
boost
more.
The NBA so much more. They have Wemby for the next 20 years, maybe.
We're the only team. We're the only team that had 4 different patches in one season. We had the Emirates. We had the when I say the Emirates, Abu Dhabi. We were in Abu Dhabi. We had the Emirates Cup. We had Christmas, and we have the finals.
Yeah.
And so those are all the times where the NBA is very global. And I think if we win it, that helps the NBA become a lot more global. The only problem is that I know Adam Silver and James Dolan don't like each other. James Dolan hates Adam Silver. But
It doesn't matter. Both of them are about money at the end of the day.
Yeah.
They're both about money.
So they can reconcile their differences.
Exactly. So shout out to the over 400.
Bring us home, Phil.
415 of you that are rocking with us right now. If you guys can, please head over to the YouTube, subscribe, hit that like button. So here's where I want to like go up against your whole idea of the whole Duncan situation. So what you have to look at with the Duncan situation is the Melo versus Duncan situation was completely different. Okay.
It wasn't Melo. It wasn't Melo. It was 8th seed. 8th seed.
Well, no, in 2005, Nuggets Melo. Nuggets Melo versus Duncan.
Oh, that wasn't what I was talking about. Okay.
Okay. But even when Duncan was at his most, you look at the players that he had around him versus the players that we had around us. They were leaps and bounds different. Like,
yeah,
Duncan had the Tony Parkers. He had the Ginobili's. He had the
Hall of Fame.
Robert Horrys. You know, he had a bunch of like star players around him. We didn't. You know, we just didn't have that kind of star power. When you look at our team right now, it's so different. Everyone from Jalen Brunson to Jordan Clarkson to Miles McBride to DeLandre Shamet can produce a game that can make you win. And I think that's what sets us apart. When you look at the Spurs, you go, okay, the Spurs can win if Victor has a great game, if Castle has a great game, if Vassell has a great game. But besides those 3, who are you really trusting to have a great game that can take you to victory? Like, I don't see anyone. Like, I don't see Bismack Biyombo or whatever getting you a great game that's going to lead you to victory in the finals. Okay? At the end of the day, the Knicks are so much deeper than either team at the end of the day that I think that we win solely off the fact of our depth. We have come to a point in our season where 1 through like 10 have contributed. And I think that's what sets us apart. When SGA goes to the bench, who are you relying on? When Victor Wembanyama goes to the bench, who are you relying on? When Jalen Brunson goes to the bench, we can rely on Shaman, who has won us games. We can rely on McBride, who has won us games. We can rely on Alvarado, who has won us games. And I think that's where you see the difference in the two teams or the three teams, is that even our bench can help us win a game. And I think that's what makes us different. And even on our starting lineup, who can win us a game? Mikal can win us a game. OG can win us a game.
All 5 of them can.
Pat can win us a game. Hart can win us a game. Brunson can win us a game. There's no other starting lineup that all 5 guys can win them a game. Even okay.
There isn't.
And so that's why I think at best it's 6 games with either team and the New York Knicks raising the banner as champions at the end of the season. And I also
Chet
look at it.
Chet Holmgren ain't winning nobody nothing. He's a bum.
No, at the end of the day, Chet Holmgren is almost the guy that is costing them the series because
exactly.
Victor Wembanyama.
He's a bum.
You know, so at the end of the day, I think that the Knicks win it in 6. No matter what team we have, we get a championship. And I'm gonna say this boldly, and Ra, I want you to hear this. Out of all 3 coaches, because at the end of the day, Popovich is not the main coach. At the end of the day, out of all 3 coaches, the best coach, in my opinion, going into the finals, based off of the adjustments that I've seen in the playoffs, is Mike Brown. And I think that we end up seeing the adjustments win us that championship. I think we end up seeing Ra wearing a Mike Brown jersey at the end of the playoffs, and we all enjoy that parade.
I agree with that because I'm so confident. Like, we're going to be the away team game 1, right?
Yeah.
So there's a strong possibility, and we're on an 11-game win streak, right? And when you're on such a long win streak, inevitably you're going to lose the next one, right? At some point, you're going to lose a game, right? So there's a strong possibility we may lose the first game. I'm not going to be concerned if we lose game 1 because I have seen how this team reacts to a loss. We were down 2-1 to Atlanta. People were saying we were about to lose that series. Like, we lost a game, and we were the home team. We lost a game at home, and the next game. We lost game 2 at home and game 3 in Atlanta. So we were about to play game 4 in Atlanta. So we were facing a 3-1 situation and basically backs against the wall. And these guys responded with 11-game win streak. So if we do lose game 1 to OKC, I will promise you, I'm not going to change my tune. I will be fully confident in this team's ability to bounce back and win game 2 and go back to New York with having a split. And that basically means we have the edge up on the series.
Yeah. At the end of the day, I think no matter what team it is, I don't think it's going to be as like smooth and easy.
Oh, it's definitely not.
You know, but I think either team, whether it's OKC with their experience, because when I look at both teams, OKC's advantage is their experience, you know, at winning it. When I look at the Spurs, their advantage is their talent. Like, I think they are a more talented team.
They're just younger. They're just younger.
They're younger. They're more energetic. I feel like they are more of a talented team. When I look at Vassell and Castle and Victor, I feel like each of those 3 can do more, like as a whole than the other players do. They can score in the paint, they can defend, they can shoot the three. I feel like they are more versatile of a player than OKC's roster. So each team has a different strong suit. But at the end of the day, I feel like as a whole, 5 starters and 4 to 5 bench players, I think we outshine them as a whole.
We do.
And so for me, either team, I think it goes 6 and the Knicks win. That's just my prediction.
Yeah. Me too.
Yeah, I agree with you, Phil. And you know what, too? And we didn't bring this up yet, and I think it's extremely important, more important than most people realize. I think the whole rest versus rhythm aspect of this series is going to play a huge part because, I heard a lot of people saying, oh, we could lose rhythm if we sit for too long. But no, man, I think having this extra rest is really going to help us once it gets to like a game 5, game 6.
Oh, I think so too.
In this,
well,
in this
a lot of people said we came out rusty in game 1, right? And they point to game 1, right? But I think that we learned a lot from that. Like that's what I'm saying. Like experience is the best teacher. Like we 1000% like are gonna tweak the way we prepare for game 1 of the NBA Finals than the way we prepare for game 1 of the ECF, because we saw that when we came out for game 1 of the ECF, we were rusty. So maybe we're going to practice a little harder. Maybe we're going to do things differently to make sure that when we come out for game 1 of the NBA Finals, we're going to punch first, second, third, and last.
Yep, and that's how we're going to win, man. Straight sweep, because there's advantages to it, man. And when you're on top of a team like that and they lose all hope, you got all the momentum.
Bro, we have crushed. I physically saw the Cavs quit. I physically saw the Philadelphia 76ers quit. We watched them quit.
Yep.
And I physically saw it wasn't until the last game for Atlanta, but we watched them completely quit. No, it was the game before that. We saw Atlanta quit too. We saw them. We knew that we snatched their freaking soul, and they were not coming to
really
compete
makes
the
us
next
most
game.
excited as fans.
I have never seen a team. I have never seen an NBA team snatch souls the way that the Knicks are snatching souls, and I would love it if that happens in the NBA Finals too.
I'll end the night on this. So many times we see as Knicks fans a loss as a huge negative thing. But when you have the right coaching and you have the right mindset as a team, a loss only helps you figure out how to be better as a team. And so those 2 losses that we took in Atlanta were the biggest monumental shift for this New York Knicks team in the playoffs.
They really were.
Without those 2 losses, we don't switch the trajectory on how we handle the playoffs. And we might have actually been eliminated if we didn't learn from those mistakes. And so I'm not so worried about like going into this series in the finals and winning game 1. Like, yes, it would be nice, but we're not going to have home court advantage if it's OKC at the end of the day. And we're probably not going to have, I don't think we even have home court advantage if it's Spurs.
No, we don't. We don't.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, if we lose game 1, I'm not worried about that because I've seen how this team bounces back in adversity, how this team bounces back after a loss, how they learn everything that they can from a loss and make themselves better. So for me, I'm not so worried about game 1, which is why I say 6, because I'm like, okay, there's a possibility we're going to lose game 1 out of comfortability of them being at home. But we're going to learn so much about that team, and Mike Brown is going to adjust so well, and our players are going to adjust so well that it's going to be game 6 and the Knicks wrap it up. So that's my prediction. But it is freaking 12:27, and even though
we gotta go.
Yeah, there's 420 of you guys.
400. Dang.
420, bro.
Hey.
I appreciate all of you guys for rocking with us. Like, seriously, such a blessing to have you guys all here rocking with us. If you guys can, please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, head on over to the YouTube, hit that like button. But we appreciate all of you guys. Like, we don't take for granted all the support that you've shown. Apollo straight up dipped out and was like, I'm going to bed. Didn't say a thing to us.
He
Apollo.
stayed over an hour before
Yeah,
after
over
he
an
said
hour
he
past
left.
his like bedtime. So
Yeah.
I gotta wake up. I gotta drive 3 hours tomorrow to shoot a wedding. So I appreciate all of you guys. Like always, God bless. If you drank, do not drive. Please drink responsibly. We want to make sure that everyone is taken care of. Shout out to our crew and especially John of Kentucky Peerless.
I was gonna
for
say
being
shout out
part
to
of it.
Peerless.
So seriously, amazing pours. One of the best brands that are out there right now. Shout out to Turkey to make sure that like I don't drink too much and it takes care of me. And shout out to my guy Al. Shout out to Joe. Appreciate you guys. And let's get this W, bro. We'll be back next week. I'm excited for next week as well.
Yo, Phil,
Yeah.
are we on Thursday next week? Because we got our game is Wednesday, right?
Yeah, so our game is Wednesday. So next week we will be live on Thursday.
We'll be fresh right after game one, huh?
Right after game
It's like
one.
a whole training camp, boys. Another training camp.
We'll be chopping it up with old Dominic whiskey. And so they'll be sending us a bunch of pours this week that'll come in, and we'll be able to chop it up with them and talk about what we saw in game one and what we think needs to change for game two. We also
that's gonna
will
be a
be
good
having
episode.
our watch party. So shout out to the Tampa Bay Knicks fans once again. We will have a watch party on Wednesday of next week at North 30. So if you're in Florida, like seriously, even if you're in Orlando, if you're in Fort Lauderdale,
Yeah, Miami. If you're in Miami, come drive up here, man.
yeah, I don't care. It's worth it. Like this
Miami
is,
don't got this energy, I promise you.
exactly the most lit Facebook group like that you will find, the most lit watch parties, connecting with the guys that we've connected with. We've been able to create something unique, genuine, amazing. You'll see everything from 5-year up. Well, not even. You'll see everything from newborns to like 60-year-olds rocking New York Knicks gear and celebrating this New York Knicks team. So come out on Thursday night. We will chop it up at North 30, and we will Wednesday night, and we will celebrate our hopeful victory of game one wherever we're at. So we appreciate you guys so much. If you can, please hit the like button, subscribe button, repost, retweet this post, repost this episode. We'd love to get our subscribers to 10K by the end of the season. Shout out to everyone at the Nick of Time family. Shout out to Nick Life Crisis. Make sure you're supporting Al on his other show. Him and Rob will be back this week talking about Nick's life, dadhood, and all that fun stuff. And I also wanted to, just a side note before I leave, even though they're not a sponsor of this episode, I wanted to give a shout out to these guys right here. This is a group that we've connected with over
Girl
here.
Dad Bourbon. Girl
in
Dad
Tampa,
Bourbon.
Girl Dad Bourbon. I have a lot of friends that are girl dads. And as a dad who is a dad of 2 boys, I can say that being a girl dad is completely different. It's easy for me as a guy to parent boys. I know everything about boys. But it's different to be a girl dad. So when my guy decided to create this brand and highlight and support all the girl dads out there, I wanted to make sure that I got behind what he was doing. So shout out to my guy Clifford for, his brand Girl Dad Bourbon. They're not even going to be part of this episode, but if you like bourbon, please support them. He created this brand solely because he became a dad and he loves his daughter so much and he wanted to create something new. So shout out to
good
him.
bourbon. And it's good bourbon. Let's keep it real. It's good bourbon too.
I haven't cracked it yet.
7-year bourbon. I cracked it. I cracked it right away. It's a 7-year bourbon. It's good bourbon. Like, it's 101 proof, so it's not gonna destroy you. Like, it's good for like the bourbon connoisseurs and also like people that are like entry. Like, it's a nice balanced bourbon that anyone can enjoy. And I'm a girl dad, and man, like, to me, being a girl dad is so special because I grew up in Harlem, and I grew up in the roughest part of Harlem, and like all I knew is how to be rough. and I had to learn how to smile when I graduated college and I went into corporate America. I had to learn how to smile because I just always had the screw face on, because in Harlem you can't you just can't be smiling. Like, that means people could pick on you. So like I had to learn how to do that. And so now, like, you know, I work in corporate America, and now I have my daughter, and now I have to learn how to be a little softer, right? Like, I'm rough around the edges. I'm a guy, and now I have a daughter. I had to learn how to be a little bit different, right? To like appease her. And like, there's nothing that I love more than coming home. When I come home and I see my baby girl and she recognizes me and she smiles and giggles. But that bourbon, when I see that bourbon, that reminds me of like my whole transformation. And when I sip it, it's just like it just tastes like greatness, and it tastes so amazing. And I just think about my entire journey as a man and as a human being, and how life takes you on these different journeys. So, but on top of that, for the pure bourbon people, it is a great bourbon. It's a 7-year bourbon. It's amazing. Support him though, because he deserves it. He deserves it, and he cares about the bourbon. He cares about the juice. It's not a gimmick. It's not none of that. I spoke to him one-on-one, and he cares about what he's putting out to the community. He's a good bourbon guy, and I think it's worth supporting, man. I really do.
Yeah. And you know what I like about him? Him and I actually connected this morning, is that he's such a humble guy. You know, he didn't
So
do this
humble.
to blow up. He didn't do this for anything but the fact that he loved his daughter and wanted to
Like,
find a way to like
yeah,
create
exactly. Yeah, exactly.
a legacy of something new that he could do. And so that's one reason I really want to support what he's doing and promote what he's doing. So Girl Dad Bourbon. And at the end of the day, to me, it's more important that the juice is good, but more so that the people behind it are good and that they're worth
Yeah.
support.
Yeah.
Like, if it's good juice, but the people are
Facts,
horrible,
facts.
I don't really want to promote it.
Yeah.
Just like John.
Yeah.
John is
Facts.
great, and the bourbon inside is great. So shout out to Clifford. I want to support him, want to bless him, want to see him thrive. But it's a hard thing, you know, as a guy, to figure out how to operate as a girl. You know, like my mom was a single mom, and I give her mad props because she
My
had to
mom too.
figure out
My mom too.
boyhood. You know, she had to figure out boyhood without
How
a
to handle
father
boys.
there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Exactly. And so that's when I look at it and I go, man, okay, as a dad, you got to figure out womanhood, even though you're not that. So shout out to Clifford, shout out to Girl Dad Bourbon. Next week we will be here with old Dominic, and we got a few more brands before the season's done. So we thank you guys so much for locking in with us. We will be back on next Thursday. No, is it Thursday or Wednesday? What are we back next week?
No, we play on Wednesday.
All right.
I can't wait till we play. We play on Wednesday.
Yeah.
So we're
next
gonna be
Thursday.
live on Thursday.
Yeah, next Thursday, old Dominic will be, and like I said, Thursday we will be at the watch party. Joe, I appreciate you, my guy. Like always, a blessing to have
Yo,
you
if you
on.
in Tampa or the surrounding areas, I don't care if you in Miami, you could be in Jacksonville. Yo, I guarantee you there's no energy like the energy that we putting forth for our watch parties. Yo, pull up. It's gonna be worth it. Get a little cheap hotel, whatever you got to do. But the watch party that we're gonna put together for game one is gonna be insane. Oh, and let me tell you, yo, you haven't even said this, Phil. At the watch party for game 4 and for game 3, we gave away 2 different autographed cat basketballs.
Yeah,
Autographed by cat.
Nice.
Those are worth, if you could go look it up right now, those are worth $500 each. Okay. So if you pay
minimum,
$5 for a ticket and you won that, you just came up on $500 if you want to sell that. If you that
Probably
type of
like
individual,
$100,000 in a
which
year.
you shouldn't sell. But and we're gonna have more giveaways. Oh, we're gonna have merch. We had Jalen Brunson bobbleheads. Like, yo, telling you, this is the best party happening in town. It's not happening anywhere else. People from Orlando are asking us if we could have parties in Orlando. And we're like, yo, it's in Tampa. You're gonna have to drive an hour and a half. Pull up.
Yep.
What up?
And so shout out to all of our sponsors making it happen. This is actually one of mine. I will be rocking this for the next game right here.
Who's that? Who's that? Who's that?
Heat Check Apparel.
That's Heat Check too?
Yeah,
yo, Heat Check, yo. Heat Check Apparel has the most firest apparel out there, yo.
Yep. Look at that.
They're the ones that had the finals apparel that that Phil was talking about earlier. Heat Check. Go look at the finals apparel that they just came out. It says finals. It has Jalen Brunson with the 2 trophies. Like, it's so fire. Oh man, I want to buy that shirt. I think I'm gonna buy that shirt.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's in my cart right now. So and yo, just so everybody's watching, there's 419 of you guys right now. I get really old on Monday. So if you guys want, feel free to drop a super chat. I will buy Knicks merch galore if you want to send me some super chats for my birthday. I'm not going to turn them away. You know,
oh yeah, my guy's birthday's on Monday. Let's go, Phil.
My birthday's
How
on
old you
Monday.
turning, Phil?
I'm going to be 42. So
That's a
if you
blessing,
guys-
my brother. God bless
That's
you.
right. God has been good. So I'm thankful. But if you guys want to drop super chats, you want to, hit me up at PayPal, phil.porto@me.com. Feel free. I
Yo,
will
send my
buy-
guy Phil a couple drinks, please. Send him a couple drinks. He likes a
I
good
will buy
bourbon.
some Knicks merch. I will buy some pours with me and Al when we connect on my birthday. That's my PayPal. I'm gonna put it out there. I'm good to get more Knicks merch. I'm down. Because even though these are my sponsors, they're not sending me these things for free. So you guys can send it over to me so that I can purchase some stuff for my birthday. I'm not gonna shy away from the 419 of you. Think about it. If each of you guys, 419 of you, put $1, think about how many Knicks merch I can buy. It's $419. Like,
and we all know Phil puts together these fire outfits. He needs some more new outfits. Like,
I do.
He's running
I
out.
do.
Between us, Phil's not listening. He told me he's running out of outfits, so he needs a couple.
I'm not gonna lie. I've seriously run out of sneakers. I'm trying to figure
you're not. No, you're not. This
figuring
dude
out
got
how to like
this
make
dude got
these
outfits
photos
for
without any
days.
new sneakers. I'm like, holy crap, I'm done.
I be looking at my closet like, damn, right. All I got is my Knicks left. That's all I got left.
Yeah. I'm seriously gonna like knock on my neighbor's door and be like, "Hey, you got any Nikes I can photograph real quick?" So if any of y'all want to super chat it, that's the
Yo, we
PayPal
appreciate
right
it for
there.
sure.
Feel
We
free
appreciate
to.
it.
But I appreciate you guys. Over 420 of you guys rocking with us till 12:40 in
Great
the morning.
show, man. Great
Thank you
show.
guys so much. God bless you all.
Joe.
Joe, thank you, brother.
Yo,
Hey,
before
man.
we go, Joe, God bless your Grammy. We doing this for your Grammy. You heard?
Yeah, man, let's go.
She watching us, and she gonna make sure we win this chip, bro. I bet you. I guarantee you that, bro. I bet you that.
All right. In that same vein, real quick, I know that like we're getting off the show, but there's 2 people that even though they're not on the show right now watching, they might watch it on the replay, but even not, I don't really care. There's 2 people that like when we've gone through the pain of seeing the Knicks not be, amazing or efficient. There's 2 people that I know that really rocked with the Knicks in the hard times. And unfortunately, they're not with us anymore. And my heart breaks for them and their families and everything like that. So I want to give a shout out to Anthony MSG. His little sister.
His sister, yeah.
Was a diehard Knicks fan. And she passed away a few years ago. So I want to tell her, I want to tell Anthony, we don't forget those years of support of her loving this Knicks team. And
man.
so, my prayer is that like in this time, Anthony can find some joy and, release from that pain of her being gone. And that he would celebrate these times as if she was here with him. Because Anthony's a great guy and he sacrificed so much of his life to his sister. And rightfully so. So shout out to her. And also shout out to my guy, Jesus.
Mata.
Yeah, Jesus Mata.
Yeah, man. For
His
real.
wife, E, was one of the sweetest people I've ever met. I remember
I never got a chance to meet them, man.
She was amazing.
I only follow him on on Twitter, man. So I only know him through Twitter, man. And I follow his story and I comment on all his stuff, and I try to show him as much love as I can, man. And yeah, his story really touched me, man. But I knew him before any of that, like just not knew him, but through Twitter, through Nick's Twitter, because Nick's Twitter is a family.
Yeah.
So when all that happened, man, I just try to give him as much support as I can. And yeah, bro, the other day when we were going through this and I saw his posts, and all I could think about is like, man, like I know that he's thinking about her, and all of us are thinking about her because she was a huge Knicks fan, and how much she would be enjoying this and all that kind of stuff, like, man. So like, yeah, we definitely got to send him a bunch of support, man. Yeah, big time Knicks fans, great Knicks, and the flyest Knicks fans too, because we like to get fly, and they were two of the fly. I used to show my girl, I'd be like, yo, look at how fly they are together at the Knicks game. Like, I swear to God, bro, that's what I used to do. So like, it touched me, man. So I just try to show them as much love as I can.
So I met them a long time ago. So there was a time where Nick's Twitter was kind of divided with people that were being a little bit ridiculous and rude and making crass comments. People that have really grown up, since then. So I'm not going to name the names because they're not the same people anymore.
Yeah. People grow up.
Yeah, they grew up. But they were very rude and harsh to her. And E was one of the sweetest people I've ever met in my life. And so I remember we were in the city and I hit her up and I was like, yo, I'm going to be, going to this place. And she was like, listen, I really want to see you, but like, I really can't go there because these people treat me horribly. And I was like, I don't want that for you. Like, let me see if I can figure something else out. And she was like, well, I got to get to the game. And I was like, dang, I don't know if I'll be able to like get there and see you then. And she was like, you know what? I don't really care.
I never knew the story.
Yeah. And she was like, you know what? Screw these people. She's like, they're not going to ruin me getting to meet you in person because I love like connecting with you online. And I'm not going to ruin actually being able to connect with you in person. She was like, so if they have a problem with me being there, they can screw themselves as long as we can hang out. And that meant a lot to me because I knew she was sacrificing a lot to be there so that we could connect. And I went there and the vibes were immaculate. We had so much fun. There was so much joy there, just being able to connect with her. And that was always her personality. I remember like we released merch and she would reach out immediately. And she was like, anyway, I could get a custom ladies fit. And I was just like, of course you can, And so she always had like custom merch of ours. She was always in the chat. She was always super supportive. And at the end of the day, I watch these games and I think of her, and I go, man, as happy as I am, I would love anything to open up Nick's Twitter and hear her voice in the space, to see her in our chats, And so for me, I'm like, let's win this for E. Like, that's my girl, like, and I know that Jesus is enjoying this and he's having a blast, but I also know a piece of him is broken.
Oh, for sure, bro.
Knowing that like his other half is not there. So shout out to Jesus. Shout out to my girl E. I love you. And, I know that the Knicks, are going to pull this off. And I can't wait to the day that I see you again and we celebrate this victory. So shout out to E.
That's a great way to end the show, man.
So shout out to both of them. Shout out to Anthony's little sister. This is all for you guys, like Knicks in 6, to celebrate you guys and your legacy. We appreciate you guys. And until next time, God bless. Thank you guys. If you drank responsibly. And next time we will talk to you, the Knicks will be up 1-0.
1-0 in the NBA Finals. Let's go.
All right. Appreciate you, Joe. Appreciate you, Al. You guys have a good night.
Phil.
Salute.
All right. Later, boys.
Peace.
This This is the moment we waited for. Everything you want is right here. We gon' give them what they came for. We gon' take it up from last year. Shoot on my shot, boy, I'm long range. Me and the team on the same thing. Stayed down, never switched up. Only thing changed was the game. I'm in the zone now. Nothing can change what we on now. When I pull up, know it's going down. Foot on the gas, ain't no slowing down.